Chapter 1 of The Jacket. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Jacket by Jack London. Chapter 1. All my life I have had an awareness of other times and places. I have been aware of other persons in me. Oh, and trust me, so have you, my reader that is to be. Read back into your childhood, and this sense of awareness I speak of will be remembered as an experience of your childhood. You were then not fixed, not crystallized. You were plastic, a soul in flux, a consciousness and an identity in the process of forming. Aye, of forming and forgetting. You have forgotten much, my reader, and yet, as you read these lines, you remember dimly the hazy vistas of other times and places into which your child eyes peered. They seem dreams to you today. Yet if they were dreams, dreamed then, whence the substance of them? Our dreams are grotesquely compounded of the things we know. The stuff of our sheerest dreams is the stuff of our experience. As a child, a wee child, you dreamed you fell great heights. You dreamed you flew through the air as things of the air fly. You were vexed by crawling spiders and many-legged creatures of the slime. You heard other voices, saw other faces nightmarishly familiar, and gazed upon sunrises and sunsets other than you know now, looking back, you ever looked upon. Very well. These child glimpses are of other-worldness, of other-lifeness, of things that you had never seen in this particular world of your particular life. Then whence? Other lives? Other worlds? Perhaps when you have read all that I shall write, you will have received answers to the perplexities I have propounded to you, and that you yourself, ere you came to read me, propounded to yourself. Wordsworth knew. He was neither seer nor prophet, but just ordinary man like you or any man. What he knew, you knew. Any man knows. But he most aptly stated it in his passage that begins, quote, "Not in utter nakedness, not in entire forgetfulness," unquote. Ah, truly, shades of the prison house close about us, the new-born things, and all too soon do we forget. And yet, when we were new-born, we did remember other times and places. We, helpless infants in arms, or creeping quadruped-like on the floor, dreamed our dreams of air-flight. Yes, and we endured the torment and torture of nightmare dreams of dim and monstrous things. We new-born infants, without experience, were born with fear, with memory of fear, and memory is experience. As for myself, at the beginnings of my vocabulary, at so tender a period that I still made hunger noises and sleep noises, yet even then did I know that I had been a star rover. Yes, I whose lips had never lisped the word king, remembered that I had once been the son of a king. More, I remembered that once I had been a slave and a son of a slave, and worn an iron collar round my neck. Still more, when I was 3 and 4 and 5 years of age, I was not yet I. I was a mere becoming, a flux of spirit not yet cooled solid in the mold of my particular flesh and time and place. In that period, all that I had ever been in 10,000 lives before strove in me and troubled the flux of me, in the effort to incorporate itself in me and become me. Silly, isn't it? But remember, my reader, whom I hope to have traveled far with me through time and space, remember, please, my reader, that I have thought much on these matters, that through bloody nights and sweats of dark that lasted years long, I have been alone with my many selves, to consult and contemplate my many selves. I have gone through the hells of all existence to bring you news which you share with me in a casual, comfortable hour over my printed page. So, to return, I say, during the ages of 3 and 4 and 5, I was not yet I. I was merely becoming, as I took form in the mold of my body, and all the mighty, indestructible past wrought in the mixture of me to determine what the form of that becoming would be. It was not my voice that cried out in the night in fear of things known, which I, forsooth, did not and could not know. The same with my childish angers, my loves, and my laughters. Other voices screamed through my voice, the voices of men and women aforetime, of all shadowy hosts of progenitors. And the snarl of my anger was blended with the snarls of beasts more ancient than the mountains, and the vocal madness of my child hysteria, with all the red of its wrath, was chorded with the insensate, stupid cries of beasts pre-Adamic and progeologic in time. And there the secret is out. The red wrath. It has undone me in this, my present life. Because of it, a few short weeks hence, I shall be led from this cell to a high place with unstable flooring, graced above by a well-stretched rope, and there they will hang me by the neck until I am dead. The red wrath always has undone me in all my lives, for the red wrath is my disastrous, catastrophic heritage from the time of the slimy things ere the world was prime. It is time that I introduce myself. I am neither fool nor lunatic. I want you to know that, in order that you will believe the things I shall tell you. I am Darrell Standing. Some few of you who read this will know me immediately, but to the majority, who are bound to be strangers, let me exposit myself. 8 years ago I was professor of agronomics in the College of Agriculture of the University of California. 8 years ago the sleepy little university town of Berkeley was shocked by the murder of Professor Haskell in one of the laboratories of the mining building. Darrell Standing was the murderer. I am Darrell Standing. I was caught red-handed. Now the right and the wrong of this affair with Professor Haskell I shall not discuss. It was purely a private matter. The point is that in a surge of anger, obsessed by that catastrophic red wrath that has cursed me down the ages, I killed my fellow professor. The court records show that I did, and for once I agree with the court records. No, I am not to be hanged for this murder. I received a life sentence for my punishment. I was 36 years of age at the time. I am now 44 years old. I have spent the 8 intervening years in the California State Prison of San Quentin. 5 of these years I spent in the dark. Solitary confinement, they call it. Men who endure it call it living death. But through these 5 years of death in life I managed to attain freedom such as few men have ever known. Closest confined of prisoners, not only did I range the world, but I ranged time. They who immured me for petty years gave to me, all unwittingly, the largesse of centuries. Truly, thanks to Ed Morrell, I have had 5 years of star-roving. But Ed Morrell is another story. I shall tell you about him a little later. I have so much to tell I scarce know how to begin. Well, a beginning. I was born on a quarter section in Minnesota. My mother was the daughter of an emigrant Swede. Her name was Hilda Tonnesson. My father was Chauncey Standing, of old American stock. He traced back to Alfred Standing, an indentured servant, or slave if you please, who was transported from England to the Virginia plantations in the days that were even old when the youthful Washington went a-surveying in the Pennsylvania wilderness. A son of Alfred Standing fought in the War of the Revolution, a grandson in the War of 1812. There have been no war since in which the Standings have not been represented. I, the last of the Standings, dying soon, without issue, fought as a common soldier in the Philippines, in our latest war, and to do so I resigned, in the full early ripeness of career, my professorship in the University of Nebraska. Good heavens! When I so resigned I was headed for the deanship of the College of Agriculture in that university. I, the star rover, the red-blooded adventurer, the vagabondish Cain of the centuries, the militant priest of remotest times, the moon-dreaming poet of ages forgotten, and today unrecorded in man's history of man. And here I am, my hands dyed red in Murderer's Row, in the state prison of Folsom, awaiting the day decreed by the machinery of state when the servants of the state will lead me away into what they fondly believe is the dark. The dark they fear, the dark that gives them fearsome and superstitious fancies, the dark that drives them, drivelling and yammering, to the altars of their fear-created anthropomorphic gods. No, I shall never be dean of any college of agriculture. And yet I knew agriculture. It was my profession. I was born to it, reared to it, trained to it, and I was master of it. It was my genius. I can pick the high-percentage butter-fat cow with my eye and let the Babcock tester prove the wisdom of my eye. I can look, not at land, but at landscape, and pronounce the virtues and the shortcomings of the soil. Litmus paper is not necessary when I determine a soil to be acid or alkali. I repeat, farm husbandry, in its highest scientific terms, was my genius, and is my genius. And yet the state, which includes all the citizens of the state, believes that it can blot out this wisdom of mine in the final dark by means of a rope about my neck and the abruptive jerk of gravitation. This wisdom of mine that was incubated through the millenniums, and that was well hatched ere the farmed fields of Troy were ever pastured by the flocks of nomad shepherds. Corn? Who else knows corn? There is my demonstration at Worcester, whereby I increase the annual corn yield of every county in Iowa by $500,000. This is history. Many a farmer riding in his motor car today knows who made possible that motor car. Many a sweet-bosomed girl and bright-browed boy poring over high school textbooks little dreams that I made that higher education possible by my corn demonstration at Worcester. And farm management. I know the waste of superfluous motion without studying a moving picture record of it, whether it be farm or farmhand, the layout of buildings, or the layout of the farmhand's labor. There is my handbook and tables on the subject. Beyond the shadow of any doubt, at this present moment, 100,000 farmers are knotting their brows over its spread pages ere they tap out their final pipe and go to bed. And yet, so far was I beyond my tables that all I needed was a mere look at a man to know his predispositions, his coordinations, and the index fraction of his motion wastage. And here I must close this first chapter of my narrative. It is 9 o'clock, and in Murderers' Row that means lights out. Even now I hear the soft tread of the gum-shoed guard as he comes to censure me for my coal oil lamp still burning, as if the mere living could censure the doomed to die. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. I am Darrell Standing. They are going to take me out and hang me pretty soon. In the meantime, I say my say, and write in these pages of the other times and places. After my sentence, I came to spend the rest of my natural life in the prison of San Quentin. I proved incorrigible. An incorrigible is a terrible human being. At least such is the connotation of incorrigible in prison psychology. I became an incorrigible because I abhorred waste motion. The prison, like all prisons, was a scandal and an affront of waste motion. They put me in the jute mill. The criminality of wastefulness irritated me. Why should it not? Elimination of waste motion was my specialty. Before the invention of steam or steam-driven looms 3,000 years before, I had rotted in prison of old Babylon. And trust me, I speak the truth when I say that in that ancient day we prisoners wove more efficiently on hand looms than did the prisoners in the steam-powered loom rooms of San Quentin. The crime of waste is abhorrent. I rebelled. I tried to show the guards a score or so of more efficient ways. I was reported. I was given the dungeon and the starvation of light and food. I emerged and tried to work in the chaos of inefficiency of the loom rooms. I rebelled. I was given the dungeon plus the straitjacket. I was spread-eagled and thumbed up, and privily beaten by the stupid guards whose totality of intelligence was only just sufficient to show them that I was different from them and not so stupid. 2 years of this witless persecution I endured. It is terrible for a man to be tied down and gnawed by rats. The stupid brutes of guards were rats, and they gnawed the intelligence of me, gnawed all the fine nerves of the quick of me and of the consciousness of me. And I, who in my past had been a most valiant fighter, in this present life was no fighter at all. I was a farmer, an agriculturist, a desk-tied professor, a laboratory slave, interested only in the soil and the increase of the productiveness of the soil. I fought in the Philippines because it was the tradition of the Standings to fight. I had no aptitude for fighting. It was all too ridiculous, the introducing of disruptive foreign substances into the bodies of little black menfolk. It was laughable to behold science prostituting all the might of its achievement and the wit of its inventors to the violent introducing of foreign substances into the bodies of black folk. As I say, in obedience to the tradition of the Standings, I went to war and found that I had no aptitude for war. So did my officers find me out, because they made me a quartermaster's clerk, and as a clerk, at a desk, I fought through the Spanish-American War. So it was not because I was a fighter, but because I was a thinker, that I was enraged by the motion wastage of the loom rooms and was persecuted by the guards into becoming an incorrigible. One's brain worked, and I was punished for its working. As I told Warden Atherton, when my incorrigibility had become so notorious that he had me in on the carpet in his private office to plead with me, as I told him then, "It is so absurd, my dear Warden, to think that your rat-throttlers of guards can shake out of my brain the things that are clear and definite in my brain. The whole organization of this prison is stupid. You are a politician. You can weave the political pull of San Francisco saloonmen and ward heelers into a position of graft such as this one you occupy, but you can't weave jute. Your loom rooms are 50 years behind the times." But why continue the tirade? For tirade it was. I showed him what a fool he was, and as a result he decided that I was a hopeless incorrigible. Give a dog a bad name. You know the saw. Very well. Warden Atherton gave the final sanction to the badness of my name. I was fair game. More than one convict's dereliction was shunted off on me, and was paid for by me in the dungeon on bread and water, or in being triced up by the thumbs on my tiptoes for long hours, each hour of which was longer than any life I have ever lived. Intelligent men are cruel. Stupid men are monstrously cruel. The guards and the men over me, from the warden down, were stupid monsters. Listen, and you shall learn what they did to me. There was a poet in the prison, a convict, a weak-chinned, broad-browed, degenerate poet. He was a forger. He was a coward. He was a snitcher. He was a stool. Strange words for a professor of agronomics to use in writing, but a professor of agronomics may well learn strange words when pent in prison for the term of his natural life. This poet-forger's name was Cecil Winwood. He had had prior convictions, and yet, because he was a sniveling cur of a yellow dog, his last sentence had been only for 7 years. Good credits would materially reduce this time. My time was life. Yet this miserable degenerate, in order to gain several short years of liberty for himself, decided in adding a fair portion of eternity to my own lifetime term. I shall tell what happened the other way around, for it was only after a weary period that I learned. This Cecil Winwood, in order to curry favor with the captain of the yard, and thence the warden, the prison directors, the board of pardons, and the governor of California, framed up a prison break. Now note 3 things. A. Cecil Winwood was so detested by his fellow convicts that they would not have permitted him to bet an ounce of Bull Durham on a bedbug race, and bedbug racing was a great sport with the convicts. B. I was the dog that had been given a bad name. C. For his frame-up, Cecil Winwood needed the dogs with bad names, the lifetimers, the desperate ones, the incorrigibles. But the lifers detested Cecil Winwood, and when he approached them with his plan of a wholesale prison break, they laughed at him and turned away with curses for the stool that he was. But he fooled them in the end. 40 of the bitterest wise ones in the pen. He approached them again and again. He told of his power in the prison by virtue of his being trustee in the warden's office, and because of the fact that he had the run of the dispensary. "Show me," said Long Bill Hodge, a mountaineer doing life for train robbery, and whose whole soul for years had been bent on escaping in order to kill the companion in robbery who had turned state's evidence on him. Cecil Winwood accepted the test. He claimed that he could dope the guards the night of the break. "Talk is cheap," said Long Bill Hodge. "What we want is the goods. Dope one of the guards tonight. There's Barnum. He's no good. He beat up that crazy chink yesterday in Bughouse Alley, when he was off duty, too. He's on the night watch. Dope him tonight and make him lose his job. Show me, and we'll talk business with you." All this Long Bill told me in the dungeons afterward. Cecil Winwood demurred against the immediacy of the demonstration. He claimed that he must have time in which to steal the dope from the dispensary. They gave him the time, and a week later he announced that he was ready. 40 hard-bitten lifers waited for the guard Barnum to go to sleep on his shift. And Barnum did. He was found asleep, and he was discharged for sleeping on duty. Of course, that convinced the lifers. But there was the captain of the yard to convince. To him, daily, Cecil Winwood was reporting the progress of the break, all fancied and fabricated in his own imagination. The captain of the yard demanded to be shown. Winwood showed him, and the full details of the showing I did not learn until a year afterward. So slowly do the secrets of prison intrigue leak out. Winwood said that the 40 men in the break, in whose confidence he was, had already such power in the prison that they were about to begin smuggling in automatic pistols by the means of guards they had bought up. "Show me," the captain of the yard must have demanded. And the forger poet showed him. In the bakery, night work was a regular thing. One of the convicts, a baker, was on the first night shift. He was a stool of the captain of the yard, and Winwood knew it. "Tonight," he told the captain, "Summerface will bring in a dozen .44 automatics. On his next time off he'll bring in the ammunition. But tonight he'll turn the automatics over to me in the bakery. You've got a good stool there. He'll make you his report tomorrow." Now Summerface was a strapping figure of a bucolic guard who hailed from Humboldt County. He was a simple-minded, good-natured dolt, and not above earning an honest dollar by smuggling in tobacco for the convicts. On that night, returning from a trip to San Francisco, he brought in with him 15 pounds of prime cigarette tobacco. He had done this before and delivered the stuff to Cecil Winwood. So on that particular night, he, all unwitting, turned the stuff over to Winwood in the bakery. It was a big, solid, paper-wrapped bundle of innocent tobacco. The stool baker, from concealment, saw the package delivered to Winwood, and so reported to the captain of the yard next morning. But in the meantime, the poet forger's too lively imagination ran away with him. He was guilty of a slip that gave me 5 years of solitary confinement, and that placed me in this condemned cell in which I now write. And all the time I knew nothing about it. I did not even know of the break he had inveigled the 40 lifers into planning. I knew nothing, absolutely nothing. And the rest knew little. The lifers did not know he was giving them the cross. The captain of the yard did not know that the cross was being worked on him. Summerface was the most innocent of all. At the worst, his conscience could have accused him only of smuggling in some harmless tobacco. And now to the stupid, silly, melodramatic slip of Cecil Winwood. Next morning, when he encountered the chief of the yard, he was triumphant. His imagination took the bit in its teeth. "Well, the stuff came in all right as you said," the captain of the yard remarked. "And enough of it to blow half the prison sky high," Winwood corroborated. "Enough of what?" the captain demanded. "Dynamite and detonators," the fool rattled on. 35 pounds of it. Your stool saw Summerface pass it over to me." And right there, the captain of the yard must have nearly died. I can actually sympathize with him. 35 pounds of dynamite loose in the prison. They say that Captain Jamie, that was his nickname, sat down and held his head in his hands. "Where is it now?" he cried. "I want it. Take me to it at once." And right there, Cecil Winwood saw his mistake. "I planted it," he lied. For he was compelled to lie because, being merely tobacco in small packages, it was long since distributed among the convicts along the customary channels. "Very well," said Captain Jamie, getting himself in hand. "Lead me to it at once." But there was no plant of high explosives to lead him to. The thing did not exist, had never existed save in the imagination of the wretched Winwood. In a large prison like San Quentin, there are always hiding places for things. And as Cecil Winwood led Captain Jamie, he must have done some rapid thinking. As Captain Jamie testified before the board of directors, and as Winwood also so testified, on the way to the hiding place, Winwood said that he and I had planted the powder together. And I, just released from 5 days in the dungeons and 80 hours in the jacket, I, whom even the stupid guards could see was too weak to work in the loom room, I, who had been given the day off to recuperate from too terrible punishment, I was named as the one who had helped hide the non-existent 35 pounds of high explosive. Winwood led Captain Jamie to the alleged hiding place. Of course, they found no dynamite in it. "My God," Winwood lied. "Standing has given me the cross. He's lifted the plant and stowed it somewhere else." The captain of the yard said more emphatic things than "my God." Also, on the spur of the moment, but cold-bloodedly, he took Winwood into his own private office, locked the doors, and beat him up frightfully, all of which came out before the board of directors. But that was afterward. In the meantime, even while he took his beating, Winwood swore by the truth of what he had told. What was Captain Jamie to do? He was convinced that 35 pounds of dynamite were loose in the prison and that 40 desperate lifers were ready for a break. Oh, he had Summerface in on the carpet, and although Summerface insisted the package contained tobacco, Winwood swore it was dynamite, and was believed. At this stage I enter, or rather, I depart, for they took me away out of the sunshine and the light of day to the dungeons. And in the dungeons and in the solitary cells, out of the sunshine and the light of day, I rotted for 5 years. I was puzzled. I had only just been released from the dungeons and was lying pain-racked in my customary cell when they took me back to the dungeon. "Now," said Winwood to Captain Jamie, "though we don't know where it is, the dynamite is safe. Standing is the only man who does know, and he can't pass the word out from the dungeon. The men are ready to make the break. We can catch them red-handed. It is up to me to set the time. I'll tell them 2 o'clock tonight, and tell them that with the guards doped, I'll unlock their cells and give them their automatics. If, at 2 o'clock tonight, you don't catch the 40 I shall name, with their clothes on and wide awake, then, Captain, you can give me solitary for the rest of my sentence. And with Standing and the 40 tight in the dungeons, we'll have all the time in the world to locate the dynamite. If we have to tear the prison down stone by stone," Captain Jamie added valiantly. That was 6 years ago. In all the intervening time they have never found the non-existent explosive, and they have turned the prison upside down 1,000 times in searching for it. Nevertheless, to his last day in office, Warden Atherton believed in the existence of that dynamite. Captain Jamie, who is still captain of the yard, believes to this day that the dynamite is somewhere in the prison. Only yesterday he came all the way up from San Quentin to Folsom to make one more effort to get me to reveal the hiding place. I know he will never breathe easy until they swing me off. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. All that day I lay in the dungeon cudgeling my brains for the reason of this new and inexplicable punishment. All I could conclude was that some stool had lied an infraction of the rules on me in order to curry favor with the guards. Meanwhile, Captain Jamie fretted his head off and prepared for the night, while Winwood passed the word along to the 40 lifers to be ready for the break. And 2 hours after midnight, every guard in the prison was under orders. This included the day shift, which should have been asleep. When 2 o'clock came, they rushed the cells occupied by the 40. The rush was simultaneous. The cells were opened at the same moment, and without exception, the men named by Winwood were found out of their bunks, fully dressed, and crouching just inside their doors. Of course, this was verification absolute of all the fabric of lies that the poet forger had spun for Captain Jamie. The 40 lifers were caught in red-handed readiness for the break. What if they did unite afterward in averring that the break had been planned by Winwood? The prison board of directors believed, to a man, that the 40 lied in an effort to save themselves. The board of pardons likewise believed, for, ere 3 months were up, Cecil Winwood, forger and poet, most despicable of men, was pardoned out. Oh, well, the stir, or the pen, as they call it in convict argot, is a training school for philosophy. No inmate can survive years of it without having had burst for him his fondest illusions and fairest metaphysical bubbles. Truth lives, we are taught. Murder will out. Well, this is a demonstration that murder does not always come out. The captain of the yard, the late Warden Atherton, the prison board of directors, to a man, all believe, right now, in the existence of that dynamite that never existed save in the slippery-geared and all too accelerated brain of the degenerate forger and poet, Cecil Winwood. And Cecil Winwood still lives, while I, of all men concerned, the utterest, absolutest, innocentest, go to the scaffold in a few short weeks. And now I must tell how entered the 40 lifers upon my dungeon stillness. I was asleep when the outer door to the corridor of dungeons clanged open and aroused me. Some poor devil, was my thought, and my next thought was that he was surely getting his, as I listened to the scuffling of feet, the dull impact of blows on flesh, the sudden cries of pain, the filth of curses, and the sounds of dragging bodies. For you see, every man was manhandled all the length of the way. Dungeon door after dungeon door clanged open, and body after body was thrust in, flung in, or dragged in. And continually more groups of guards arrived with more beaten convicts who still were being beaten, and more dungeon doors were opened to receive the bleeding frames of men who were guilty of yearning after freedom. Yes, as I look back upon it, a man must be greatly a philosopher to survive the continual impact of such brutish experiences through the years and years. I am such a philosopher. I have endured 8 years of their torment, and now, in the end, failing to get rid of me in all other ways, they have invoked the machinery of state to put a rope around my neck and shut off my breath by the weight of my body. Oh, I know how the experts give expert judgment that the fall through the trap breaks the victim's neck, and the victims, like Shakespeare's traveler, never return to testify to the contrary. But we, who have lived in the stir, know of the cases that are hushed in the prison crypts, where the victims' necks are not broken. It is a funny thing, this hanging of a man. I have never seen a hanging, but I have been told by eyewitnesses the details of a dozen hangings, so that I know what will happen to me. Standing on the trap, leg manacled and arm manacled, the knot against the neck, the black cap drawn, they will drop me down until the momentum of my descending weight is fetched up abruptly short by the tautening of the rope. Then the doctors will group around me, and one will relieve another in successive turns in standing on a stool, his arms passed around me to keep me from swinging like a pendulum, his ear pressed close to my chest while he counts my fading heartbeats. Sometimes 20 minutes elapse after the trap is sprung ere the heart stops beating. Oh, trust me, they make most scientifically sure that a man is dead once they get him on a rope. I still wander aside from my narrative to ask a question or two of society. I have a right so to wander and so to question, for in a little while they are going to take me out and do this thing to me. If the neck of the victim be broken by the alleged shrewd arrangement of knot and noose, and by the alleged shrewd calculation of the weight of the victim and the length of the slack, then why do they manacle the arms of the victim? Society as a whole is unable to answer this question. But I know why. So does any amateur who ever engaged in a lynching bee and saw the victim throw up his hands, clutch the rope, and ease the throttle of the noose about his neck so that he might breathe. Another question I will ask of the smug, cotton-wooled member of society whose soul has never strayed to the red hells. Why do they put the black cap over the head and the face of the victim ere they drop him through the trap? Please remember that in a short while they will put that black cap over my head, so I have a right to ask. Do these, your hanged dogs, fear to gaze upon the facial horror of the horror they perpetrate for you and ours and at your behest? Please remember that I am not asking this question in the 1200th year after Christ, nor in the time of Christ, nor in the 1200th year before Christ. I, who am to be hanged this year, the 1913th after Christ, ask this question of you who are assumably Christ followers, of you whose hanged dogs are going to take me out and hide my face under a black cloth because they dare not look upon the horror they do to me while I yet live. And now, back to the situation in the dungeons. When the last guard departed and the outer door clanged shut, all the 40 beaten, disappointed men began to talk and ask questions. But almost immediately, roaring like a bull in order to be heard, Skysail Jack, a giant sailor of a lifer, ordered silence while a census could be taken. The dungeons were full, and dungeon by dungeon, in order of dungeons, shouted out its quota to the roll call. Thus every dungeon was accounted for as occupied by trusted convicts, so that there was no opportunity for a stool to be hidden away in listening. Of me, only, were the convicts dubious, for I was the one man who had not been in the plot. They put me through a searching examination. I could but tell them how I had just emerged from dungeon and jacket in the morning, and without rhyme or reason, so far as I could discover, had been put back in the dungeon after being out only several hours. My record as an incorrigible was in my favor, and soon they began to talk. As I lay there and listened, for the first time I learned of the break that had been a-hatching. Who had squealed was their one quest, and throughout the night the quest was pursued. The quest for Cecil Winwood was vain, and the suspicion against him was general. "There's only one thing, lads," Skysail Jack finally said. "It'll soon be morning, and then they'll take us out and give us bloody hell. We were caught dead to rights with our clothes on. Winwood crossed us and squealed. They're going to get us out one by one and mess us up. There's 40 of us. Any lyin's bound to be found out. So each lad, when they sweat him, just tells the truth, the whole truth, so help him God." And there, in that dark hole of man's inhumanity, from dungeon cell to dungeon cell, their mouths against the gratings, the 200 lifers solemnly pledged themselves before God to tell the truth. Little good did their truth-telling do them. At 9 o'clock, the guards, paid bravos of the smug citizens who constitute the state, full of meat and sleep, were upon us. Not only had we had no breakfast, but we had had no water, and beaten men are prone to feverishness. I wonder, my reader, if you can glimpse or guess the faintest connotation of a man beaten. Beat up, we prisoners call it. But no, I shall not tell you. Let it suffice to know that these beaten, feverish men lay 7 hours without water. At 9 the guards arrived. There were not many of them. There was no need for many, because they unlocked only one dungeon at a time. They were equipped with pick-handles, a handy tool for disciplining of a helpless man. One dungeon at a time, and dungeon by dungeon, they messed and pulped the lifers. They were impartial. I received the same pulping as the rest. And this was merely the beginning. The preliminary to the examination each man was to undergo alone in the presence of the paid brutes of the state. It was the forecast to each man of what each man might expect in Inquisition Hall. I have been through most of the red hells of prison life, but, worst of all, far worse than what they intend to do with me in a short while, was the particular hell of the dungeons in the days that followed. Long Bill Hodge, the hard-bitten mountaineer, was the first man interrogated. He came back 2 hours later, or rather, they conveyed him back, and threw him on the stone of his dungeon floor. Then they took away Luigi Palazzo, a San Francisco hoodlum, the first native generation of Italian parentage, who jeered and sneered at them and challenged them to wreak their worst upon him. It was some time before Long Bill Hodge mastered his pain sufficiently to be coherent. "What about this dynamite?" he demanded. "Who knows anything about dynamite?" And of course nobody knew, although it had been the burden of the interrogation put to him. Luigi Palazzo came back in a little less than 2 hours, and he came back a wreck that babbled in delirium and could give no answer to the questions showered upon him along the echoing corridor of dungeons by the men who were yet to get what he had got, and who desired greatly to know what things had been done to him and what interrogations had been put to him. Twice again in the next 48 hours Luigi was taken out and interrogated. After that, a gibbering imbecile, he went to live in Bughouse Alley. He has a strong constitution. His shoulders are broad, his nostrils wide, his chest is deep, his blood is pure. He will continue to gibber in Bughouse Alley long after I have swung off and escaped the torment of the penitentiaries of California. Man after man was taken away, one at a time, and the wrecks of men were brought back, one by one, to rave and howl in the darkness. And as I lay there and listened to the moaning and the groaning, and all the idle chattering of pain-addled wits, somehow, vaguely reminiscent, it seemed to me that somewhere, some time, I had sat in a high place, callous and proud, and listened to a similar chorus of moaning and groaning. Afterwards, as you shall learn, I identified this reminiscence, and knew that the moaning and the groaning was of the sweep slaves manacled to their benches, which I heard from above on the poop, a soldier passenger on a galley of old Rome. That was when I sailed for Alexandria, a captain of men, on my way to Jerusalem. But that is a story I shall tell you later. In the meanwhile... End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. In the meanwhile, obtained the horror of the dungeons, after the discovery of the plot to break prison. And never, during those eternal hours of waiting, was it absent from my consciousness that I should follow these other convicts out, endure the hells of inquisition they endured, and be brought back a wreck and flung on the stone floor of my stone-walled, iron-doored dungeon. They came for me. Ungraciously and ungently, with blow and curse, they haled me forth, and I faced Captain Jamie and Warden Atherton, themselves arrayed with the strength of half a dozen state-bought, tax-paid brutes of guards who lingered in the room to do any bidding. But they were not needed. "Sit down," said Warden Atherton, indicating a stout armchair. I, beaten and sore, without water for a night long and a day long, faint with hunger, weak from a beating that had been added to 5 days in the dungeon and 80 hours in the jacket, oppressed by the calamity of human fate, apprehensive of what was to happen to me from what I had seen happen to the others, I, a wavering waif of a human man and an erstwhile professor of agronomy in a quiet college town, I hesitated to accept the invitation to sit down. Warden Atherton was a large man and a very powerful man. His hands flashed out to a grip on my shoulders. I was a straw in his strength. He lifted me clear of the floor and crashed me down in the chair. "Now," he said, while I gasped and swallowed my pain, "tell me all about it, Standing. Spit it out, all of it, if you know what's healthy for you." "I don't know anything about what has happened," I began. That was as far as I got. With a growl and a leap he was upon me. Again he lifted me in the air and crashed me down into the chair. "No nonsense, Standing," he warned. "Make a clean breast of it. Where is the dynamite?" "I don't know anything of any dynamite," I protested. Once again I was lifted and smashed back into the chair. I have endured tortures of various sorts, but when I reflect upon them in the quietness of these my last days, I am confident that no other torture was quite the equal of that chair torture. By my body that stout chair was battered out of any semblance of a chair. Another chair was brought, and in time that chair was demolished. But more chairs were brought, and the eternal questioning about the dynamite went on. When Warden Atherton grew tired, Captain Jamie relieved him, and then the guard Monahan took Captain Jamie's place in smashing me down into the chair. And always it was dynamite, dynamite. Where is the dynamite? And there was no dynamite. Why, toward the last I would have given a large portion of my immortal soul for a few pounds of dynamite to which I could confess. I do not know how many chairs were broken by my body. I fainted times without number, and toward the last the whole thing became nightmarish. I was half carried, half shoved, and dragged back to the dark. There, when I became conscious, I found a stool in my dungeon. He was a pallid-faced, little dope fiend of a short timer who would do anything to obtain the drug. As soon as I recognized him, I crawled to the grating and shouted out along the corridor, "There is a stool in with me, fellows. He's Ignatius Irvin. Watch out what you say." The outburst of imprecations that went up would have shaken the fortitude of a braver man than Ignatius Irvin. He was pitiful in his terror, while all about him, roaring like beasts, the pain-racked lifers told him what awful things they would do to him in the years that were to come. Had there been secrets, the presence of a stool in the dungeons would have kept the men quiet. As it was, having all sworn to tell the truth, they talked openly before Ignatius Irvin. The one great puzzle was the dynamite, of which they were as much in the dark as was I. They appealed to me. If I knew anything about the dynamite, they begged me to confess it and save them all from further misery. And I could tell them only the truth, that I knew of no dynamite. One thing the stool told me, before the guards removed him, showed how serious was this matter of the dynamite. Of course I passed the word along, which was that not a wheel had turned in the prison all day. The thousands of convict workers had remained locked in their cells, and the outlook was that not one of the various prison factories would be operated again until after the discovery of some dynamite that somebody had hidden somewhere in the prison. And ever the examination went on. Ever, one at a time, convicts were dragged away and dragged or carried back again. They reported that Warden Atherton and Captain Jamie, exhausted by their efforts, relieved each other every 2 hours. While one slept, the other examined, and they slept in their clothes in the very room in which strong man after strong man was being broken. And hour by hour, in the dark dungeons, our madness of torment grew. Oh, trust me as one who knows, hanging is an easy thing compared with the way live men may be hurt in all the life of them and still live. I, too, suffered equally with them from pain and thirst, but added to my suffering was the fact that I remained conscious to the sufferings of the others. I had been an incorrigible for 2 years, and my nerves and brain were hardened to suffering. It is a frightful thing to see a strong man broken. About me, at the one time, were 40 strong men being broken. Ever the cry for water went up, and the place became lunatic with the crying, sobbing, babbling, and raving of men in delirium. Don't you see? Our truth, the very truth we told, was our damnation. When 40 men told the same things with such unanimity, Warden Atherton and Captain Jamie could only conclude that the testimony was a memorized lie which each of the 40 rattled off parrot-like. From the standpoint of the authorities, their situation was as desperate as ours. As I learned afterward, the Board of Prison Directors had been summoned by telegraph, and 2 companies of state militia were being rushed to the prison. It was winter weather, and the frost is sometimes shrewd even in a California winter. We had no blankets in the dungeons. Please know that it is very cold to stretch bruised human flesh on frosty stone. In the end, they did give us water. Jeering and cursing us, the guards ran in the fire hoses and played the fierce streams on us, dungeon by dungeon, hour after hour, until our bruised flesh was battered all anew by the violence with which the water smote us, until we stood knee-deep in the water which we had raved for, and for which now we raved to cease. I shall skip the rest of what happened in the dungeons. In passing, I shall merely state that no one of those 40 lifers was ever the same again. Luigi Palazzo never recovered his reason. Long Bill Hodge slowly lost his sanity, so that a year later he, too, went to live in Bughouse Alley. Oh, and others followed Hodge and Palazzo. And others, whose physical stamina had been impaired, fell victims to prison tuberculosis. Fully 25% of the 40 have died in the succeeding 6 years. After my 5 years in solitary, when they took me away from San Quentin for my trial, I saw Skysail Jack. I could see little, for I was blinking in the sunshine like a bat, after 5 years of darkness. Yet I saw enough of Skysail Jack to pain my heart. It was in crossing the prison yard that I saw him. His hair had turned white. He was prematurely old. His chest had caved in. His cheeks were sunken. His hands shook as with palsy. He tottered as he walked. And his eyes blurred with tears as he recognized me, for I, too, was a sad wreck of what had once been a man. I weighed 87 pounds. My hair, streaked with gray, was of 5 years' growth, as were my beard and mustache. And I, too, tottered as I walked, so that the guards helped to lead me across the sun-blinding patch of yard. And Skysail Jack and I peered and knew each other under the wreckage. Men such as he are privileged, even in a prison, so that he dared an infraction of the rules by speaking to me in a cracked and quavering voice. "You're a good one, Standing," he cackled. "You never squealed." "But I never knew, Jack," I whispered back. I was compelled to whisper, for 5 years of disuse had well nigh lost me my voice. "I don't think there ever was any dynamite." "That's right," he cackled, nodding his head childishly. "Stick with it. Don't ever let 'em know. You're a good one. I'll take my hat off to you, Standing. You never squealed. And the guards led me on, and that was the last I saw of Skysail Jack. It was plain that even he had become a believer in the dynamite myth. Twice they had me before the full board of directors. I was alternately bullied and cajoled. Their attitude resolved itself into two propositions. If I delivered up the dynamite, they would give me a nominal punishment of 30 days in the dungeon and then make me a trustee in the prison library. If I persisted in my stubbornness and did not yield up the dynamite, then they would put me in solitary for the rest of my sentence. In my case, being a life prisoner, this was tantamount to condemning me to solitary confinement for life. Oh no, California is civilized. There is no such law on the statute books. It is a cruel and unusual punishment, and no modern state would be guilty of such a law. Nevertheless, in the history of California, I am the third man who has been condemned for life to solitary confinement. The other two were Jake Oppenheimer and Ed Morrell. I shall tell you about them soon, for I rotted with them for years in the cells of silence. Oh, another thing. They are going to take me out and hang me in a little while. No, not for killing Professor Haskell. I got life imprisonment for that. They are going to take me out and hang me because I was found guilty of assault and battery. And this is not prison discipline. It is law, and as law it will be found in the criminal statutes. I believe I made a man's nose bleed. I never saw it bleed, but that was the evidence. Thurston, his name was. He was a guard at San Quentin. He weighed 170 pounds and was in good health. I weighed under 90 pounds, was blind as a bat from the long darkness, and had been so long pent in narrow walls that I was made dizzy by large open spaces. Really, mine was a well-defined case of incipient agoraphobia. As I quickly learned that day, I escaped from solitary and punched the guard Thurston on the nose. I struck him on the nose and made it bleed when he got in my way and tried to catch hold of me. And so they are going to hang me. It is the written law of the state of California that a lifetimer like me is guilty of a capital crime when he strikes a prisoner guard like Thurston. Surely he could not have been inconvenienced more than half an hour by that bleeding nose, and yet they are going to hang me for it. And see, this law, in my case, is ex post facto. It was not a law at the time I killed Professor Haskell. It was not passed until after I received my life sentence. And this is the very point. My life sentence gave me my status under this law, which had not yet been written on the books. And it is because of my status of lifetimer that I am to be hanged for battery committed on the guard Thurston. It is clearly ex post facto, and therefore unconstitutional. But what bearing has the Constitution on constitutional lawyers when they want to put the notorious Professor Darrell Standing out of the way? Nor do I even establish the precedent with my execution. A year ago, as everybody who reads the newspapers knows, they hanged Jack Oppenheimer, right here in Folsom, for a precisely similar offense. Only in his case of battery, he was not guilty of making a guard's nose bleed. He cut a convict unintentionally with a bread knife. It is strange. Life, and men's ways and laws and tangled paths. I am writing these lines in the very cell in Murderer's Row that Jake Oppenheimer occupied ere they took him out and did to him what they are going to do to me. I warned you I had many things to write about. I shall now return to my narrative. The Board of Prison Directors gave me my choice: a prison trusteeship and surcease from the jute looms if I gave up the non-existent dynamite, life imprisonment in solitary if I refused to give up the non-existent dynamite. They gave me 24 hours in the jacket to think it over. Then I was brought before the board a second time. What could I do? I could not lead them to the dynamite that was not. I told them so, and they told me I was a liar. They told me I was a hard case, a dangerous man, a moral degenerate, the criminal of the century. They told me many other things, and then they carried me away to the solitary cells. I was put into number 1 cell. In number 5 lay Ed Morrell. In number 12 lay Jake Oppenheimer, and he had been there for 10 years. Ed Morrell had been in his cell only 1 year. He was serving a 50 years sentence. Jake Oppenheimer was a lifer. and so was I a lifer. Wherefore the outlook was that the three of us would remain there for a long time. And yet 6 years only are past, and not one of us is in solitary. Jake Oppenheimer was swung off. Ed Morrell was made head trustee of San Quentin and then pardoned out only the other day. And here I am in Folsom, waiting the day duly set by Judge Morgan, which will be my last day. The fools! As if they could throttle my immortality with their clumsy device of rope and scaffold. I shall walk, and walk again, oh, countless times, this fair earth. And I shall walk in the flesh, be prince and peasant, savant and fool, sit in the high place, and groan under the wheel. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. It was very lonely at first in solitary, and the hours were long. Time was marked by the regular changing of the guards, and by the alternation of day and night. Day was only a little light, but it was better than the all dark of the night. In solitary, the day was an ooze, a slimy seepage of light from the bright outer world. Never was the light strong enough to read by. Besides, there was nothing to read. One could only lie and think and think. And I was a lifer, and it seemed certain, if I did not do a miracle, make 35 pounds of dynamite out of nothing, that all the years of my life would be spent in the silent dark. My bed was a thin and rotten tick of straw spread on the cell floor. One thin and filthy blanket constituted the covering. There was no chair, no table, nothing but the tick of straw and the thin, aged blanket. I was ever a short sleeper and ever a busy-brained man. In solitary, one grows sick of oneself and his thoughts, and the only way to escape oneself is to sleep. For years I have averaged 5 hours sleep a night. I now cultivated sleep. I made a science of it. I became able to sleep 10 hours, then 12 hours, and at last as high as 14 and 15 hours out of the 24. But beyond that I could not go, and perforce was compelled to lie awake and think and think. And that way, for an active-brained man, lay madness. I sought devices to enable me mechanically to abide my waking hours. I squared and cubed long series of numbers, and by concentration and will carried on most astonishing geometric progressions. I even dallied with the squaring of the circle, until I found myself beginning to believe that that possibility could be accomplished. Whereupon, realizing that there, too, lay madness, I forewent the squaring of the circle, although I assure you it required a considerable sacrifice on my part, for the mental exercise involved was a splendid time-killer. By sheer visualization under my eyelids, I constructed chessboards and played both sides of long games through to checkmate. But when I had become expert at this visualized game of memory, the exercise paled on me. Exercise it was, for there could be no real contest when the same player played both sides. I tried and tried vainly to split my personality into two personalities and to pit one against the other. But ever I remained the one player, with no planned ruse or strategy on one side that the other side did not immediately apprehend. And time was very heavy and very long. I played games with flies, with ordinary house flies that oozed into solitary as did the dim gray light, and learned that they possessed a sense of play. For instance, lying on the cell floor, I established an arbitrary and imaginary line along the wall some 3 feet above the floor. When they rested on the wall above this line, they were left in peace. The instant they lighted on the wall below the line, I tried to catch them. I was careful never to hurt them, and in time they knew as precisely as I did where ran the imaginary line. When they desired to play, they lighted below the line, and often for an hour at a time a single fly would engage in the sport. When it grew tired, it would come to rest on the safe territory above. Of the dozen or more flies that lived with me, there was only one who did not care for the game. He refused steadfastly to play, and having learned the penalty of alighting below the line, very carefully avoided the unsafe territory. That fly was a sullen, disgruntled creature. As the convicts would say, it had a grouch against the world. He never played with the other flies either. He was strong and healthy, too, for I studied him long to find out. His indisposition for play was temperamental, not physical. Believe me, I knew all my flies. It was surprising to me the multitude of differences I distinguished between them. Oh, each was distinctly an individual. Not merely in size and markings, strength and speed of light, and in the manner and fancy of flight and play, of dodge and dart, of wheel and swiftly repeat or wheel and reverse, of touch and go on the danger wall, or of feint the touch and alight elsewhere within the zone. They were likewise sharply differentiated in the minutest shades of mentality and temperament. I knew the nervous ones, the phlegmatic ones. There was a little undersized one that would fly into real rages, sometimes with me, sometimes with its fellows. Have you ever seen a colt or a calf throw up its heels and dash madly about the pasture from sheer excess of vitality and spirits? Well, there was one fly, the keenest player of them all, by the way, who, when it had alighted 3 or 4 times in rapid succession on my taboo wall, and succeeded each time in eluding the velvet, careful swoop of my hand, would grow so excited and jubilant that it would dart around and around my head at top speed, wheeling, veering, reversing, and always keeping within the limits of the narrow circle in which it celebrated its triumph over me. Why, I could tell well in advance when any particular fly was making up its mind to begin to play. There are 1,000 details in this one matter alone that I shall not bore you with, although these details did serve to keep me from being bored too utterly during the first period in solitary. But one thing I must tell you. To me it is most memorable, the time when the one with a grouch, who never played, alighted in a moment of absent-mindedness within the taboo precinct and was immediately captured in my hand. Do you know, he sulked for an hour afterward. And the hours were very long in solitary. Nor could I sleep them all away, nor could I while them away with houseflies, no matter how intelligent. For houseflies are houseflies, and I was a man with a man's brain, and my brain was trained and active, stuffed with culture and science, and always geared to a high tension of eagerness to do. And there was nothing to do, and my thoughts ran abominably on in vain speculations. There was my pentose and methylpentose determination in grapes and wines, to which I had devoted my last summer vacation at the Asti vineyards. I had all but completed the series of experiments. Was anybody else going on with it, I wondered? And if so, with what success? You see, the world was dead to me. No news of it filtered in. The history of science was making fast, and I was interested in 1,000 subjects. Why, there was my theory of the hydrolysis of casein by trypsin, which Professor Walters had been carrying out in his laboratory. Also, Professor Schlemer had similarly been collaborating with me in the detection of phytosterol in mixtures of animal and vegetable fats. The work surely was going on, but with what results? The very thought of all this activity just beyond the prison walls, and in which I could take no part, of which I was never even to hear, was maddening. And in the meantime, I lay there on my cell floor and played games with houseflies. And yet all was not silence and solitary. Early in my confinement I used to hear, at irregular intervals, faint, low tappings. From farther away I also heard fainter and lower tappings. Continually these tappings were interrupted by the snarling of the guard. On occasion, when the tapping went on too persistently, extra guards were summoned, and I knew by the sounds that men were being straitjacketed. The matter was easy of explanation. I had known, as every prisoner in San Quentin knew, that the 2 men in solitary were Ed Morrell and Jake Oppenheimer. And I knew that these were the 2 men who tapped knuckle-talk to each other and were punished for so doing. That the code they used was simple I had not the slightest doubt, yet I devoted many hours to a vain effort to work it out. Heavens knows it had to be simple, yet I could not make head nor tail of it. And simple it proved to be when I learned it. And simplest of all proved the trick they employed which had so baffled me. Not only each day did they change the point in the alphabet where the code initialed, but they changed it every conversation, and often in the midst of a conversation. Thus there came a day when I caught the code at the right initial, listened to 2 clear sentences of conversation, and the next time they talked, failed to understand a word. But that first time! "Say, Ed, what would you give right now for brown papers and a sack of Bull Durham?" asked the one who tapped from farther away. I nearly cried out in my joy. Here was communication. Here was companionship. I listened eagerly, and the nearer tapping, which I guessed must be Ed Morrell's, replied, "I would do 20 hours straight in the jacket for a 5-cent sack." Then came the snarling interruption of the guard. "Cut that out, Morrell." It may be thought by the layman that the worst had been done to men sentenced to solitary for life, and therefore that a mere guard has no way of compelling obedience to his order to cease tapping. But the jacket remains. Starvation remains. Thirst remains. Manhandling remains. Truly, a man pent in a narrow cell is very helpless. So the tapping ceased, and that night, when it was next resumed, I was all at sea again. By prearrangement they had changed the initial letter of the code, but I had caught the clue, and in the matter of several days occurred again the same initialment I had understood. I did not wait on courtesy. "Hello," I tapped. "Hello, stranger," Morrell tapped back, and from Oppenheimer, "Welcome to our city." They were curious to know who I was, how long I was condemned to solitary, and why I had been so condemned. But all this I put to the side in order first to learn their system of changing the code initial. After I had this clear, we talked. It was a great day, for the 2 lifers had become 3, although they accepted me only on probation. As they told me long after, they feared I might be a stool placed there to work a frame-up on them. It had been done before, to Oppenheimer, and he had paid dearly for the confidence he reposed in Warden Atherton's tool. To my surprise, yes, to my elation be it said, both my fellow prisoners knew me through my record as an incorrigible. Even into the living grave Oppenheimer had occupied for 10 years, had my fame, or notoriety rather, penetrated. I had much to tell them of prison happenings and of the outside world, the conspiracy to escape of the 40 lifers, the search for the alleged dynamite, and all the treacherous frame-up of Cecil Winwood was news to them. As they told me, news did occasionally dribble into solitary by way of the guards, but they had had nothing for a couple of months. The present guards on duty in solitary were a particularly bad and vindictive set. Again and again that day we were cursed for our knuckle-talking by whatever guard was on. But we could not refrain. The 2 of the living dead had become 3, and we had so much to say, while the manner of saying it was exasperatingly slow, and I was not so proficient as they at the knuckle game. "Wait till Pieface comes on tonight," Morrell rapped to me. "He sleeps most of his watch, and we can talk a streak." How we did talk that night! Sleep was farthest from our eyes. Pieface Jones was a mean and bitter man, despite his fatness, but we blessed that fatness because it persuaded to stolen snatches of slumber. Nevertheless, our incessant tapping bothered his sleep and irritated him so that he reprimanded us repeatedly, and by the other night guards we were roundly cursed. In the morning all reported much tapping during the night, and we paid for our little holiday, for at 9 came Captain Jamie with several guards to lace us into the torment of the jacket. Until 9 the following morning, for 24 straight hours, laced and helpless on the floor, without food or water, we paid the price for speech. Oh, our guards were brutes, and under their treatment we had to harden to brutes in order to live. Hard work makes calloused hands. Hard guards make hard prisoners. We continued to talk, and on occasion to be jacketed for punishment. Night was the best time, and when substitute guards chanced to be on, we often talked through a whole shift. Night and day were one with us who lived in the dark. We could sleep any time, we could knuckle-talk only on occasion. We told one another much of the history of our lives, and for long hours Morrell and I have lain silently, while steadily, with faint, far taps, Oppenheimer slowly spelled out his life story, from the early years in a San Francisco slum, through his gang training, through his initiation into all that was vicious, when as a lad of 14 he served as night messenger in the red light district, through his first detected infraction of the laws, and on through thefts and robberies, to treachery of a comrade, and to red slayings inside prison walls. They called Jake Oppenheimer the human tiger. Some cub reporter coined the phrase that will long outlive the man to whom it was applied. And yet I ever found in Jake Oppenheimer all the cardinal traits of right humanness. He was faithful and loyal. I know of the times he has taken punishment in preference to informing on a comrade. He was brave. He was patient. He was capable of self-sacrifice. I could tell a story of this, but shall not take the time. And justice with him was a passion. The prison killings done by him were due entirely to this extreme sense of justice, and he had a splendid mind. A lifetime in prison, 10 years of it in solitary, had not dimmed his brain. Morrell, ever a true comrade, too had a splendid brain. In fact, and I who am about to die have the right to say it without incurring the charge of immodesty, the 3 best minds in San Quentin, from the warden down, were the 3 that rotted there together in solitary. And here, at the end of my days, reviewing all that I have known of life, I am compelled to the conclusion that strong minds are never docile. The stupid men, the fearful men, the men ungifted with passionate rightness and fearless championship, these are the men who make model prisoners. I thank all gods that Jake Oppenheimer, Ed Morrell, and I were not model prisoners. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. There is more than the germ of truth in things erroneous in the child's definition of memory as the thing one forgets with. To be able to forget means sanity. Incessantly to remember means obsession, lunacy. So the problem I faced in solitary, where incessant remembering strove for possession of me, was the problem of forgetting. When I gamed with flies, or played chess with myself, or talked with my knuckles, I partially forgot. What I desired was entirely to forget. There were the boyhood memories of other times and places. The trailing clouds of glory of Wordsworth. If a boy had had these memories, were they irretrievably lost when he had grown to manhood? Could this particular content of his boy brain be utterly eliminated? Or were these memories of other times and places still residual, asleep, immured in solitary in brain cells similarly to the way I was immured in a cell in San Quentin? Solitary life prisoners have been known to resurrect and look upon the sun again. Then why could not these other-world memories be the boy resurrect? But how? In my judgment, by attainment of complete forgetfulness of present and of manhood past. And again, how? Hypnotism should do it. If by hypnotism the conscious mind were put to sleep, and the subconscious mind awakened, then was the thing accomplished. Then would all the dungeon doors of the brain be thrown wide. Then would the prisoners emerge into the sunshine. So I reasoned. With what result you shall learn. But first I must tell you how, as a boy, I had had these other-world memories. I had glowed in the clouds of glory I trailed from lives aforetime. Like any boy, I had been haunted by the other beings I had been at other times. This had been during my process of becoming, ere the flux of all that I had ever been had hardened in the mold of the one personality that was to be known by men for a few years as Darrell Standing. Let me narrate just one incident. It was up in Minnesota on the old farm. I was nearly 6 years old. A missionary to China, returned to the United States and sent out by the Board of Missions to raise funds from the farmers, spent the night in our house. It was in the kitchen just after supper, as my mother was helping me undress for bed, and the missionary was showing photographs of the Holy Land. And what I am about to tell you I should long since have forgotten, had I not heard my father recite it to wandering listeners so many times during my childhood. I cried out at the sight of one of the photographs and looked at it, first with eagerness and then with disappointment. It had seemed of a sudden most familiar, in much the same way that my father's barn would have been in a photograph. Then it had seemed altogether strange. But as I continued to look, the haunting sense of familiarity came back. "The Tower of David," the missionary said to my mother. "No," I cried with great positiveness. "You mean that isn't its name?" the missionary asked. I nodded. "Then what is its name, my boy?" "Its name is I began, then concluded lamely, "I forget." "It don't look the same now," I went on after a pause. "They've been fixin' it up awful." Here the missionary handed to my mother another photograph he had sought out. "I was there myself 6 months ago, Mrs. Standing," he pointed with his finger. "That is the Jaffa Gate where I walked in and right up to the Tower of David in the back of the picture where my finger is now. The authorities are pretty well agreed on such matters. El Kula, as it was known by, but here I broke in again, pointing to the rubbish piles of ruined masonry on the left edge of the photograph. "Over there somewhere," I said. "That name you just spoke was what the Jews called it, but we called it something else. We called it—I forget." "Listen to the youngster," my father chuckled. "You'd think he'd been there." I nodded my head, for in that moment I knew I had been there, though all seemed strangely different. My father laughed the harder, but the missionary thought I was making game of him. He handed me another photograph. It was just a bleak waste of a landscape, barren of trees and vegetation, a shallow canyon with easy sloping walls of rubble. In the middle distance was a cluster of wretched, flat-roofed hovels. "Now, my boy, where is that?" the missionary quizzed. And the name came to me. "Samaria," I said instantly. My father clapped his hands with glee. My mother was perplexed at my antic conduct, while the missionary evinced irritation. "The boy is right," he said. "It is a village in Samaria. I passed through it. That is why I bought it, and it goes to show that the boy has seen similar photographs before." This my father and mother denied. "But it's different in the picture," I volunteered, while all the time my memory was busy reconstructing the photograph. The general trend of the landscape and the line of the distant hills were the same. The differences I noted aloud and pointed out with my finger. "The houses was right about here, and there were more trees, and lots of grass, and lots of goats. I can see 'em now, and 2 boys driving 'em. And right here is a lot of men walking behind one man, and over there," I pointed to where I had placed my village, "is a lot of tramps. They ain't got nothin' on 'cept'n rags, and they're sick. Their faces and hands and legs is all sores." "He's heard the story in church or somewhere. You remember the healing of the lepers in Luke?" the missionary said with a smile of satisfaction. "How many sick tramps are there, my boy?" I had learned to count to 100 when I was 5 years old, so I went over the group carefully and announced, "10 of 'em. They're all waving their arms and yelling at the other men." "But they don't come near them?" was the query. I shook my head. "They just stand right there and keep a-yellin', like they was in trouble." "Go on," urged the missionary. "What next? What's the man doing in the front of the other crowd you said was walking along?" "They've all stopped, and he's sayin' something to the sick men. And the boys with the goats has stopped to look. Everybody's lookin'." "And then?" "That's all. The sick men are headin' for the houses. They ain't yellin' any more, and they don't look sick any more. And I just keep settin' on my horse a-lookin' on." At this, all 3 of my listeners broke into laughter. "And I'm a big man," I cried out angrily, "and I got a big sword." "The 10 lepers Christ healed before he passed through Jericho on his way to Jerusalem," the missionary explained to my parents. "The boy has seen slides of famous paintings in some magic lantern exhibition." But neither father nor mother could remember that I had ever seen a magic lantern. "Try him with another picture," father suggested. "It's all different," I complained as I studied the photograph the missionary handed me. "Ain't nothin' here except that hill and them other hills. This ought to be a country road along here, and over there ought to be gardens and trees and houses behind big stone walls, and over there on the other side, in holes in the rocks, ought to be where they buried dead folks. You see this place? They used to throw stones at people there until they killed 'em. I never seen 'em do it. They just told me about it." "And the hill?" the missionary asked, pointing to the central part of the print, for which the photograph seemed to have been taken. "Can you tell us the name of the hill?" I shook my head. "Never had no name. They killed folks there. I've seen 'em more'n once." "This time he agrees with the majority of the authorities," announced the missionary with huge satisfaction. "The hill is Golgotha, the place of skulls, or, as you please, so named because it resembles a skull. Notice the resemblance? That is where they crucified—" He broke off and turned to me. "Whom did they crucify there, young scholar? Tell us what else you see." Oh, I saw. My father reported that my eyes were bulging, but I shook my head stubbornly and said, I ain't a-goin' to tell you because you're laughin' at me. I seen lots and lots of men killed there. They nailed 'em up, and it took a long time. But I ain't a-goin' to tell. I don't tell lies. You ask Dad and Ma if I tell lies. He'd whale the stuffin' out of me if I did. Ask 'em. And thereat not another word could the missionary get from me, even though he baited me with more photographs that sent my head whirling with a rush of memory pictures and that urged and tickled my tongue with spats of speech which I sullenly resisted and overcame. He will certainly make a good Bible scholar, the missionary told father and mother after I had kissed them good night and departed for bed. Or else, with that imagination, he'll become a successful fiction writer. Which shows how prophecy can go a-glee. I sit here in Murderer's Row, writing these lines in my last days, or rather in Darrell Standing's last days, ere they take him out and try to thrust him into the dark at the end of a rope, and I smile to myself. I became neither Bible scholar nor novelist. On the contrary, until they buried me in the cells of silence for half a decade, I was everything that the missionary forecasted not: an agricultural expert, a professor of agronomy, a specialist in the science of the elimination of waste motion, a master of farm efficiency, a precise laboratory scientist where precision and adherence to microscopic fact are absolute requirements. And I sit here in the warm afternoon in Murderer's Row, and cease from the writing of my memoirs to listen to the soothing jazz of flies in the drowsy air and catch phrases of a low-voiced conversation between Josephus Jackson, the Negro murderer on my right, and Bambascio, the Italian murderer on my left, who are discussing, through grated door to grated door, back and forth past my grated door, the antiseptic virtues and excellences of chewing tobacco for flesh wounds. And in my suspended hand I hold my fountain pen. And as I remember that other hands of me, in long-gone ages, wielded ink-brush and quill and stylus, I also find thought-space in time to wonder if that missionary, when he was a little lad, ever trailed clouds of glory and glimpsed the brightness of old star-roving days. Well, back to solitary. After I had learned the code of knuckle-talk and still found the hours of consciousness too long to endure, by self-hypnosis, which I began successfully to practice, I became able to put my conscious mind to sleep and to awaken and loose my subconscious mind. But the latter was an undisciplined and lawless thing. It wandered through all nightmarish madness, without coherence, without continuity of scene, event, or person. My method of mechanical hypnosis was the soul of simplicity. Sitting with folded legs on my straw mattress, I gazed fixedly at a fragment of bright straw which I had attached to the wall of my cell near the door where the most light was. I gazed at the bright point, with my eyes close to it, and tilted upward till they strained to see. At the same time I relaxed all the will of me and gave myself to the swaying dizziness that always eventually came to me. And when I felt myself sway out of balance backward, I closed my eyes and permitted myself to fall supine and unconscious on the mattress. And then, for half an hour, 10 minutes, or as long as an hour or so, I would wander erratically and foolishly through the stored memories of my eternal recurrence on earth. But times and places shifted too swiftly. I knew afterward when I awoke that I, Darrell Standing, was the linking personality that connected all bizarreness and grotesqueness. But this was all. I could never live out completely one full experience, one point of consciousness in time and space. My dreams, if dreams they may be called, were rhymeless and reasonless. Thus, as a sample of my rovings, in a single interval of 15 minutes of subconsciousness, I have crawled and bellowed in the slime of the primeval world, and sat beside Haas, further, and cleaved the 20th century air in a gas-driven monoplane. Awake, I remembered that I, Darrell Standing, in the flesh, during the year preceding my incarceration in San Quentin, had flown with Haas further over the Pacific at Santa Monica. Awake, I did not remember the crawling and the bellowing in the ancient slime. Nevertheless, awake, I reasoned that somehow I had remembered that early adventure in the slime, and that it was a verity of long previous experience, when I was not yet Darrell Standing, but somebody else, or something else that crawled and bellowed. One experience was merely more remote than the other. Both experiences were equally real, or else how did I remember them? Oh, what a fluttering of luminous images and actions! In a few short minutes of loose subconsciousness, I have sat in the halls of kings, above the salt and below the salt, been fool and jester, man-at-arms, clerk and monk, and I have been ruler above all at the head of the table, temporal power in my own sword-arm, in the thickness of my castle walls, and the numbers of my fighting men. Spiritual power likewise mine, by token of the fact that cowled priests and fat abbots sat beneath me and swigged my wine and swined my meat. I have worn the iron collar of the serf about my neck in cold climes, and I have loved princesses of royal houses in the tropic-warmed and sun-scented night, where black slaves fanned the sultry air with fans of peacock plumes, while from afar, across the palm and fountains, drifted the roaring of lions and the cries of jackals. I have crouched in chill desert places, warming my hands at fires builded of camel's dung, and I have lain in the meagre shade of sun-parched sagebrush by dry water-holes and yearned, dry-tongued for water, while about me, dismembered and scattered in the alkali, were the bones of men and beasts who had yearned and died. I have been sea-cuny and bravo, scholar and recluse. I have pored over handwritten pages of huge and musty tomes in the scholastic quietude and twilight of cliff-perched monasteries, while beneath, on the lesser slopes, peasants still toiled beyond the end of the day among the vines and olives and drove in from pastures the bleating goats and lowing kine. Yes, and I have led shouting rabbles down the wheel-worn, chariot-rutted paves of ancient and forgotten cities, and solemn-voiced and grave as death, I have enunciated the law, stated the gravity of the infraction, and imposed the due death on men who, like Darrell Standing in Folsom Prison, had broken the law. Aloft, at giddy mastheads oscillating above the decks of ships, I have gazed on sun-flashed water where coral reefs iridesced from profounds of turquoise deeps, and conned the ships into the safety of mirrored lagoons, where the anchors rumbled down close to palm-fronded beaches of sea-pounded coral rock. And I have striven on forgotten battlefields of the elder days, when the sun went down on slaughter that did not cease and that continued through the night hours, with stars shining down and with a cool night wind blowing from distant peaks of snow that failed to chill the sweat of battle. And again, I have been little Darrell Standing, barefooted in the dew-lush grass of spring on the Minnesota farm, chilblained when on frosty mornings I fed the cattle in their breath-steaming stalls, sobered to fear and awe of the splendor and terror of God when I sat on Sundays under the rant and preachment of the New Jerusalem and the agonies of hellfire. Now, the foregoing were glimpses and glimmerings that came to me, when in cell 1 of solitary in San Quentin I stared myself unconscious by means of a particular bright, light-radiating straw. How did these things come to me? Surely I could not have manufactured them out of nothing inside my pent walls, any more than I could have manufactured out of nothing the 35 pounds of dynamite so ruthlessly demanded of me by Captain Jamie, Warden Atherton, and the prison board of directors. I am Darrell Standing, born and raised on a quarter section of land in Minnesota, erstwhile professor of agronomy, a prisoner incorrigible in San Quentin, and at present a death-sentenced man in Folsom. I do not know of Darrell Standing's experience these things of which I write, and which I have dug from out of my storehouses of subconsciousness. I, Darrell Standing, born in Minnesota and soon to die by the rope in California, surely never loved daughters of kings in the courts of kings, nor fought cutlass to cutlass on the swaying decks of ships, nor drowned in the spirit rooms of ships, guzzling raw liquor to the wassail shouting and death singing of seamen, while the ship lifted and crashed on the black-toothed rocks and the water bubbled overhead, beneath, and all about. Such things are not of Darrell Standing's experience in the world. Yet I, Darrell Standing, found these things within myself in solitary in San Quentin by means of mechanical self-hypnosis. No more were these experiences Darrell Standing's than was the word Samaria Darrell Standing's when it leapt to his child lips at sight of a photograph. One cannot make anything out of nothing. In solitary I could not so make 35 pounds of dynamite, Nor in solitary, out of nothing in Darrell Standing's experience, could I make these wide, far visions of time and space. These things were in the content of my mind, and in my mind I was just beginning to learn my way about. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. So here was my predicament. I knew that within myself was a Golconda of memories of other lives, yet I was unable to do more than flit like a madman through those memories. I had my Golconda, but could not mine it. I remembered the case of Stainton Moses, the clergyman who had been possessed by the personalities of St. Hippolytus, Plotinus, Athenodorus, and that friend of Erasmus named Grocyn. And when I considered the experiments of Colonel de Rochas, which I had read in tyro fashion in other and busier days, I was convinced that Stainton Moses had, in previous lives, been those personalities that on occasion seemed to possess him. In truth, they were he. They were the links of the chain of recurrence. But more especially did I dwell upon the experiments of Colonel de Rochas. By means of suitable hypnotic subjects, he claimed that he had penetrated backwards through time to the ancestors of his subjects. Thus the case of Josephine which he describes. She was 18 years old, and she lived at Varian, in the department of the Isara. Under hypnotism, Colonel de Rochas sent her adventuring back through her adolescence, her girlhood, her childhood, breast infancy, and the silent dark of her mother's womb, and still back, through the silence and the dark of the time when she, Josephine, was not yet born, to the light and life of a previous living, when she had been a churlish, suspicious, and embittered old man, by name Jean-Claude Bourdon, who had served his time in the 7th Artillery at Besançon, and who died at the age of 70, long bedridden. Yes, and did not Colonel de Rochas in turn hypnotize this shade of Jean-Claude Bourdon, so that he had ventured farther back into time, through infancy and birth and the dark of the unborn, until he found again light and life, when, as a wicked old woman, he had been Philomène Carteron? But try as I would with my bright bit of straw in the oozement of light into solitary, I failed to achieve any such definiteness of previous personality. I became convinced, through the failure of my experiments, that only through death could I clearly and coherently resurrect the memories of my previous selves. But the tides of life ran strong in me. I, Darrell Standing, was so strongly disinclined to die that I refused to let Warden Atherton and Captain Jamie kill me. I was always so innately urged to live that sometimes I think that is why I am still here, eating and sleeping, thinking and dreaming, writing this narrative of my various me's, and awaiting the incontestable rope that will put an ephemeral period in my long-linked existence. And then came death in life. I learned the trick. Ed Morrell taught it me, as you shall see. It began through Warden Atherton and Captain Jamie. They must have experienced a recrudescence of panic at thought of the dynamite they believed hidden. They came to me in my dark cell, and they told me plainly that they would jacket me to death if I did not confess where the dynamite was hidden. And they assured me that they would do it officially without any hurt to their own official skins. My death would appear on the prison register as due to natural causes. Oh, dear cotton-wool citizen, please believe me when I tell you that men are killed in prisons today as they have always been killed since the first prisons were built by men. I well knew the terror, the agony, and the danger of the jacket. Oh, the men spirit-broken by the jacket. I have seen them. And I have seen men crippled for life by the jacket. I have seen men, strong men, men so strong that their physical stamina resisted all attacks of prison tuberculosis, after a prolonged bout with the jacket, their resistance broken down, fade away, and die of tuberculosis within 6 months. There was Slant-Eyed Wilson, with an unguessed weak heart of fear, who died in the jacket within the first hour, while the unconvinced, inefficient of a prison doctor looked on and smiled. And I have seen a man confess, after half an hour in the jacket, truths and fictions that cost him years of credits. I had had my own experiences. At the present moment, 1,000 scars mark my body. They go to the scaffold with me. Did I live 100 years to come, those same scars in the end would go to the grave with me. Perhaps, dear citizen who permits and pays his hangdogs to lace the jacket for you, perhaps you are unacquainted with the jacket. Let me describe it, so that you will understand the method by which I achieved death in life, became a temporary master of time and space, and vaulted the prison walls to rove among the stars. Have you ever seen canvas tarpaulins or rubber blankets with brass eyelets set in along the edges? Then imagine a piece of stout canvas of some 4½ feet in length, with large and heavy brass eyelets running down both edges. The width of this canvas is never the full girth of the human body it is to surround. The width is also irregular, broadset at the shoulders, next broadest at the hips, and narrowest at the waist. The jacket is spread on the floor. The man who is to be punished, or who is to be tortured for confession, is told to lie face downward on the flat canvas. If he refuses, he is manhandled. After that he lays himself down with a will, which is the will of the hangdogs, which is your will, dear citizen, who feeds and feeds the hangdogs for doing this thing for you. The man lies face downward. The edges of the jacket are brought as nearly together as possible along the center of the man's back. Then a rope, on the principle of a shoelace, is run through the eyelets, and on the principle of a shoe lacing, the man is laced in the canvas. Only he is laced more severely than any person ever laces his shoe. They call it cinching in prison lingo. On occasion, when the guards are cruel and vindictive, or when the command has come down from above, in order to ensure the severity of the lacing, the guards press with their feet into the man's back as they draw the lacing tight. Have you ever laced your shoe too tightly, and after half an hour experienced that excruciating pain across the instep of that obstructed circulation? And do you remember that after a few minutes of such pain you simply could not walk another step and had to untie the shoelace and ease the pressure? Very well. Then try to imagine your whole body so laced, only much more tightly, and that the squeeze, instead of being merely on the instep of one foot, is on your entire trunk, compressing to the seeming of death your heart, your lungs, and all the rest of your vital and essential organs. I remember the first time they gave me the jacket down in the dungeons. It was at the beginning of my incorrigibility, shortly after my entrance to prison, when I was weaving my loom task of 100 yards a day in the jute mill and finishing 2 hours ahead of the average day. Yes, and my jute sacking was far above the average demanded. I was sent to the jacket that first time, according to the prison books, because of skips and breaks in the cloth. In short, because my work was defective. Of course, this was ridiculous. In truth, I was sent to the jacket because I, a new convict, a master of efficiency, a trained expert in the elimination of waste motion, had elected to tell the stupid head weaver a few things he did not know about his business. And the head weaver, with Captain Jamie present, had me called to the table where atrocious weaving, such as could never have gone through my loom, was exhibited against me. 3 times was I thus called to the table. The third calling meant punishment, according to the loom room rules. My punishment was 24 hours in the jacket. They took me down into the dungeons. I was ordered to lie face down on the canvas spread flat upon the floor. I refused. One of the guards, Morrison, gulleted me with his thumbs. Mobins, the dungeon trustee, a convict himself, struck me repeatedly with his fists. In the end I lay down as directed, and because of the struggle I had vexed them with, they laced me extra tight. Then they rolled me over like a log upon my back. It did not seem so bad at first. When they closed my door with clang and clash of levered boltage and left me in the utter dark, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. For a few minutes I was aware merely of an uncomfortable constriction which I fondly believed would ease as I grew accustomed to it. On the contrary, my heart began to thump and my lungs seemed unable to draw sufficient air from my blood. This sense of suffocation was terrorizing, and every thump of the heart threatened to burst my already bursting lungs. After what seemed hours, and after what, out of my countless succeeding experiences in the jacket, I can now fairly conclude to have been not more than half an hour, I began to cry out, to yell, to scream, to howl, in a very madness of dying. The trouble was the pain that had arisen in my heart. It was a sharp, definite pain, similar to that of pleurisy, except that it stabbed hotly through the heart itself. To die is not a difficult thing, but to die in such slow and horrible fashion was maddening. Like a trapped beast of the wild, I experienced ecstasies of fear, and yelled and howled until I realized that such vocal exercise merely stabbed my heart more hotly and at the same time consumed much of the little air in my lungs. I gave over and lay quiet for a long time. An eternity it seemed then, though now I am confident that it could have been no longer than a quarter of an hour. I grew dizzy with semi-asphyxiation, and my heart thumped until it seemed surely it would burst the canvas that bound me. Again, I lost control of myself and set up a mad howling for help. In the midst of this I heard a voice from the next dungeon. "Shut up," it shouted, though only faintly it percolated to me. "Shut up, you make me tired." "I'm dying," I cried out. "Pound your ear and forget it," was the reply. "But I am dying," I insisted. "Then why worry?" came the voice. "You'll be dead pretty quick and out of it. Go ahead and croak, but don't make so much noise about it. You're interrupting my beauty sleep." So angered was I by this callous indifference that I recovered self-control and was guilty of no more than smothered groans. This endured an endless time, possibly 10 minutes. And then a tingling numbness set up in all my body. It was like pins and needles, and for as long as it hurt like pins and needles, I kept my head. But when the prickling of the multitudinous darts ceased to hurt and only the numbness remained and continued verging into greater numbness, I once more grew frightened. "How am I going to get a wink of sleep?" my neighbor complained. "I ain't any more happy than you. My jacket's just as tight as yourn, and I want to sleep and forget it." "How long have you been in?" I asked, thinking him a newcomer compared to the centuries I had already suffered. "Since day before yesterday," was his answer. "I mean in the jacket," I amended. "Since day before yesterday, brother." "My God!" I screamed. "Yes, brother, 50 straight hours, and you don't hear me raising a roar about it. They cinched me with their feet in my back. I am some tight, believe me. You ain't the only one that's got troubles. You ain't been in an hour yet." "I've been in hours and hours," I protested. "Brother, you may think so, but it don't make it so. I'm just telling you you ain't been in an hour. I heard 'em lacing you." The thing was incredible. Already, in less than an hour, I had died 1,000 deaths. And yet this neighbor, balanced and equable, calm-voiced, and almost beneficent despite the harshness of his first remarks, had been in the jacket 50 hours. "How much longer are they going to keep you in?" I asked. "The Lord only knows. Captain Jamie is real peeved with me, and he won't let me out until I'm about croaking. Now, brother, I'm going to give you the tip. The only way is shut your face and forget it. Yellin' and hollerin' don't win you no mercy in this joint. And the way to forget is to forget. Just get to rememberin' every girl you ever knew. That'll cat up hours for you. Maybe you'll feel yourself gettin' woozy. Well, get woozy. You can't beat that for killin' time. And when the girls won't hold you, get to thinkin' of the fellows you got it in for, and what you'd do to 'em if you got a chance, and what you're going to do to 'em when you get that same chance." That man was Philadelphia Red. Because of prior conviction he was serving 50 years for highway robbery committed on the streets of Alameda. He had already served a dozen of his years at the time he talked to me in the jacket, and that was 7 years ago. He was one of the 40 lifers who were double-crossed by Cecil Winwood. For that offense, Philadelphia Red lost his credits. He is middle-aged now, and is still in San Quentin. If he survives, he will be an old man when they let him out. I lived through my 24 hours, and I have never been the same man since. Oh, I don't mean physically, although next morning when they unlaced me I was semi-paralyzed and in such a state of collapse that the guards had to kick me in the ribs to make me crawl to my feet. But I was a changed man mentally, morally. The brute physical torture of it was humiliation and affront to my spirit and to my sense of justice. Such discipline does not sweeten a man. I emerged from that first jacketing filled with a bitterness and a passionate hatred that has only increased through the years. My God, when I think of the things men have done to me. 24 hours in the jacket. Little I thought that morning when they kicked me to my feet that the time would come when 24 hours in the jacket meant nothing. When 100 hours in the jacket found me smiling when they released me. When 240 hours in the jacket found the same smile on my lips. Yes, 240 hours. Dear cotton-woolly citizen, do you know what that means? It means 10 days and 10 nights in the jacket. Of course, such things are not done anywhere in the Christian world 1900 years after Christ. I don't ask you to believe me. I don't believe it myself. I merely know that it was done to me in San Quentin, and that I lived to laugh at them and to compel them to get rid of me by swinging me off because I bloodied a guard's nose. I write these lines today in the year of our Lord 1913, and today, in the year of our Lord 1913, men are lying in the jacket in the dungeons of San Quentin. I shall never forget, as long as further living and further lives be vouchsafed me, my parting from Philadelphia Red that morning. He had then been 74 hours in the jacket. "Well, brother, you're still alive and kickin'," he called to me, as I was totteringly dragged from my cell into the corridor of dungeons. "Shut up, you Red," the sergeant snarled at him. "Forget it," was the retort. "I'll get you yet, Red," the sergeant threatened. "Think so?" Philadelphia Red queried sweetly, ere his tones turned to savageness. "Why, you old stiff, you couldn't get nothin'. You couldn't get a free lunch, much less the job you've got now, if it wasn't for your brother's pull. And I guess we all ain't mistaken on the stink of the place where your brother's pull comes from." It was admirable, the spirit of man rising above its extremity, fearless of the hurt any brute of the system could inflict. "Well, so long, brother," Philadelphia Red next called to me. "So long, be good and love the warden. And if you see him, just tell him that you saw me, but that you didn't see me saw." The sergeant was red with rage, and by the receipt of various kicks and blows, I paid for Red's pleasantry. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. In solitary, in cell 1, Warden Atherton and Captain Jamie proceeded to put me to the Inquisition. As Warden Atherton said to me, "Standing, you're going to come across with that dynamite, or I'll kill you in the jacket. Harder cases than you have come across before I got done with them. You've got your choice, dynamite or curtains." "Then I guess it is curtains," I answered, "because I don't know of any dynamite." This irritated the warden to immediate action. "Lie down," he commanded. I obeyed, for I had learned the folly of fighting 3 or 4 strong men. They laced me tightly and gave me 100 hours. Once each 24 hours I was permitted a drink of water. I had no desire for food, nor was food offered me. Toward the end of the 100 hours, Jackson, the prison doctor, examined my physical condition several times. But I had grown too used to the jacket during my incorrigible days to let a single jacketing injure me. Naturally, it weakened me, took the life out of me. But I had learned muscular tricks for stealing a little space while they were lacing me. At the end of the first 100 hours' bout, I was worn and tired, but that was all. Another bout of this duration they gave me, after a day and a night to recuperate. And then they gave me 150 hours. Much of this time I was physically numb and mentally delirious. Also, by an effort of will, I managed to sleep away long hours. Next, Warden Atherton tried a variation. I was given irregular intervals of jacket and recuperation. I never knew when I was to go into the jacket. Thus I would have 10 hours' recuperation and do 20 in the jacket, or I would receive only 4 hours' rest. At the most unexpected hours of the night, my door would clang open, and the changing guards would lace me. Sometimes rhythms were instituted. Thus, for 3 days and nights I alternated 8 hours in the jacket and 8 hours out. And then, just as I was growing accustomed to this rhythm, it was suddenly altered, and I was given 2 days and nights straight. And ever the eternal question was propounded to me, where was the dynamite? Sometimes Warden Atherton was furious with me. On occasion, when I had endured an extra severe jacketing, he almost pleaded with me to confess. Once he even promised me 3 months in the hospital of absolute rest and good food, and then the trustee job in the library. Dr. Jackson, a weak stick of a creature with a smattering of medicine, grew skeptical. He insisted that jacketing, no matter how prolonged, could never kill me, and his insistence was a challenge to the warden to continue the attempt. "These lean college guys'd fool the devil," he grumbled. "They're tougher'n rawhide. Just the same, we'll wear him down. Standing, you hear me. What you've got ain't a caution to what you're going to get. You might as well come across now and save trouble. I'm a man of my word. You've heard me say dynamite or curtains. Well, that stands. Take your choice." "Surely you don't think I'm holding out because I enjoy it," I managed to gasp, for at the moment Pie-Faced Jones was forcing his foot into my back in order to cinch me tighter, while I was trying with my muscle to steal slack. "There is nothing to confess. Why, I'd cut off my right hand right now to be able to lead you to any dynamite." "Oh, I've seen your educated kind before," he sneered. "You get wheels in your head, some of you, that make you stick to any old idea. You get balky, like horses. Tighter, Jones, that ain't half a cinch. Standing, if you don't come across, it's curtains. I stick by that." One compensation I learned. As one grows weaker, one is less susceptible to suffering. There is less hurt because there is less to hurt. And the man already well weakened grows weaker more slowly. It is of common knowledge that unusually strong men suffer more severely from ordinary sicknesses than do women or invalids. As the reserves of strength are consumed, there is less strength to lose. After all superfluous flesh is gone, what is left is stringy and resistant. In fact, that was what I became, a sort of string-like organism that persisted in living. Morrell and Oppenheimer were sorry for me, and rapped me sympathy and advice. Oppenheimer told me he had gone through it, and worse, and still lived. "Don't let them beat you out," he spelled with his knuckles. "Don't let them kill you, for that would suit them. And don't squeal on the plant." "But there isn't any plant." I rapped back with the edge of the sole of my shoe against the grating. I was in the jacket at the time, and so could talk only with my feet. "I don't know anything about the damned dynamite." "That's right," Oppenheimer praised. "He's the stuff, ain't he, Ed?" Which goes to show what chance I had of convincing Warden Atherton of my ignorance of the dynamite. His very persistence in the quest convinced a man like Jake Oppenheimer, who could only admire me for the fortitude with which I kept a closed mouth. During this first period of jacket inquisition, I managed to sleep a great deal. My dreams were remarkable. Of course, they were vivid and real, as most dreams are. What made them remarkable was their coherence and continuity. Often I addressed bodies of scientists on abstruse subjects, reading aloud to them carefully prepared papers of my own researches or on my own deductions from the researches and experiments of others. When I awakened, my voice would seem still ringing in my ears, while my eyes still could see typed on the white paper whole sentences and paragraphs that I could read again and marvel at, ere the vision faded. In passing, I call attention to the fact that at the time I noted that the process of reasoning employed in these dream speeches was invariably deductive. Then there was a great farming section, extending north and south for hundreds of miles in some part of the temperate regions, with a climate and flora and fauna largely resembling those of California. Not once, not twice, but thousands of different times I journeyed through this dream region. The point I desire to call attention to was that it was always the same region. No essential feature of it ever differed in the different dreams. Thus, it was always an 8-hour drive behind mountain horses from the alfalfa meadows, where I kept many Jersey cows, to the straggly village beside the big dry creek, where I caught the little narrow-gauge train. Every landmark in that 8-hour drive in the mountain buckboard, every tree, every mountain, every ford and bridge, every ridge and eroded hillside, was ever the same. In this coherent, rational farm region of my straitjacket dreams, the minor details, according to season and to the labor of men, did change. Thus, on the upland pastures behind my alfalfa meadows, I developed a new farm with the aid of Angora goats. Here I marked the changes with every dream visit, and the changes were in accordance with the time that elapsed between visits. Oh, those brush-covered slopes! How I can see them now just as when the goats were first introduced. And how I remembered the consequent changes, the paths beginning to form as the goats literally ate their way through the dense thickets, the disappearance of the younger, smaller bushes that were not too tall for total browsing, the vistas that formed in all directions through the older, taller bushes as the goats browsed as high as they could stand and reach on their hind legs, the driftage of the pasture grasses that followed in the wake of the clearing by the goats. Yes, the continuity of such dreaming was its charm. Came the day when the men with axes chopped down all the taller brush so as to give the goats access to the leaves and buds and bark. Came the day, in winter weather, when the dry, denuded skeletons of all these bushes were gathered into heaps and burned. Came the day when I moved my goats onto the other brush-impregnable hillsides, with following in their wake my cattle, pasturing knee-deep in the succulent grasses that grew where before had been only brush. And came the day when I moved my cattle on, and my plowmen went back and forth across the slope's contour, plowing the rich sod under to rot to live and crawling humus in which to bed my seeds of crops to be. Yes, and in my dreams often I got off the little narrow-gauge train where the straggly village stood beside the big dry creek, and got into the buckboard behind my mountain horses, and drove hour by hour past all the old familiar landmarks of my alfalfa meadows, and on to my upland pastures, where my rotated crops of corn and barley and clover were ripe for harvesting and where I watched my men engaged in the harvest, while beyond, ever climbing, my goats browsed the higher slopes of brush into cleared, tilled fields. But these were dreams, frank dreams, fancied adventures of my deductive subconscious mind. Quite unlike them, as you shall see, were my other adventures when I passed through the gates of the living death and relived the reality of the other lives that had been mine in other days. In the long hours of waking in the jacket, I found that I dwelt a great deal on Cecil Winwood, the poet-forger who had wantonly put all this torment on me, and who was even then at liberty out in the free world again. No, I did not hate him. The word is too weak. There is no word in the language strong enough to describe my feelings. I can say only that I knew the gnawing of a desire for vengeance on him that was a pain in itself and that exceeded all the bounds of language. I shall not tell you of the hours I devoted to plans of torture on him, nor of the diabolical means and devices of torture that I invented for him. Just one example. I was enamored of the ancient trick whereby an iron basin, containing a rat, is fastened to a man's body. The only way out for the rat is through the man himself. As I say, I was enamored of this until I realized that such a death was too quick, whereupon I dwelt long and favorably on the Moorish trick of— But no, I promise to relate no further of this matter. Let it suffice that many of my pain-maddening waking hours were devoted to dreams of vengeance on Cecil Winwood. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. One thing of great value I learned in the long, pain-weary hours of waking, namely, the mastery of the body by the mind. I learned to suffer passively, as undoubtedly all men have learned who have passed through the postgraduate courses of strait-jacketing. Oh, it is no easy trick to keep the brain in such serene repose that it is quite oblivious to the throbbing, exquisite complaint of some tortured nerve. And it was this very mastery of the flesh by the spirit which I so acquired that enabled me easily to practice the secret Ed Morrell told to me. "Think it is curtains?" Ed Morrell rapped to me one night. I had just been released from 100 hours, and I was weaker than I had ever been before. So weak was I that though my whole body was one mass of bruise and misery, nevertheless I scarcely was aware that I had a body. "It looks like curtains," I rapped back. "They will get me if they keep it up much longer." "Don't let them," he advised. "There is a way. I learned it myself down in the dungeons, when Massey and I got ours good and plenty. I pulled through, but Massey croaked. If I hadn't learned the trick, I'd have croaked along with him. You've got to be pretty weak first, before you try it. If you try it when you are strong, you make a failure of it, and then that queers you forever after. I made the mistake of telling Jake the trick when he was strong. Of course, he could not pull it off, And in the time since, when he did need it, it was too late, for his first failure had queered it. He won't even believe it now. He thinks I am kidding him. Ain't that right, Jake?" And from cell 13, Jake rapped back, "Don't swallow it, Darrell. It's a sure fairy story." "Go on and tell me," I rapped to Morrell. "That is why I waited for you to get real weak," he continued. "Now you need it, and I am going to tell you. It's up to you. If you have got the will, you can do it. I've done it 3 times, and I know." "Well, what is it?" I rapped eagerly. "The trick is to die in the jacket, to will yourself to die. I know you don't get me yet, but wait. You know how you get numb in the jacket, how your arm or your leg goes to sleep. Now you can't help that, but you can take it for the idea and improve on it. Don't wait for your legs or anything to go to sleep. You lie on your back as comfortable as you can get, and you begin to use your will. And this is the idea you must think to yourself, and that you must believe all the time you're thinking it. If you don't believe, then there's nothing to it. The thing you must think and believe is that your body is one thing, and your spirit is another thing. You are you, and your body is something else that don't amount to shucks. Your body don't count. You're the boss. You don't need any body. And thinking and believing all this, you proceed to prove it by using your will. You make your body die. You begin with the toes, one at a time. You make your toes die. You will them to die. And if you've got the belief and the will, your toes will die. That is the big job, to start the dying. Once you've got the first toe dead, the rest is easy, for you don't have to do any more believing. You know. Then you put all your will into making the rest of the body die. I tell you, Darrell, I know. I've done it 3 times. Once you get the dying started, it goes right along. And the funny thing is that you are all there all the time. Because your toes are dead don't make you in the least bit dead. By and by your legs are dead to the knees, and then to the thighs, and you are just the same as you always were. It is your body that is dropping out of the game a chunk at a time, and you are just you, the same you were before you began. "And then what happens?" I queried. "Well, when your body is all dead, and you are all there yet, you just skin out and leave your body. And when you leave your body, you leave the cell. Stone walls and iron doors are to hold bodies in. They can't hold the spirit in. You see, you have proved it. You are spirit outside of your body. You can look at your body from outside of it. I tell you I know because I have done it 3 times, looked at my body lying there with me outside of it." Ha, ha, ha. Jake Oppenheimer rapped his laughter 13 cells away. "You see, that's Jake's trouble," Morrell went on. "He can't believe. That one time he tried it, he was too strong and failed, and now he thinks I am kidding." "When you die, you are dead, and dead men stay dead," Oppenheimer retorted. "I tell you, I've been dead 3 times, Morrell argued. "And lived to tell us about it," Oppenheimer jeered. "But don't forget one thing, Darrell," Morrell rapped to me. "The thing is ticklish. You have a feeling all the time that you are taking liberties. I can't explain it, but I always had a feeling if I was away when they came and let my body out of the jacket, that I couldn't get back into my body again. I mean that my body would be dead for keeps, and I didn't want to be dead. I didn't want to give Captain Jamie and the rest that satisfaction. But I tell you, Darrell, if you can turn the trick, you can laugh at the warden. Once you make your body die that way, it don't matter whether they keep you in the jacket a month on end. You don't suffer none, and your body don't suffer. You know there are cases of people who have slept a whole year at a time. That's the way it will be with your body. It just stays there in the jacket, not hurting or anything, just waiting for you to come back. You try it. I'm giving you the straight steer." "And if he don't come back?" Oppenheimer asked. "Then the laugh will be on him, I guess, Jake," Morrell answered. "Unless maybe it will be on us for sticking round this old dump when we could get away that easy." And here the conversation ended. For Pie-Face Jones, waking crustily from stolen slumber, threatened Morrell and Oppenheimer with a report the next morning that would mean the jacket for them. Me he did not threaten, for he knew I was doomed for the jacket anyway. I lay long there in silence, forgetting the misery of my body while I considered this proposition Morrell had advanced. Already, as I have explained, by mechanical self-hypnosis, I had sought to penetrate back through time to my previous selves. That I had partly succeeded I knew, but all that I had experienced was a fluttering of apparitions that merged erratically and were without continuity. But Morrell's method was so patently the reverse of my method of self-hypnosis that I was fascinated. By my method, my consciousness went first of all. By his method, consciousness persisted last of all. And when the body was quite gone, passed into stages so sublimated that it left the body, left the prison of San Quentin, and journeyed afar, and was still consciousness. It was worth a trial anyway, I concluded, and, despite the skeptical attitude of the scientist that was mine, I believed. I had no doubt I could do what Morrell said he had done 3 times. Perhaps this faith that so easily possessed me was due to my extreme debility. Perhaps I was not strong enough to be skeptical. This was the hypothesis already suggested by Morrell. It was a conclusion of pure empiricism, and I too, as you shall see, demonstrated it empirically. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. And above all things, next morning Warden Atherton came into my cell on murder intent. With him were Captain Jamie, Dr. Jackson, Pie-Faced Jones, and Al Hutchins. Al Hutchins was serving a 40-year sentence, and was in hopes of being pardoned out. For 4 years he had been head trustee of San Quentin. That this was a position of great power you will realize when I tell you that the graft alone of the head trustee was estimated at $3,000 a year. Wherefore Al Hutchins, in possession of $10,000 or $12,000 and of the promise of a pardon, could be depended upon to do the warden's bidding blind. I have just said that Warden Atherton came into my cell intent on murder. His face showed it. His actions proved it. "Examine him," he ordered Dr. Jackson. That wretched apology of a creature stripped from me my dirt-encrusted shirt that I had worn since my entrance to solitary, and exposed my poor wasted body, the skin ridged like brown parchment over the ribs, and sore infested from the many bouts with the jacket. The examination was shamelessly perfunctory. "Will he stand it?" the warden demanded. "Yes," Dr. Jackson answered. "How's the heart?" "Splendid." "You think he'll stand 10 days of it, Doc?" "Sure." "I don't believe it," the warden announced savagely. "But we'll try it just the same. Lie down, Standing." I obeyed, stretching myself face downward on the flat-spread jacket. The warden seemed to debate with himself for a moment. "Roll over," he commanded. I made several efforts, but was too weak to succeed, and could only sprawl and squirm in my helplessness. "Putting it on," was Jackson's comment. "Well, he won't have to put it on when I'm done with him," said the warden. "Lend him a hand. I can't waste any more time on him." So they rolled me over on my back, where I stared up into Warden Atherton's face. "Standing," he said slowly, "I've given you all the rope I am going to. I am sick and tired of your stubbornness. My patience is exhausted. Dr. Jackson says you are in condition to stand 10 days in the jacket. You can figure your chances. But I am going to give you your last chance now. Come across with the dynamite. The moment it is in my hands, I'll take you out of here. You can bathe and shave and get clean clothes. I'll let you loaf for 6 months on hospital grub, and then I'll put you trustee in the library. You can't ask me to be fairer with you than that. Besides, you're not squealing on anybody. You are the only person in San Quentin who knows where the dynamite is. You won't hurt anybody's feelings by giving in, and you'll be all to the good from the moment you do give in. And if you don't—" He paused and shrugged his shoulders significantly. "Well, if you don't, you start in the 10 days right now." The prospect was terrifying. So weak was I that I was as certain as the warden was that it meant death in the jacket. And then I remembered Morrell's trick. Now, if ever, was the need of it, and now, if ever, was the time to practice the faith of it. I smiled up in the face of Warden Atherton, and I put faith in that smile, and faith in the proposition I made to him. "Warden," I said, "do you see the way I am smiling? Well, if at the end of 10 days, when you unlace me, I smile up at you in the same way, Will you give a sack of Bull Durham and a package of brown papers to Morrell and Oppenheimer?" "Ain't they the crazy ginks, these college guys?" Captain Jamie snorted. Warden Atherton was a choleric man, and he took my request for insulting braggadocio. "Just for that you get an extra cinching," he informed me. "I made you a sporting proposition, Warden," I said quietly. "You can cinch me as tight as you please, but if I smile 10 days from now, will you give the Bull Durham to Morrell and Oppenheimer?" "You are mighty sure of yourself," he retorted. "That's why I made the proposition," I replied. "Getting religion, eh?" he sneered. "No," was my answer. "It merely happens that I possess more life than you can ever reach the end of. Make it 100 days if you want, and I'll smile at you when it's over." "I guess 10 days will more than do you, Standing." "That's your opinion," I said. "Have you got faith in it? If you have, you won't even lose the price of the 2 5-cent sacks of tobacco. Anyway, what have you got to be afraid of?" "For 2 cents I'd kick the face off of you right now," he snarled. "Don't let me stop you." I was impudently suave. "Kick as hard as you please, and I'll still have enough face left with which to smile. In the meantime, while you are hesitating, suppose you accept my original proposition." A man must be terribly weak and profoundly desperate to be able, under such circumstances, to beard the warden in solitary. Or he may be both, and in addition he may have faith. I know now that I had the faith and so acted on it. I believed what Morrell had told me. I believed in the lordship of the mind over the body. I believed that not even 100 days in the jacket could kill me. Captain Jamie must have sensed this faith that informed me, for he said, "I remember a Swede that went crazy 20 years ago. That was before your time, Warden. He'd killed a man in a quarrel over 25 cents and got life for it. He was a cook. He got religion. He said that a golden chariot was coming to take him to heaven, and he sat down on top the red-hot range and sang hymns and hosannas while he cooked. They dragged him off, but he croaked 2 days afterward in the hospital. He was cooked to the bone. And to the end he swore he'd never felt the heat. Couldn't get a squeal out of him." "We'll make Standing squeal," said the warden. "Since you are so sure of it, why don't you accept my proposition?" I challenged. The warden was so angry that it would have been ludicrous to me had I not been in so desperate plight. His face was convulsed. He clenched his hands, and for a moment it seemed that he was about to fall upon me and give me a beating. Then, with an effort, he controlled himself. "All right, Standing," he snarled. "I'll go you. But you bet your sweet life you'll have to go some to smile 10 days from now. Roll him over, boys, and cinch him till you hear his ribs crack. Hutchins, show him you know how to do it." And they rolled me over and laced me as I had never been laced before. The head trustee certainly demonstrated his ability. I tried to steal what little space I could. Little it was, for I had long since shed my flesh, while my muscles were attenuated to mere strings. I had neither the strength nor bulk to steal more than a little, and the little I stole I swear I managed by sheer expansion at the joints of the bones of my frame. And of this little I was robbed by Hutchins, who, in the old days before he was made head trustee, had learned all the tricks of the jacket from inside the jacket. You see, Hutchins was a cur at heart, or a creature who had once been a man, but who had been broken on the wheel. He possessed $10,000 or $12,000, and his freedom was in sight if he obeyed orders. Later I learned that there was a girl who had remained true to him, and who was even then waiting for him. The woman factor explains many things of men. If ever a man deliberately committed murder, Al Hutchins did that morning in solitary at the warden's bidding. He robbed me of the little space I stole, and having robbed me of that, my body was defenseless, and, with his foot in my back while he drew the lacing tight, he constricted me as no man had ever before succeeded in doing. So severe was this constriction of my frail frame upon my vital organs that I felt, there and then, immediately, that death was upon me. And still the miracle of faith was mine. I did not believe that I was going to die. I knew, I say I knew, that I was not going to die. My head was swimming, and my heart was pounding from my toenails to the hair roots in my scalp. "That's pretty tight," Captain Jamie urged reluctantly. "The hell it is," said Dr. Jackson. "I tell you nothing can hurt him. He's a wooz. He ought to have been dead long ago." Warden Atherton, after a hard struggle, managed to insert his forefinger between the lacing and my back. He brought his foot to bear upon me, with the weight of his body added to his foot, and pulled, but failed to get any fraction of an inch of slack. "I take my hat off to you, Hutchins," he said. "You know your job. Now roll him over and let's look at him." They rolled me over on my back. I stared up at them with bulging eyes. This I know. Had they laced me in such fashion the first time I went into the jacket, I would surely have died in the first 10 minutes. But I was well trained. I had behind me the thousands of hours in the jacket, and plus that, I had faith in what Morrell had told me. "Now laugh, damn you, laugh," said the warden to me. "Start that smile you've been bragging about." So, while my lungs panted for a little air, while my heart threatened to burst, while my mind reeled, nevertheless, I was able to smile up into the warden's face. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, Part 1 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. The door clanged, shutting out all but a little light, and I was left alone on my back. By the tricks I had long since learned in the jacket, I managed to writhe myself across the floor an inch at a time until the edge of the sole of my right shoe touched the door. There was an immense cheer in this. I was not utterly alone. If the need arose, I could at least rat-knuckle talk to Morrell. But Warden Atherton must have left strict injunctions on the guards, for, though I managed to call Morrell and tell him I intended trying the experiment, he was prevented by the guards from replying. Me they could only curse, for, insofar as I was in the jacket for a 10 days' bout, I was beyond all threat of punishment. I remember remarking at the time my serenity of mind. The customary pain of the jacket was in my body, but my mind was so passive that I was no more aware of the pain than I was aware of the floor beneath me or the walls around me. Never was a man in better mental and spiritual condition for such an experiment. Of course, this was largely due to my extreme weakness, but there was more to it. I had long schooled myself to be oblivious to pain. I had neither doubts nor fears. All the content of my mind seemed to be an absolute faith in the overlordship of the mind. This passivity was almost dreamlike, and yet, in its way, it was positive almost to a pitch of exultation. I began my concentration of will. Even then my body was numbing and prickling through the loss of circulation. I directed my will to the little toe of my right foot, and I willed that toe to cease to be alive in my consciousness. I willed that toe to die so far as I, its lord, and a different thing entirely from it, was concerned. There was the hard struggle. Morrell had warned me that it would be so. But there was no flicker of doubt to disturb my faith. I knew that toe would die, and I knew when it was dead. Joint by joint it had died under the compulsion of my will. The rest was easy, but slow, I will admit. Joint by joint, toe by toe, all the toes of both my feet ceased to be. And joint by joint the process went on. Came the time when my flesh below the ankles had ceased. Came the time when all below my knees had ceased. Such was the pitch of my perfect exultation that I knew not the slightest prod of rejoicing at my success. I knew nothing save that I was making my body die. All that I was devoted to that sole task. I performed the work as thoroughly as any mason laying bricks, and I regarded the work as just about as commonplace as would a brick mason regard his work. At the end of an hour my body was dead to the hips, and from the hips up, joint by joint, I continued to will the ascending death. It was when I reached the level of my heart that the first blurring and dizzying of my consciousness occurred. For fear that I should lose consciousness, I willed to hold the death I had gained, and shifted my concentration to my fingers. My brain cleared again, and the death of my arms to the shoulders was most rapidly accomplished. At this stage my body was all dead, so far as I was concerned, save my head and a little patch of my chest. No longer did the pound and smash of my compressed heart echo in my brain. My heart was beating steadily but feebly. The joy of it, had I dared joy at such a moment, would have been the cessation of all sensations. At this point my experience differs from Morrell's. Still willing automatically, I began to grow dreamy, as one does in that borderland between sleeping and waking. Also, it seemed as if a prodigious enlargement of my brain was taking place within the skull itself that did not enlarge. There were occasional glintings and flashings of light, as if even I, the overlord, had ceased for a moment and the next moment was again myself, still the tenant of the fleshy tenement that I was making to die. Most perplexing was the seeming enlargement of brain. Without having passed through the wall of skull, nevertheless it seemed to me that the periphery of my brain was already outside my skull and still expanding. Along with this was one of the most remarkable sensations or experiences that I have ever encountered. Time and space, insofar as they were the stuff of my consciousness, underwent an enormous extension. Thus, without opening my eyes to verify, I knew that the walls of my narrow cell had receded until it was like a vast audience chamber. And while I contemplated the matter, I knew that they continued to recede. The whim struck me for a moment that if a similar expansion were taking place with the whole prison, then the outer walls of San Quentin must be far out in the Pacific Ocean on one side, and on the other side must be encroaching on the Nevada desert. A companion whim was that since matter could permeate matter, then the walls of my cell might well permeate the prison walls, pass through the prison walls, and thus put my cell outside the prison and put me at liberty. Of course, this was pure fanciful whim, and I knew it at the time for what it was. The extension of time was equally remarkable. Only at long intervals did my heart beat. Again a whim came to me, and I counted the seconds, slow and sure, between my heartbeats. At first, as I clearly noted, over 100 seconds intervened between beats. But as I continued to count, the intervals extended so that I was made weary of counting. And while this illusion of the extension of time and space persisted and grew, I found myself dreamily considering a new and profound problem. Morrell had told me that he had won freedom from his body by killing his body, or by eliminating his body from his consciousness, which of course was in effect the same thing. Now my body was so near to being entirely dead that I knew in all absoluteness that by a quick concentration of will on the yet alive patch of my torso, it too would cease to be. But, and here was the problem, and Morrell had not warned me, should I also will my head to be dead? If I did so, no matter what befell the spirit of Darrell Standing, would not the body of Darrell Standing be forever dead? I chanced the chest and the slow-beating heart. The quick compulsion of my will was rewarded. I no longer had chest nor heart. I was only a mind, a soul, a consciousness. Call it what you will. Incorporate in a nebulous brain that, while it still centered inside my skull, was expanded, and was continuing to expand beyond my skull. And then, with flashings of light, I was off and away. At a bound I had vaulted prison roof and California sky, and was among the stars. I say stars advisedly. I walked among the stars. I was a child. I was clad in frail, fleece-like delicate-colored robes that shimmered in the cool starlight. These robes, of course, were based upon my boyhood observance of circus actors and my boyhood conception of the garb of young angels. Nevertheless, thus clad, I trod interstellar space, exalted by the knowledge that I was bound on vast adventure, where, at the end, I would find all the cosmic formula and have made clear to me the ultimate secret of the universe. In my hand I carried a long glass wand. It was borne in upon me that with the tip of this wand I must touch each star in passing, and I knew, in all absoluteness, that did I but miss one star, I should be precipitated into some unplummeted abyss of unthinkable and eternal punishment and guilt. Long I pursued my starry quest. When I say long, you must bear in mind the enormous extension of time that had occurred in my brain. For centuries I trod space, with the tip of my wand and with unerring eye and hand, tapping each star I passed. Ever the way grew brighter. Ever the ineffable goal of infinite wisdom grew nearer. And yet I made no mistake. There was no other self of time. This was no experience that had once been mine. I was aware all the time that it was I, Darrell Standing, who walked among the stars and tapped them with a wand of glass. In short, I knew that here was nothing real, nothing that had ever been nor could ever be. I knew that it was nothing else than a ridiculous orgy of the imagination, such as men enjoy in drugged dreams, in delirium, or in mere ordinary slumber. And then, as all went merry and well with me on my celestial quest, the tip of my wand missed a star, and on the instant I knew I had been guilty of a great crime. And on the instant a knock, vast and compulsive, inexorable and mandatory as the stamp of the iron hoof of doom, smote me and reverberated across the universe. The whole sidereal system coruscated, reeled, and fell in flame. I was torn by an exquisite and disruptive agony. And on the instant I was Darrell Standing, the life convict, lying in his straitjacket in solitary. And I knew the immediate cause of that summons. It was a rap of the knuckle by Ed Morrell in Cell 5, beginning the spelling of some message. And now, to give some comprehension of the extension of time and space that I was experiencing. Many days afterwards I asked Morrell what he had tried to convey to me. It was a simple message, namely, "Standing, are you there?" He had tapped it rapidly, while the guard was at the far end of the corridor into which the solitary cells opened. As I say, he had tapped the message very rapidly. And now, behold, between the first tap and the second I was off and away among the stars, clad in fleecy garments, touching each star as I passed in my pursuit of the formula that would explain the last mystery of life. And as before I pursued the quest for centuries. Then came the summons, the stamp of the hoof of doom, the exquisite disruptive agony, and again I was back in my cell in San Quentin. It was the second tap of Ed Morrell's knuckle. The interval between it and the first tap could have been no more than a fifth of a second, and yet so unthinkably enormous was the extension of time to me that in the course of that fifth of a second I had been away star-roving for long ages. Now I know, my reader, that the foregoing seems all a farrago. I agree with you. It is farrago. It was experience, however. It was just as real to me as is the snake beheld by a man in delirium tremens. Possibly, by the most liberal estimate, it may have taken Ed Morrell 2 minutes to tap his question. Yet to me, eons elapsed between the first tap of his knuckle and the last. No longer could I tread my starry path with that ineffable pristine joy, for my way was beset with dread of the inevitable summons that would rip and tear me as it jerked me back to my straitjacket hell. Thus my eons of star-wandering were eons of dread. And all the time I knew it was Ed Morrell's knuckle that thus cruelly held me earthbound. I tried to speak to him, to ask him to cease, but so thoroughly had I eliminated my body from my consciousness that I was unable to resurrect it. My body lay dead in the jacket, though I still inhabited the skull. In vain I strove to will my foot to tap my message to Morrell. I reasoned I had a foot, and yet, so thoroughly had I carried out the experiment, I had no foot. Next, and I know that it was because Morrell had spelled his message quite out, I pursued my way among the stars and was not called back. After that, and in the course of it, I was aware, drowsily, that I was falling asleep, and that it was delicious sleep. From time to time, drowsily, I stirred. Please, my reader, don't miss that verb. I stirred. I moved my legs, my arms. I was aware of clean, soft bed linen against my skin. I was aware of bodily well-being. Oh, it was delicious. As thirsting men of the desert dream of splashing fountains and flowing wells, so dreamed I of easement from the constriction of the jacket, of cleanliness in the place of filth, of smooth velvety skin of health in place of my poor, parchment-crinkled hide. But I dreamed with a difference, as you shall see. I awoke. Oh, broad and wide awake I was, although I did not open my eyes. And please know that in all that follows I knew no surprise whatever. Everything was the natural and the expected. I was I, be sure of that. But I was not Darrell Standing. Darrell Standing had no more to do with the being I was than did Darrell Standing's parchment-crinkled skin have aught to do with the cool, soft skin that was mine. Nor was I aware of any Darrell Standing, as I could not well be. considering that Darrell Standing was as yet unborn and would not be born for centuries. But you shall see. I lay with closed eyes, lazily listening. From without came the clacking of many hoofs moving orderly on stone flags. From the accompanying jingle of metal bits of man harness and steed harness, I knew some cavalcade was passing by on the street beneath my windows. Also I wondered idly who it was. From somewhere, and I knew where, for I knew it was from the inn yard, came the ring and stamp of hoofs and an impatient neigh that I recognized as belonging to my waiting horse. Came steps and movements, steps openly advertised as suppressed with the intent of silence, and yet were deliberately noisy with the secret intent of rousing me if I still slept. I smiled inwardly at the rascal's trick. "Pons," I ordered without opening my eyes. "Water, cold water, quick, a deluge. I drank overlong last night, and now my gullet scorches." "And slept overlong today," he scolded, as he passed me the water, ready in his hand. I sat up, opened my eyes, and carried the tankard to my lips with both hands, and as I drank I looked at Pons. Now note two things. I spoke in French. I was not conscious that I spoke in French. Not until afterward, back in solitary, when I remembered what I am narrating, did I know that I had spoken in French. And spoken well. As for me, Darrell Standing, at present writing these lines in Murderers' Row of Folsom Prison, why, I know only high school French sufficient to enable me to read the language. As for my speaking it, impossible. I can scarcely intelligibly pronounce my way through a menu. But to return. Pons was a little withered old man. He was born in our house, I know, for it chanced that mention was made of it this very day I am describing. Pons was all of 60 years. He was mostly toothless, and despite a pronounced limp that compelled him to go slippity-hop, he was very alert and spry in all his movements. Also, he was impudently familiar. This was because he had been in my house 60 years. He had been my father's servant before I could toddle, and after my father's death, Pons and I talked of it this day, he became my servant. The limp he had acquired on a stricken field in Italy, when the horsemen charged across. He had just dragged my father clear of the hoofs when he was lanced through the thigh, overthrown and trampled. My father, conscious but helpless from his own wounds, witnessed it all. And so, as I say, Pons had earned such a right to impudent familiarity that at least there was no gainsaying him by my father's son. Pons shook his head as I drained the huge draught. "Did you hear it boil?" I laughed, as I handed back the empty tankard. "Like your father," he said hopelessly. "But your father lived to learn better, which I doubt you will do." "He got a stomach affliction," I devilled, "so that one mouthful of spirits turned it outside in. It were wisdom not to drink when one's tank will not hold the drink." While we talked, Pons was gathering to my bedside my clothes for the day. "Drink on, my master," he answered. "It won't hurt you. You'll die with a sound stomach." "You mean mine is an iron-lined stomach?" I willfully misunderstood him. "I mean," he began with a quick peevishness, then broke off as he realized my teasing, and with a pout of his withered lips draped my new sable cloak upon a chair-back. 800 ducats, he sneered, 1,000 goats and 100 fat oxen in a coat to keep you warm, a score of farms on my gentleman's fine back. And in that 100 fine farms, with a castle or two thrown in, to say nothing perhaps of a palace, I said, reaching out my hand and touching the rapier, which he was just in the act of depositing on the chair. "So your father won with his good right arm," Pons retorted, "but what your father won he held." Here Pons paused to hold up to scorn my new scarlet satin doublet, a wondrous thing of which I had been extravagant. 60 ducats for that," Pons indicted. "Your father'd have seen all the tailors and Jews of Christendom roasting in hell before he'd have paid such a price." And while we dressed, that is, while Pons helped me to dress, I continued to quip with him. "It is quite clear, Pons, that you have not heard the news," I said slyly. Whereat up pricked his ears like the old gossip he was. "Late news?" he queried. "Mayhap from the English court?" "Nay," I shook my head. "But news perhaps to you, but old news for all of that. Have you not heard? The philosophers of Greece were whispering it nigh 2,000 years ago, It is because of that news that I put 20 fat farms on my back, live at court, and am become a dandy. You see, Pons, the world is a most evil place. Life is most sad. All men die, and being dead, well, are dead. Wherefore, to escape the evil and the sadness, men in these days, like me, seek amazement, insensibility, and the madnesses of dalliance. But the news, master, what did the philosophers whisper about so long ago? That God was dead, Pons, I replied solemnly. Didn't you know that? God is dead, and I soon shall be, and I wear 20 fat farms on my back. God lives, Pons asserted fervently. God lives, and his kingdom is at hand. I tell you, master, it is at hand. It may be no later than tomorrow that the earth shall pass away. So they said in old Rome, Pons, when Nero made torches of them to light their sports. Pons regarded me pityingly. Too much learning is a sickness, he complained. I was always opposed to it, but you must have your will and drag my old body about with you. A studying astronomy and numbers in Venice, poetry and all the Italian folderols in Florence, and astrology in Pisa, and God knows what in that madman country of Germany. Pish for the philosophers. I tell you, master, I, Pons, your servant, a poor old man who knows not a letter from a pikestaff, I tell you God lives, and the time you shall appear before him is short. He paused with sudden recollection and added, He is here, the priest you spoke of. On the instant I remembered my engagement. Why did you not tell me before? I demanded angrily. What did it matter? Pons shrugged his shoulders. Has he not been waiting 2 hours as it is? Why didn't you call me? He regarded me with a thoughtful, censorious eye. And you rolling in bed and shouting like Chanticleer. Sing cuckoo, cuckoo, noo, cuckoo, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo. He mocked me with the senseless refrain in an ear-jangling falsetto. Without doubt I had bawled the nonsense out on my way to bed. You have a good memory, I commented dryly, as I essayed a moment to drape my shoulders with the new sable cloak ere I tossed it to Pons to put outside. He shook his head sourly. No need of memory when you roared it over and over for the 1000th time, till half the inn was a knock at the door to spit you for the sleep-killer you were. And when I had you decently in the bed, did you not call me to you and command, if the devil called, to tell him my lady slept? And did you not call me back again, and, with a grip on my arm that leaves it bruised and black this day, command me, as I loved life, fat meat, and the warm fire, to call you not of the morning save for one thing? Which was, I prompted, unable for the life of me to guess what I could have said. Which was the heart of one, a black buzzard, you said, by name Martinelli, whoever he may be, for the heart of Martinelli smoking on a gold platter. The platter must be gold, you said, and you said I must be calling you by singing, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo. Whereat you began to teach me how to sing, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo. And when Pons had said the name, I knew it at once for the priest, Martinelli, who had been knocking his heels 2 mortal hours in the room without. When Martinelli was permitted to enter, and as he saluted me by title and name, I knew at once my name and all of it. I was Count Guillaume de Saint-Méur. You see, only could I know then, and remember afterward, what was in my conscious mind. The priest was Italian, dark and small, lean as with fasting, or with a wasting hunger not of this world, and his hands were as small and slender as a woman's. But his eyes, they were cunning and trustless, narrow-slitted and heavy-lidded, at one and the same time as sharp as a ferret's and as indolent as a basking lizard's. There has been much delay, Count de Saint-Méur, he began promptly, when Pons had left the room at a glance from me. He whom I serve grows impatient. Change your tune, priest, I broke in angrily. Remember, you are not now in Rome. My august master, he began. Rules augustly in Rome, mayhap, I again interrupted. This is France. Martinelli shrugged his shoulders meekly and patiently, but his eyes, gleaming like a basilisk's, gave his shoulders the lie. My august master has some concern with the doings of France, he said quietly. The lady is not for you. My master has other plans. He moistened his thin lips with his tongue. Other plans for the lady, and for you. Of course, by the lady, I knew he referred to the great Duchess Philippa. widow of Geoffrey, last Duke of Aquitaine. But great Duchess, widow, and all, Philippa was a woman, and young, and gay, and beautiful, and by my faith fashioned for me. What are his plans? I demanded bluntly. They are deep and wide, Count Saint-Maur. Too deep and wide for me to presume to imagine, much less know or discuss with you or any man. Oh, I know big things are afoot, and slimy worms squirming underground, I said. They told me you were stubborn-necked, but I have obeyed commands. Martinelli arose to leave, and I arose with him. I said it was useless, he went on, but the last chance to change your mind was accorded you. My august master deals more fairly than fair. Oh, well, I'll think the matter over, I said angrily, as I bowed the priest to the door. He stopped abruptly at the threshold. The time for thinking is past, he said. It is decision I came for. I will think the matter over, I repeated, then added as afterthought, if the lady's plans do not accord with mine, then mayhap the plans of your master may fruit as he desires. For remember, priest, he is no master of mine. You do not know my master, he said solemnly. Nor do I wish to know him, I retorted. And I listened to the lithe, light step of the little intriguing priest go down the creaking stairs. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Did I go into the minutiae of detail of all that I saw this half a day and half a night that I was Count Guillaume de Saint-Maur, not 10 books the size of this I am writing could contain the totality of the matter. Much I shall skip. In fact, I shall skip almost all. For never yet have I heard of a condemned man being reprieved in order that he might complete his memoirs, at least, not in California. When I rode out in Paris that day, it was the Paris of centuries agone. The narrow streets were an unsanitary scandal of filth and slime. But I must skip, and skip I shall, all of the afternoon's events, all of the ride outside the walls, of the grand fête given by Hugh de Meung, of the feasting and the drinking in which I took little part. Only of the end of the adventure will I write, which begins with where I stood jesting with Philippa herself. Ah, dear God, she was wondrous beautiful. A great lady, aye, but before that, and after that, and always, a woman. We laughed and jested lightly enough, as about us jostled the merry throng, but under our jesting was the deep earnestness of man and woman well advanced across the threshold of love, and yet not too sure each of the other. I shall not describe her. She was small, exquisitely slender. But there, I am describing her. In brief, she was the one woman in the world for me, and little I recked the long arm of that grey old man in Rome could reach out half across Europe between my woman and me. And the Italian, Fortini, leaned to my shoulder and whispered, "One who desires to speak." "One who must wait my pleasure," I answered shortly. "I wait no man's pleasure," was his equally short reply. And while my blood boiled, I remembered the priest, Martinelli, and the old grey man at Rome. The thing was clear. It was deliberate. It was the long arm. Fortini smiled lazily at me while I thus paused for the moment to debate, but in his smile was the essence of all insolence. This, of all times, was the time I should have been cool. But the old red anger began to kindle in me. This was the work of the priest. This was the Fortini. Impoverished of all save lineage, reckoned the best sword come up out of Italy in half a score of years. Tonight it was Fortini. If he failed the grey old man's command tomorrow, it would be another sword, the next day another. And perchance still failing, then might I expect the common bravo steel in my back, or the common prisoner's filter in my wine, my meat, or bread. "I am busy," I said. "Begone." "My business with you presses," was his reply. Insensibly our voices had slightly risen, so that Philippa heard. "Begone, you Italian hound," I said. "Take your howling from my door. I shall attend to you presently." "The moon is up," he said. "The grass is dry and excellent. There is no dew. Beyond the fish pond, an arrow's flight to the left, is an open space, quiet and private." "Presently you shall have your desire," I muttered impatiently. But still he persisted in waiting at my shoulder. "Presently," I said, "presently I shall attend you." Then spoke Philippa, in all the daring spirit and the iron of her. "Satisfy the gentleman's desire, Saint Maur. Attend to him now, and good fortune go with you." She paused to beckon to her uncle, Jean de Joinville, who was passing, uncle on her mother's side, of the de Joinvilles of Anjou. "Good fortune go with you," she repeated, and then leaned to me so that she could whisper, "And my heart goes with you, Saint Maur. Do not be long. I shall await you in the big hall." I was in the seventh heaven. I trod on air. It was the first frank admittance of her love. And with such benediction I was made so strong that I knew I could kill a score of Fortinis and snap my fingers at a score of grey old men in Rome. Jean de Joinville bore Philippa away in the press, and Fortini and I settled our arrangements in a trice. We separated, he to find a friend or so, and I to find a friend or so, and all to meet at the appointed place beyond the fish-pond. First I found Robert Lanfranc, and next Henry Bohemond. But before I found them I encountered a windlestraw which showed which way blew the wind and gave promise of a very gale. I knew the windlestraw, Guy de Villehardouin, a young provincial, come up the first time to court, but a fiery little cockerel for all of that. He was red-haired. His blue eyes, small and pinched close to either, were likewise red, at least in the whites of them, and his skin, of the sort that goes with such types, was red and freckled. He had quite a parboiled appearance. As I passed him, by a sudden movement he jostled me. Oh, of course, the thing was deliberate, and he flamed at me while his hand dropped to his rapier. Faith, thought I, the grey old man has many and strange tools. While to the cockerel I bowed and murmured, "Your pardon for my clumsiness. The fault was mine. Your pardon, Villehardouin." But he was not to be appeased thus easily, and while he fumed and strutted I glimpsed Robert Lanfranc, beckoned him to us, and explained the happening. "Saint Maur has accorded your satisfaction," was his judgment. "He has prayed your pardon." "In truth, yes," I interrupted in my suavest tones, "and I pray your pardon again, Villehardouin, for my very great clumsiness. I pray your pardon 1,000 times. The fault was mine, though unintentioned. In my haste to an engagement I was clumsy, most woeful clumsy, but without intention." What could the dolt do but grudgingly accept the amends I so freely proffered him? Yet I knew, as Lanfranc and I hastened on, that ere many days or hours the flame-headed youth would see to it that we measured steel together on the grass. I explained no more to Lanfranc than my need of him, and he was little interested to pry deeper into the matter. He was himself a lively youngster of no more than 20, but he had been trained to arms, had fought in Spain, and had an honourable record on the grass. Merely his black eyes flashed when he learned what was toward, and such was his eagerness that it was he who gathered Henry Bohemond into our number. When the three of us arrived in the open space beyond the fish-pond, Fortini and 2 friends were already waiting us. One was Felix Pasquini, nephew to the cardinal of that name, and as close in his uncle's confidence as was his uncle close in the confidence of the grey old man. The other was Raoul de Goncourt, whose presence surprised me, he being too good and noble a man for the company he kept. We saluted properly and properly went about the business. It was nothing new to any of us. The footing was good, as promised. There was no dew. The moon shone fair, and Fortini's blade and mine were out and at earnest play. This I knew. Good swordsman, as they reckon me in France, Fortini was a better. This, too, I knew, that I carried my lady's heart with me this night, and that this night, because of me, there would be one Italian less in the world. I say I knew it. In my mind the issue could not be in doubt, and as our rapiers played, I pondered the manner I should kill him. I was not minded for a long contest. Quick and brilliant had always been my way. And further, what of my past gay months of carousel and of singing? Sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo, at ungodly hours. I knew I was not conditioned for a long contest. Quick and brilliant was my decision. But quick and brilliant was a different matter with so consummate a swordsman as Fortini opposed to me. Besides, as luck would have it, Fortini, always the cold one, always the tireless-wristed, always sure and long as report had it, in going about such business, on this night elected to the quick and brilliant. It was nervous, tingling work, for as surely as I sensed his intention of briefness, just as surely had he sensed mine. I doubt that I could have done the trick had it been broad day instead of moonlight. The dim light aided me. Also, I was aided by divining, the moment in advance, what he had in mind. It was the time attack, a common but perilous trick that every novice knows, that has laid on his back many a good man who attempted it, and that is so fraught with danger to the perpetrator that swordsmen are not enamored of it. We had been at work barely a minute when I knew under all his darting, flashing show of offense that Fortini meditated this very time attack. He desired of me a thrust and lunge, not that he might parry it, but that he might time it and deflect it by the customary slight turn of the wrist, his rapier point directed to me as my body followed in the lunge. A ticklish thing, aye, a ticklish thing in the best of light. Did he deflect a fraction of a second too early, I should be warned and saved. Did he deflect a fraction of a second too late, my thrust would go home to him. Quick and brilliant is it, was my thought. Very well, my Italian friend, quick and brilliant shall it be, and especially shall it be quick. In a way, it was time attack against time attack, but I would fool him on the time by being over-quick. And I was quick. As I said, we had been at work scarcely a minute when it happened. Quick? That thrust and lunge of mine were one. A snap of action it was, an explosion, an instantaneousness. I swear my thrust and lunge were a fraction of a second quicker than any man is supposed to thrust and lunge. I won the fraction of a second. But that fraction of a second too late Fortini attempted to deflect my blade and impale me on his. But it was his blade that was deflected. It flashed past my breast, and I was inside his weapon, which extended full length in the empty air behind me, and my blade was inside of him, and through him, heart high, from right side of him to left side of him, and outside of him beyond. It is a strange thing to do, to spit a live man on a length of steel. I sit here in my cell and cease from writing a space while I consider the matter. And I have considered it often, that moonlight night in France of long ago, when I taught the Italian hound quick and brilliant. It was so easy a thing, that perforation of a torso. One would have expected more resistance. There would have been resistance had my rapier point touched bone. As it was, it encountered only the softness of flesh. Still, it perforated so easily. I have the sensation of it now, in my hand, my brain, as I write. A woman's hatpin could go through a plum pudding not more easily than did my blade go through the Italian. Oh, there was nothing amazing about it at the time to Guillaume de Saint-Méor, but amazing it is to me, Darrell Standing, as I recollect and ponder it across the centuries. It is easy, most easy, to kill a strong, live, breathing man with so crude a weapon as a piece of steel. Why, men are like soft-shell crabs, so tender, frail, and vulnerable are they. But to return to the moonlight on the grass. My thrust made home, there was a perceptible pause. Not at once did Fortini fall. Not at once did I withdraw the blade. For a full second we stood in pause, I with legs spread, and arched and tense, body thrown forward, right arm horizontal and straight out. Fortini, his blade beyond me so far that hilt and hand just rested lightly against my left breast, his body rigid, his eyes open and shining. So statuesque were we for that second that I swear those about us were not immediately aware of what had happened. Then Fortini gasped and coughed slightly. The rigidity of his pose slackened. The hilt and hand against my breast wavered. Then the arm dropped to his side till the rapier point rested on the lawn. By this time Pasquini and de Goncourt had sprung to him and he was sinking into their arms. In faith, it was harder for me to withdraw the steel than to drive it in. His flesh clung about it as if jealous to let it depart. Oh, believe me, it required a distinct physical effort to get clear of what I had done. But the pang of the withdrawal must have stung him back to life and purpose, for he shook off his friends, straightened himself, and lifted his rapier into position. I, too, took position, marveling that it was possible I had spitted him heart high and yet missed any vital spot. Then, and before his friends could catch him, his legs crumbled under him, and he went heavily to grass. They laid him on his back, but he was already dead, his face ghastly still under the moon, his right hand still a clutch of the rapier. Yes, it is indeed a marvelous easy thing to kill a man. We saluted his friends and were about to depart, when Felix Pasquini detained me. "Pardon me," I said. "Let it be tomorrow." "We have but to move a step aside," he urged, "where the grass is still dry." "Let me then wet it for you, Saint Mayor," Lanfranc asked of me, eager himself to do for an Italian. I shook my head. "Pasquini is mine," I answered. "He shall be first tomorrow." "Are there others?" Lanfranc demanded. "Ask de Goncourt," I grinned. "I imagine he is already laying claim to the honor of being the third." At this, de Goncourt showed distressed acquiescence. Lanfranc looked inquiry at him, and de Goncourt nodded. "And after him I doubt not comes the cockerel," I went on. And even as I spoke, the red-haired Guy de Villehardouin, alone, strode to us across the moonlit grass. "At least I shall have him," Lanfranc cried, his voice almost wheedling, so great was his desire. "Ask him," I laughed, then turned to Pasquini. "Tomorrow," I said, "do you name time and place, and I shall be there." "The grass is most excellent," he teased. "The place is most excellent, and I am minded that Fortini has you for company this night." "'Twere better he were accompanied by a friend," I quipped, "and now your pardon, for I must go." But he blocked my path. "Whoever it be," he said, "let it be now." For the first time with him my anger began to rise. "You serve your master well," I sneered. "I serve but my pleasure," was his answer. "Master I have none." "Pardon me if I presume to tell you the truth," I said. "Which is?" he queried softly. "That you are a liar, Pasquini, a liar like all Italians." He turned immediately to Lanfranc and Bohemond. "You heard," he said, "and after that you cannot deny me him." They hesitated and looked to me for counsel of my wishes. But Pasquini did not wait. "And if you still have any scruples," he hurried on, "then allow me to remove them, thus." And he spat in the grass at my feet. Then my anger seized me and was beyond me. The red wrath, I call it, an overwhelming, all-mastering desire to kill and destroy. I forgot that Philippa waited for me in the great hall. All I knew was my wrongs, an unpardonable interference in my affairs by the grey old man, the errand of the priests, the insolence of Fortini, the impudence of Villehardouin, and here Pasquini standing in my way and spitting in the grass. I saw red. I thought red. I looked upon all these creatures as rank and noisome growths that must be hewn out of my path, out of the world. As a netted lion may rage against the meshes, so raged I against these creatures. They were all about me. In truth, I was in the trap. The one way out was to cut them down, to crush them into the earth and stamp upon them. "Very well," I said, calmly enough, although my passion was such that my frame shook. "You first, Pasquini, and you next, de Goncourt, and at the end, de Villehardouin." Each nodded in turn, and Pasquini and I prepared to step aside. "Since you are in haste," Henry Bohemond proposed to me, "and since there are 3 of them and 3 of us, why not settle it at the one time?" "Yes, yes," was Lanfranc's eager cry. "Do you take de Goncourt, de Villehardouin for mine." But I waved my good friends back. "They are here by command," I explained. "It is I they desire so strongly that by my faith I have caught the contagion of their desire, so that now I want them and will have them for myself." I had observed that Pasquini fretted at my delay of speech-making, and I resolved to fret him further. "You, Pasquini," I announced, "I shall settle with in short account. I would not that you tarried while Fortini waits your companionship. You, Raoul de Goncourt, I shall punish as you deserve for being in such bad company. You are getting fat and wheezy. I shall take my time with you until your fat melts and your lungs pant and wheeze like leaky bellows. You, de Villehardouin, I have not decided in what manner I shall kill." And then I saluted Pasquini, and we were at it. Oh, I was minded to be rarely devilish this night. Quick and brilliant, that was the thing. Nor was I unmindful of that deceptive moonlight. As with Fortini, would I settle with him if he dared the time attack. If he did not, and quickly, then I would dare it. Despite the fret I had put him in, he was cautious. Nevertheless, I compelled the play to be rapid, and in the dim light, depending less than usual on sight and more than usual on feel, our blades were in continual touch. Barely was the first minute of play past when I did the trick. I feigned a slight slip of the foot, and in the recovery feigned loss of touch with Pasquini's blade. He thrust tentatively, and again I feigned, this time making a needlessly wide parry. The consequent exposure of myself was the bait I had purposely dangled to draw him on. And draw him on I did. Like a flash he took advantage of what he deemed an involuntary exposure. Straight and true was his thrust, and all his will and body were heartily in the weight of the lunge he made. And all had been feigned on my part, and I was ready for him. Just lightly did my steel meet his as our blades slithered. And just firmly enough and no more did my wrist twist and deflect his blade on my basket hilt. Oh, such a slight deflection, a matter of inches, just barely sufficient to send his point past me so that it pierced a fold of my satin doublet in passing. Of course, his body followed his rapier in the lunge, while heart high, right side, my rapier point met his body. And my outstretched arm was stiff and straight as the steel into which it elongated, and behind the arm and the steel, my body was braced and solid. Heart high, I say, my rapier entered Pasquini's side on the right, but it did not emerge on the left, for, well nigh through him, it met a rib. Oh, man-killing is butcher's work. With such a will that the forcing overbalanced him so that he fell part backward and part sideways to the ground. And even as he fell, and ere he struck, with jerk and wrench I cleared my weapon of him. De Goncourt was to him, but he waved de Goncourt to attend on me. Not so swiftly as Fortini did Pasquini pass. He coughed and spat, and, held by de Villehardouin, propped his elbow under him, rested his head on hand, and coughed and spat again. "A pleasant journey, Pasquini," I laughed to him in my red anger. "Pray hasten, for the grass where you lie is become suddenly wet, and if you linger you will catch your death of cold." When I made immediately to begin with de Goncourt, Bohemond protested that I should rest a space. "Nay," I said, "I have not properly warmed up." And to de Goncourt, "Now will we have you dance and wheeze. Salute." De Goncourt's heart was not in the work. It was patent that he fought under the compulsion of command. His play was old-fashioned, as any middle-aged man's is apt to be, but he was not an indifferent swordsman. He was cool, determined, dogged. But he was not brilliant, and he was oppressed with foreknowledge of defeat. A score of times, by quick and brilliant, he was mine. But I refrained. I have said that I was devilish-minded. Indeed, I was. I wore him down. I backed him away from the moon so that he could see little of me because I fought in my own shadow. And while I wore him down until he began to wheeze as I had predicted, Pasquini, head on hand and watching, coughed and spat out his life. "Now, de Goncourt," I announced finally, "you see I have you quite helpless. You are mine in any of a dozen ways. Be ready, brace yourself, for this is the way I will." And so saying, I merely went from carte to tierce, and as he recovered wildly and parried wildly, I returned to carte, took the opening, and drove home heart high and through and through. And at sight of the conclusion, Pasquini let go his hold on life, buried his face in the grass, quivered a moment, and lay still. "Your master will be 4 servants short this night," I assured de Villehardouin, in the moment just ere we engaged. And such an engagement! The boy was ridiculous. In what bucolic school of fence he had been taught was beyond imagining. He was downright clownish. Short work and simple was my judgment, while his red hair seemed abristle with very rage, and while he pressed me like a madman. Alas! It was his clownishness that undid me. When I had played with him and laughed at him for a handful of seconds for the clumsy boor he was, he became so angered that he forgot the worse than little fence he knew. With an arm-wide sweep of his rapier, as though it bore heft and a cutting edge, he whistled it through the air and rapped it down on my crown. I was in a maze. Never had so absurd a thing happened to me. He was wide open, and I could have run him through forthright. But, as I said, I was in a maze, and the next I knew was the pang of the entering steel as this clumsy provincial ran me through and charged forward bull-like till his hilt bruised my side and I was borne backward. As I fell I could see the concern on the faces of Lanfranc and Bohemond, and the glut of satisfaction in the face of de Villehardouin as he pressed me. I was falling, but I never reached the grass. Came a blur of flashing lights, a thunder in my ears, a darkness, a glimmering of dim light slowly dawning, a wrenching, racking pain beyond all describing, and then I heard the voice of one who said, I can't feel anything." I knew the voice. It was Warden Atherton's, and I knew myself for Darrell Standing, just returned across the centuries to the jacket hell of San Quentin. And I knew the touch of fingertips on my neck was Warden Atherton's, and I knew the fingertips that displaced his were Dr. Jackson's, and it was Dr. Jackson's voice that said, "You don't know how to take a man's pulse from the neck. There, right there, put your fingers where mine are. Do you get it? Ah, I thought so. Heart weak, but steady as a chronometer." "It was only 24 hours, Captain Jamie said, and he was never in like condition before." "Putting it on, that's what he's doing, and you can stack on that," Al Hutchins, the head trustee, interjected. "I don't know," Captain Jamie insisted. "When a man's pulse is that low it takes an expert to find it." "Aw, I served my apprenticeship in the jacket," Al Hutchins sneered, "and I've made you unlace me, Captain, when you thought I was croaking, and it was all I could do to keep from snickering in your face." "What do you think, Doc?" Warden Atherton asked. "I tell you the heart action is splendid," was the answer. "Of course it is weak. That is only to be expected. I tell you Hutchins is right. The man is feigning." With his thumb he turned up one of my eyelids, whereat I opened my other eye and gazed up at the group bending over me. "What did I tell you?" was Dr. Jackson's cry of triumph. And then, although it seemed the effort must crack my face, I summoned all the will of me and smiled. They held water to my lips, and I drank greedily. It must be remembered that all this while I lay helpless on my back, my arms pinioned along with my body inside the jacket. When they offered me food, dry prison bread, I shook my head. I closed my eyes in advertisement that I was tired of their presence. The pain of my partial resuscitation was unbearable. I could feel my body coming to life. Down the cords of my neck and into my patch of chest over the heart, darting pains were making their way. And in my brain, the memory was strong that Philippa waited me in the big hall, and I was desirous to escape away, back to the half a day and half a night I had just lived in old France. So it was, even as they stood about me, that I strove to eliminate the live portion of my body from my consciousness. I was in haste to depart, but Warden Atherton's voice held me back. "Is there anything you want to complain about?" he asked. Now I had but one fear, namely, that they would unlace me, so that it must be understood that my reply was not uttered in braggadocio, but was meant to forestall any possible unlacing. "You might make the jacket a little tighter," I whispered. "It's too loose for comfort. I get lost in it." "Hutchins is stupid. He is also a fool. He doesn't know the first thing about lacing the jacket. Warden, you ought to put him in charge of the loom room. He is a more profound master of inefficiency than the present incumbent, who is merely stupid without being a fool as well. Now get out, all of you, unless you can think of worse to do to me. In which case, by all means, remain. I invite you heartily to remain, if you think in your feeble imaginings that you have devised fresh torture for me." "He's a wooz, a true-bled, dyed-in-the-wool wooz," Dr. Jackson chanted, with the medico's delight in a novelty. "Standing, you are a wonder," the warden said. "You've got an iron will, but I'll break it as sure as God made little apples." "And you've the heart of a rabbit," I retorted. 1/10 the jacketing I have received in San Quentin would have squeezed your rabbit heart out of your long ears." Oh, it was a touch, that, for the warden did have unusual ears. They would have interested Lombroso, I am sure. "As for me," I went on, "I laugh at you, and I wish no worse fate to the loom room than that you should take charge of it yourself. Why, you've got me down and worked your wickedness on me, and still I live and laugh in your face. Inefficient? You can't even kill me. Inefficient? You couldn't kill a cornered rat with a stick of dynamite. Real dynamite, and not the sort you are deluded into believing I have hidden away." "Anything more?" he demanded, when I had ceased from my diatribe. And into my mind flashed what I had told Fortini when he pressed his insolence on me. "Begone, you prison cur," I said. "Take your yapping from my door." It must have been a terrible thing for a man of Warden Atherton's stripe to be thus bearded by a helpless prisoner. His face whitened with rage, and his voice shook as he threatened, "By God, Standing, I'll do for you yet." "There is only one thing you can do," I said. "You can tighten this distressingly loose jacket. If you won't, then get out. And I don't care if you fail to come back for a week or for the whole 10 days. And what can even the warden of a great prison do in reprisal on a prisoner upon whom the ultimate reprisal has already been wreaked? It may be that Warden Atherton thought of some possible threat, for he began to speak. But my voice had strengthened with the exercise, and I began to sing. Sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo, sing cuckoo. And sing I did, until my door clanged, and the bolts and locks squeaked and grated fast. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Now that I had learned the trick, the way was easy. And I knew the way was bound to become easier the more I traveled it. Once establish a line of least resistance, each succeeding journey along it will find still less resistance. And so, as you shall see, my journeys from San Quentin life into other lives were achieved almost automatically as time went by. After Warden Atherton and his crew had left me, it was a matter of minutes to will the resuscitated portion of my body back into the little death. Death in life it was, but it was only the little death, similar to the temporary death produced by anesthetic. And so, from all that was sordid and vile, from brutal solitary and jacket hell, from acquainted flies and sweats of darkness and the knuckle talk of the living dead, I was away at a bound into time and space. Came the duration of darkness and the slow-growing awareness of other things and of another self. First of all, in this awareness, was dust. It was in my nostrils, dry and acrid. It was on my lips. It coated my face, my hands, and especially was it noticeable on the fingertips when touched by the ball of my thumb. Next, I was aware of ceaseless movement. All that was about me lurched and oscillated. There was a jolt and jar, and I heard what I knew as a matter of course to be the grind of wheels on axles and the grate and clash of iron tires against rock and sand. And there came to me the jaded voices of men in curse and snarl of slow-plodding, jaded animals. I opened my eyes that were inflamed with dust, and immediately fresh dust bit into them. On the coarse blankets on which I lay, the dust was half an inch thick. Above me, through sifting dust, I saw an arched roof of lurching, swaying canvas, and myriads of dust motes descending heavily in the shafts of sunlight that entered through holes in the canvas. I was a child, a boy of 8 or 9, and I was weary, as was the woman, dusty-visaged and haggard, who sat up beside me and soothed a crying babe in her arms. She was my mother, that I knew as a matter of course, just as I knew, when I glanced along the canvas tunnel of the wagon top, that the shoulders of the man on the driver's seat were the shoulders of my father. When I started to crawl along the packed gear with which the wagon was laden, my mother said in a tired and querulous voice, "Can't you ever be still a minute, Jessie?" That was my name, Jessie. I did not know my surname, though I heard my mother call my father John. I have a dim recollection of hearing, at one time or another, the other men address my father as Captain. I knew that he was the leader of this company, and that his orders were obeyed by all. I crawled out through the opening in the canvas and sat down beside my father on the seat. The air was stifling with the dust that rose from the wagons and the many hoofs of the animals. So thick was the dust that it was like mist or fog in the air, and the low sun shone through it dimly and with a bloody light. Not alone was the light of this setting sun ominous, but everything about me seemed ominous. The landscape, my father's face, the fret of the babe in my mother's arms that she could not still, the 6 horses my father drove that had continually to be urged and that were without any sign of color, so heavily had the dust settled on them. The landscape was an aching, eye-hurting desolation. Low hills stretched endlessly away on every hand. Here and there, only on their slopes, were occasional scrub growths of heat-parched brush. For the most part, the surface of the hills was naked dry and composed of sand and rock. Our way followed the sand bottoms between the hills, and the sand bottoms were bare, save for spots of scrub, with here and there short tufts of dry and withered grass. Water there was none, nor sign of water, except for washed gullies that told of ancient and torrential rains. My father was the only one who had horses to his wagon. The wagons went in single file, and as the train wound and curved, I saw that the other wagons were drawn by oxen. 3 or 4 yoke of oxen strained and pulled weakly at each wagon, and beside them, in the deep sand, walked men with ox goads, who prodded the unwilling beasts along. On a curve I counted the wagons ahead and behind. I knew that there were 40 of them, including our own, for often I had counted them before. And as I counted them now, as a child will to while away tedium, they were all there, 40 of them, all canvas-topped, big and massive, crudely fashioned, pitching and lurching, grinding and jarring over the sand and sagebrush and rock. To right and left of us, scattered along the train, rode a dozen or 15 men and youths on horses. Across their pommels were long-barreled rifles. Whenever any of them drew near to our wagon, I could see that their faces, under the dust, were drawn and anxious like my father's. And my father, like them, had a long-barreled rifle close to hand as he drove. Also, to one side, limped a score or more of footsore, yoke-galled skeleton oxen that ever paused to nip at the occasional tufts of withered grass, and that ever were prodded on by the tired-faced youths who herded them. Sometimes one or another of these oxen would pause and low, and such lowing seemed as ominous as all else about me. Far, far away I have a memory of having lived, a smaller lad, by the tree-lined banks of a stream. And as the wagon jolts along and I sway on the seat with my father, I continually return and dwell upon that pleasant water flowing between the trees. I have a sense that for an interminable period I have lived in a wagon and travelled on, ever on, with this present company. But strongest of all upon me is what is strong upon all the company, namely, a sense of drifting to doom. Our way was like a funeral march. Never did a laugh arise. Never did I hear a happy tone of voice. Neither peace nor ease marched with us. The faces of the men and youths who outrode the train were grim, set, hopeless. And as we toiled through the lurid dust of sunset, often I scanned my father's face in vain quest of some message of cheer. I will not say that my father's face, in all its dusty haggardness, was hopeless. It was dogged, and oh, so grim and anxious, most anxious. A thrill seemed to run along the train. My father's head went up. So did mine. And our horses raised their weary heads, scented the air with long-drawn snorts, and for the nonce pulled willingly. The horses of the outriders quickened their pace, and as for the herd of scarecrow oxen, it broke into a forthright gallop. It was almost ludicrous. The poor brutes were so clumsy in their weakness and haste. They were galloping skeletons draped in mangy hide, and they outdistanced the boys who herded them. But this was only for a time. Then they fell back to a walk, a quick, eager, shambling, sore-footed walk, and they no longer were lured aside by the dry bunch-grass. "What is it?" my mother asked from within the wagon. "Water," was my father's reply. "It must be Nephi." And my mother, "Thank God, and perhaps they will sell us food." And into Nephi, through blood-red dust, with grind and grate and jolt and jar, our great wagons rolled. A dozen scattered dwellings or shanties composed the place. The landscape was much the same as that through which we had passed. There were no trees, only scrub growths and sandy bareness. But here were signs of tilled fields, with here and there a fence. Also there was water. Down the stream ran no current. The bed, however, was damp, with now and again a water-hole into which the loose oxen and the saddle-horses stamped and plunged their muzzles to the eyes. Here, too, grew an occasional small willow. "That must be Bill Black's mill they told us about," my father said, pointing out a building to my mother, whose anxiousness had drawn her to peer out over our shoulders. An old man with buckskin shirt and long matted sunburnt hair rode back to our wagon and talked with father. The signal was given, and the head wagons of the train began to deploy in a circle. The ground favored the evolution, and from long practice it was accomplished without a hitch, so that when the 40 wagons were finally halted, they formed a circle. All was bustle and orderly confusion. Many women, all tired-faced and dusty like my mother, emerged from the wagons. Also poured forth a very horde of children. There must have been at least 50 children, and it seemed I knew them all of long time, and there were at least 20 of women. These went about the preparations for cooking supper. While some of the men chopped sagebrush and we children carried it to the fires that were kindling, other men unyoked the oxen and let them stampede for water. Next, the men, in big squads, moved the wagons snugly into place. The tongue of each wagon was on the inside of the circle, and, front and rear, each wagon was in solid contact with the next wagon before and behind. The great brakes were locked fast. But, not content with this, the wheels of all the wagons were connected with chains. This was nothing new to us children. It was the trouble sign of a camp in hostile country. One wagon only was left out of the circle, so as to form a gate to the corral. Later on, as we knew, ere the camp slept, the animals would be driven inside, and the gate wagon would be chained like the others in place. In the meanwhile, and for hours, the animals would be herded by men and boys to what scant grass they could find. While the camp-making went on, my father, with several others of the men, including the old man with the long sunburnt hair, went away on foot in the direction of the mill. I remember that all of us, men, women, and even the children, paused to watch them depart, and it seemed their errand was of grave import. While they were away, other men, strangers, inhabitants of the desert Nephi, came into camp and stalked about. They were white men, like us, but they were hard-faced, stern-faced, somber, and they seemed angry with all our company. Bad feeling was in the air, and they said things calculated to rouse the tempers of our men, but the warning went out from the women, and was passed on everywhere to our men and youths, that there must be no words. One of the strangers came to our fire, where my mother was alone, cooking. I had just come up with an armful of sagebrush, and I stopped to listen and to stare at the intruder, whom I hated, because it was in the air to hate, because I knew that every last person in our company hated these strangers who were white-skinned like us, and because of whom we had been compelled to make our camp in a circle. This stranger at our fire had blue eyes, hard and cold and piercing. His hair was sandy. His face was shaven to the chin, and from under the chin, covering the neck and extending to the ears, sprouted a sandy fringe of whiskers well streaked with gray. Mother did not greet him, nor did he greet her. He stood and glowered at her for some time. He cleared his throat and said with a sneer, "Wished you was back in Missouri right now, I bet." I saw Mother tighten her lips in self-control ere she answered, "We are from Arkansas." "I guess you got good reasons to deny where you come from," he next said. "You that drove the Lord's people from Missouri." Mother made no reply. "Seein'," he went on, after the pause accorded her, "as you're now comin', a-whinin' and a-beggin' bread at our hands that you persecuted." Whereupon, and instantly, child that I was, I knew anger, the old, red, intolerant wrath, ever unrestrainable and unsubduable. "You lie," I piped up. "We ain't Missourians, we ain't whinin', and we ain't beggars. We got the money to buy." "Shut up, Jesse," my mother cried, landing the back of her hand stingingly on my mouth, and then to the stranger, "Go away and let the boy alone." "I'll shoot you full of lead, you damned Mormon," I screamed and sobbed at him, too quick for my mother this time, and dancing away around the fire from the back sweep of her hand. As for the man himself, my conduct had not disturbed him in the slightest. I was prepared, for I knew not what violent visitation from this terrible stranger, and I watched him warily while he considered me with the utmost gravity. At last he spoke, and he spoke solemnly, with solemn shaking of the head, as if delivering a judgment. "Like fathers, like sons," he said. "The young generation is as bad as the elder. The whole breed is unregenerate and damned. There is no saving it, the young or the old. There is no atonement. Not even the blood of Christ can wipe out its iniquities." "Damned Mormon," was all I could sob at him. "Damned Mormon, damned Mormon, damned Mormon." And I continued to damn him and to dance around the fire before my mother's avenging hand until he strode away. When my father and the men who had accompanied him returned, camp work ceased, while all crowded anxiously about him. He shook his head. "They will not sell?" some woman demanded. Again he shook his head. A man spoke up, a blue-eyed, blonde-whiskered giant of 30, who abruptly pressed his way into the center of the crowd. "They say they have flour and provisions for 3 years, Captain," he said. They have always sold to the immigration before, and now they won't sell, and it ain't our quarrel. Their quarrel's with the government, and they're taking it out on us. It ain't right, Captain. It ain't right, I say. Us with our women and children, and California months away, winter coming on, and nothing but the desert in between. We ain't got the grub to face the desert." He broke off for a moment to address the whole crowd. "Why, you all don't know what desert is. This around here ain't desert. I tell you it's paradise, and heavenly pasture, and flowing with milk and honey alongside what we're going to face. I tell you, Captain, we got to get flour first. If they won't sell it, then we must just up and take it." Many of the men and women began crying out in approval, but my father hushed them by holding up his hand. "I agree with everything you say, Hamilton," he began. But the cries now drowned his voice, and he again held up his hand. "Except one thing you forgot to take into account, Hamilton, a thing that you and all the rest of us must take into account. Brigham Young has declared martial law, and Brigham Young has an army. We could wipe out Nephi in the shake of a lamb's tail and take all the provisions we can carry, but we wouldn't carry them very far. Brigham's saints would be down upon us, and we would be wiped out in another shake of a lamb's tail. You know it, I know it, we all know it." His words carried conviction to listeners already convinced. What he had told them was old news. They had merely forgotten it in a flurry of excitement and desperate need. "Nobody will fight quicker for what is right than I will," Father continued. "But it just happens we can't afford to fight now. If ever a ruction starts, we haven't a chance, and we've all got our women and children to recollect. We've got to be peaceable at any price, and put up with whatever dirt is heaped on us." "But what will we do with the desert coming?" cried a woman who nursed a babe at her breast. "There's several settlements before we come to the desert," Father answered. "Fillmore's 60 miles south, then comes Corn Creek, and Beaver's another 50 miles. Next is Parowan. Then it's 20 miles to Cedar City. The farther we get away from Salt Lake, the more likely they'll sell us provisions." "And if they won't?" the same woman persisted. "Then we're quit of them," said my father. "Cedar City is the last settlement. We'll have to go on, that's all, and thank our stars we are quit of them. 2 days' journey beyond is good pasture and water. They call it Mountain Meadows. Nobody lives there, and that's the place we'll rest our cattle and feed them up before we tackle the desert. Maybe we can shoot some meat, and if the worst comes to the worst, we'll keep going as long as we can, then abandon the wagons, pack what we can on our animals, and make the last stages on foot. We can eat our cattle as we go along. It would be better to arrive in California without a rag to our backs than to leave our bones here, and leave them we will if we start a ruction." With final reiterated warnings against violence of speech or act, the impromptu meeting broke up. I was slow in falling asleep that night. My rage against the Mormon had left my brain in such a tingle that I was still awake when my father crawled into the wagon after a last round of the night watch. They thought I slept, but I heard Mother ask him if he thought that the Mormons would let us depart peacefully from their land. His face was turned aside from her as he busied himself with pulling off a boot, while he answered her with hearty confidence that he was sure the Mormons would let us go if none of our company started trouble. But I saw his face at that moment in the light of a small tallow dip, and in it was none of the confidence that was in his voice. So it was that I fell asleep, oppressed by the dire fate that seemed to overhang us, and pondering upon Brigham Young, who bulked in my child imagination as a fearful, malignant being, a very devil with horns and tail and all. And I awoke to the old pain of the jacket in solitary. About me were the customary 4, Warden Atherton, Captain Jamie, Dr. Jackson, and Al Hutchins. I cracked my face with my willed smile, and struggled not to lose control under the exquisite torment of returning circulation. I drank the water they held to me, waved aside the proffered bread, and refused to speak. I closed my eyes and strove to win back to the chain-locked wagon circle at Nephi, but so long as my visitors stood about me and talked I could not escape. One snatch of conversation I could not tear myself away from hearing. "Just as yesterday," Dr. Jackson said. "No change one way or the other." "Then he can go on standing it?" Warden Atherton queried. "Without a quiver. The next 24 hours as easy as the last. He's a wooz, I tell you, a perfect wooz. If I didn't know it was impossible, I'd say he was doped." "I know his dope," said the warden. "It's that cursed will of his. I'd bet, if he made up his mind, that he could walk barefoot across red-hot stones, like those Kanaka priests from the South Seas. But perhaps it was the word priests that I carried away with me through the darkness of another flight in time. Perhaps it was the cue. More probably it was a mere coincidence. At any rate, I awoke, lying upon a rough, rocky floor, and found myself on my back, my arms crossed in such fashion that each elbow rested in the palm of the opposite hand. As I lay there, eyes closed, half awake, I rubbed my elbows with my palms and found that I was rubbing prodigious calluses. There was no surprise in this. I accepted the calluses as of long time and a matter of course. I opened my eyes. My shelter was a small cave, no more than 3 feet in height and a dozen in length. It was very hot in the cave. Perspiration noduled the entire surface of my body. Now and again several nodules coalesced and formed tiny rivulets. I wore no clothing save a filthy rag about the middle. My skin was burned to a mahogany brown. I was very thin, and I contemplated my thinness with a strange sort of pride, as if it were an achievement to be so thin. Especially I was enamored of my painfully prominent ribs. The very sight of the hollows between them gave me a sense of solemn elation, or rather, to use a better word, of sanctification. My knees were calloused like my elbows. I was very dirty. My beard, evidently once blond, but now a dirt-stained and streaky brown, swept my midriff in a tangled mess. My long hair, similarly stained and tangled, was all about my shoulders, while wisps of it continually strayed in the way of my vision so that sometimes I was compelled to brush it aside with my hands. For the most part, however, I contented myself with peering through it like a wild animal from a thicket. Just at the tunnel-like mouth of my dim cave, the day reared itself in a wall of blinding sunshine. After a time I crawled to the entrance, and for the sake of greater discomfort, lay down in the burning sunshine on a narrow ledge of rock. It positively baked me, that terrible sun, and the more it hurt me, the more I delighted in it, or in myself rather, in that I was thus the master of my flesh and superior to its claims and remonstrances. When I found under me a particularly sharp, but not too sharp, rock projection, I ground my body upon the point of it, rowelled my flesh in a very ecstasy of mastery and of purification. It was a stagnant day of heat. Not a breath of air moved over the river valley on which I sometimes gazed. Hundreds of feet beneath me the wide river ran sluggishly. The farther shore was flat and sandy and stretched away to the horizon. Above the water were scattered clumps of palm trees. On my side, eaten into a curve by the river, were lofty, crumbling cliffs. Further along the curve, in plain view of my eyrie, carved out of the living rock, were 4 colossal figures. It was the stature of a man to their ankle joints. The 4 colossi sat, with hands rested on knees, with arms crumbled quite away, and gazed out upon the river. At least 3 of them so gazed. Of the 4th, all that remained were the lower limbs to the knees and the huge hands resting on the knees. At the feet of this one, ridiculously small, crouched a sphinx. Yet this sphinx was taller than I. I looked upon these carven images with contempt and spat as I looked. I knew not what they were, whether forgotten gods or unremembered kings, but to me they were representative of the vanity of earthmen and earth aspirations. And over all this curve of river and sweep of water and wide sands beyond arched a sky of aching brass unflecked by the tiniest cloud. The hours passed while I roasted in the sun. Often, for quite decent intervals, I forgot my heat and pain in dreams and vision and in memories. All this I knew. Crumbling colossi and river and sand and sun and brazen sky was to pass away in the twinkling of an eye. At any moment, the trumps of the archangels might sound, the stars fall out of the sky, the heavens roll up as a scroll, and the Lord God of all come with his host for the final judgment. Ah, I knew it so profoundly that I was ready for such sublime event. That was why I was here in rags and filth and wretchedness. I was meek and lowly, and I despised the frail needs and passions of the flesh. And I thought with contempt, and with a certain satisfaction, of the far cities of the plain I had known, all unheeding in their pomp and lust of the last day so near at hand. Well, they would see soon enough, but too late for them. And I should see, but I was ready, and to their cries and lamentations would I rise, reborn and glorious, and take my well-earned and rightful place in the city of God. At times, between dreams and visions in which I was verily and before my time in the city of God, I conned over in my mind old discussions and controversies. Yes, Notavus was right in his contention that penitent apostates should never again be received into the churches. Also, there was no doubt that Sabellianism was conceived of the devil. So was Constantine, the arch-fiend, the devil's right hand. Continually I returned to contemplation of the nature of the unity of God, and went over and over the contentions of Noetus the Syrian. Better, however, did I like the contentions of my beloved teacher Arius. Truly, if human reason could determine anything at all, there must have been a time, in the very nature of sonship, when the Son did not exist. In the nature of sonship, there must have been a time when the Son commenced to exist. A father must be older than his son. To hold otherwise were a blasphemy and a belittlement of God. And I remembered back to my young days when I had sat at the feet of Arius, who had been a presbyter of the city of Alexandria, and who had been robbed of the bishopric by the blasphemous and heretical Alexander. Alexander the Sabellianite, that is what he was, and his feet had fast hold of hell. Yes, I had been to the council of Nicaea, and seen it avoid the issue, and I remembered when the Emperor Constantine had banished Arius for his uprightness, and I remembered when Constantine repented for reasons of state and policy and commanded Alexander, the other Alexander, thrice cursed, Bishop of Constantinople, to receive Arius into communion on the morrow. And that very night did not Arius die in the street? They said it was a violent sickness visited upon him in answer to Alexander's prayer to God. But I said, and so said all we Arians, that the violent sickness was due to a poison, and that the poison was due to Alexander himself, Bishop of Constantinople and the devil's poisoner. And here I ground my body back and forth on the sharp stones and muttered aloud, drunk with conviction, "Let the Jews and pagans mock. Let them triumph, for their time is short, and for them there will be no time after time." I talked to myself aloud a great deal on that rocky shelf overlooking the river. I was feverish, and on occasion I drank sparingly of water from a stinking goatskin. This goatskin I kept hanging in the sun that the stench of the skin might increase and that there might be no refreshment of coolness in the water. Food there was, lying in the dirt on my cave floor, a few roots and a chunk of mouldy barley cake, and hungry I was, although I did not eat. All I did that blessed livelong day was to sweat and swelter in the sun, mortify my lean flesh upon the rock, gaze out of the desolation, resurrect old memories, dream dreams, and mutter my convictions aloud. And when the sun set, in the swift twilight I took a last look at the world soon to pass. About the feet of the colossi I could make out the creeping forms of beasts that laired in the once proud works of men. And to the snarls of the beasts I crawled into my hole, and muttering and dozing, visioning fevered fancies and praying that the last day come quickly, I ebbed down into the darkness of sleep. Consciousness came back to me in solitary, with the quartet of torturers about me. "Blasphemous and heretical warden of San Quentin, whose feet have fast hold of hell," I gibbed, after I had drunk deep of the water they held to my lips. "Let the jailers and the trustees triumph. Their time is short, and for them there is no time after time." "He's out of his head," Warden Atherton affirmed. "He's putting it over on you," was Dr. Jackson's sure judgment. "But he refuses food," Captain Jamie protested. "Huh! He could fast 40 days and not hurt himself," the doctor answered. "And I have," I said, "and 40 nights as well. Do me the favor to tighten the jacket and then get out of here." The head trustee tried to insert his forefinger inside the lacing. "You couldn't get a quarter of an inch of slack with block and tackle," he assured them. "Have you any complaint to make, Standing?" the warden asked. "Yes," was my reply, "on 2 counts." "What are they?" "First," I said, The jacket is abominably loose. Hutchins is an ass. He could get a foot of slack if he wanted." "What is the other count?" Warden Atherton asked. "That you are conceived of the devil, Warden." Captain Jamie and Dr. Jackson tittered, and the warden, with a snort, led the way out of my cell. Left alone, I strove to go into the dark and gain back to the wagon circle at Nephi. I was interested to know the outcome of that doomed drifting of our 40 great wagons across a desolate and hostile land, and I was not at all interested in what came of the mangy hermit with his rock-roweled ribs and stinking waterskin. And I gained back, neither to Nephi nor the Nile, but to— But here I must pause in the narrative, my reader, in order to explain a few things and make the whole matter easier to your comprehension. This is necessary because my time is short in which to complete my jacket memoirs. In a little while, in a very little while, they are going to take me out and hang me. Did I have the full time of 1,000 lifetimes, I could not complete the last details of my jacket experiences. Wherefore, I must briefen the narrative. First of all, Bergson is right. Life cannot be explained in intellectual terms. As Confucius said long ago, when we are so ignorant of life, can we know death? And ignorant of life we truly are when we cannot explain it in terms of the understanding. We know life only phenomenally, as a savage may know a dynamo, but we know nothing of life noumenonally, nothing of the nature of the intrinsic stuff of life. Secondly, Marinetti is wrong when he claims that matter is the only mystery and the only reality. I say, and as you, my reader, realize, I speak with authority. I say that matter is the only illusion. Comte called the world, which is tantamount to matter, the great fetish, and I agree with Comte. It is life that is the reality and the mystery. Life is vastly different from mere chemic matter fluxing in high modes of notion. Life persists. Life is the thread of fire that persists through all the modes of matter. I know. I am life. I have lived 10,000 generations. I have lived millions of years. I have possessed many bodies. I, the possessor of these many bodies, have persisted. I am life. I am the unquenched spark ever flashing and astonishing the face of time, ever working my will and wrecking my passion on the cloddy aggregates of matter, called bodies, which I have transiently inhabited. For look you, this finger of mine, so quick with sensation, so subtle to feel, so delicate in its multifarious dexterities, so firm and strong to crook and bend or stiffen by means of cunning leverages, this finger is not I. Cut it off, I live. The body is mutilated. I am not mutilated. The spirit that is I is whole. Very well. Cut off all my fingers. I am I. The spirit is entire. Cut off both hands. Cut off both arms at the shoulder sockets. Cut off both legs at the hip sockets. And I, the unconquerable and indestructible I, survive. Am I any the less for these mutilations, for these subtractions of the flesh? Certainly not. Clip my hair. Shave from me with sharp razors my lips, my nose, my ears. Aye, and tear out the eyes of me by the roots. And there, mewed in that featureless skull that is attached to a hacked and mangled torso, there in that cell of the chemic flesh, will still be I, unmutilated, undiminished. Oh, the heart still beats. Very well, cut out the heart, or, better, fling the flesh remnant into a machine of 1,000 blades and make mincemeat of it. And I, don't you understand? All the spirit and the mystery and the vital fire and life of me am off and away. I have not perished. Only the body has perished, and the body is not I. I believe Colonel de Rochas was correct when he asserted that under the compulsion of his will he sent the girl Josephine, while she was in hypnotic trance, back through the 18 years she had lived, back through the silence and the dark ere she had been born, back to the light of a previous living when she was a bedridden old man, the ex-artilleryman, Jean-Claude Bourdon. And I believe that Colonel de Rochas did truly hypnotize this resurrected shade of the old man and, by compulsion of will, send him back through the 70 years of his life, back into the dark and through the dark into the light of day when he had been the wicked old woman, Philomene Carteron. Already have I not shown you, my reader, that in previous times, inhabiting various cloddy aggregates of matter, I have been Count Guillaume de Saint-Méur, a mangy and nameless hermit of Egypt, and the boy Jesse, whose father was captain of 40 wagons in the great westward emigration. And also, am I not now, as I write these lines, Darrell Standing, under sentence of death in Folsom Prison, and one-time professor of agronomy in the College of Agriculture at the University of California? Matter is the great illusion. That is, matter manifests itself in form, and form is apparitional. Where now are the crumbling rock cliffs of old Egypt, where once I laired me like a wild beast while I dreamed of the city of God? Where now is the body of Guillaume de Saint-Maur that was thrust through on the moonlit grass so long ago by the flame-headed Guy de Villehardouin? Where now are the 40 great wagons in the circle at Nephi, and all the men and women and children and lean cattle that sheltered inside that circle? All such things no longer are, for they were forms, manifestations of fluxing matter ere they melted into the flux again. They have passed and are not. And now my argument becomes plain. The Spirit is the reality that endures. I am Spirit, and I endure. I, Darrell Standing, the tenant of many fleshly tenements, shall write a few more lines of these memoirs, and then pass on my way. The form of me that is my body will fall apart when it has been sufficiently hanged by the neck, and of it naught will remain in all the world of matter. In the world of spirit the memory of it will remain. Matter has no memory, because its forms are evanescent, and what is engraved on its forms perishes with the forms. One word more ere I return to my narrative. In all my journeys through the dark into other lives that have been mine, I have never been able to guide any journey to a particular destination. Thus, many new experiences of old lives were mine before I ever chanced to return to the boy Jesse at Nephi. Possibly, all told, I have lived over Jesse's experiences a score of times, sometimes taking up his career when he was quite small in the Arkansas settlements, and at least a dozen times carrying on past the point where I left him at Nephi. It were a waste of time to detail the whole of it, and so, without prejudice to the verity of my account, I shall skip much that is vague and tortuous and repetitional, and give the facts as I have assembled them out of the various times, in whole and part, as I relive them. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, Part 1, of The Jacket, by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 13, Part 1. Long before daylight, the camp at Nephi was astir. The cattle were driven out to water and pasture. While the men unchained the wheels and drew the wagons apart and clear for yoking in, the women cooked 40 breakfasts over 40 fires. The children, in the chill of dawn, clustered about the fires, sharing places, here and there, with the last relief of the night watch waiting sleepily for coffee. It requires time to get a large train such as ours under way, for its speed is the speed of the slowest. So the sun was an hour high, and the day was already uncomfortably hot when we rolled out of Nephi and on into the sandy barrens. No inhabitant of the place saw us off. All chose to remain indoors, thus making our departure as ominous as they had made our arrival the night before. Again it was long hours of parching heat and biting dust, sagebrush and sand, and a land accursed. No dwellings of men, neither cattle nor fences, nor any sign of humankind, did we encounter all that day, and at night we made our wagon circle beside an empty stream, in the damp sand of which we dug many holes that filled slowly with water seepage. Our subsequent journey is always a broken experience to me. We made camp so many times, always with the wagons drawn in circle, that to my child mind a weary long time passed after Nephi. But always, strong upon all of us, was that sense of drifting to an impending and certain doom. We averaged about 15 miles a day. I know, for my father had said it was 60 miles to Fillmore, the next Mormon settlement, and we made 3 camps on the way. This meant 4 days of travel. From Nephi to the last camp of which I have any memory, we must have taken 2 weeks or a little less. At Fillmore the inhabitants were hostile, as all had been since Salt Lake. They laughed at us when we tried to buy food, and were not above taunting us with being Missourians. When we entered the place, Hitched before the largest house of the dozen houses that composed the settlement were two saddle horses, dusty, streaked with sweat, and drooping. The old man I have mentioned, the one with the long sunburnt hair and buckskin shirt and who seemed a sort of aide or lieutenant to father, rode close to our wagon and indicated the jaded saddle animals with a cock of his head. "Not sparin' horseflesh, Captain," he muttered in a low voice. "And what in the name of Sam Hill are they hard riding for if it ain't for us?" But my father had already noted the condition of the two animals, and my eager eyes had seen him. And I had seen his eyes flash, his lips tighten, and haggard lines form for a moment on his dusty face. That was all. But I put two and two together, and knew that the two tired saddle horses were just one more added touch of ominousness to the situation. "I guess they're keeping an eye on us, Laban," was my father's sole comment. It was at Fillmore that I saw a man that I was to see again. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man, well on in middle age, with all the evidence of good health and immense strength not alone of body, but of will. Unlike most men I was accustomed to about me, he was smooth-shaven. Several days' growth of beard showed that he was already well grayed. His mouth was unusually wide, with thin lips tightly compressed as if he had lost many of his front teeth. His nose was large, square, and thick. So was his face, square, wide between the cheekbones, underhung with massive jaws, and topped with a broad, intelligent forehead. And the eyes, rather small, a little more than the width of an eye apart, were the bluest blue I had ever seen. It was at the flour mill at Fillmore that I first saw this man. Father, with several of our company, had gone there to try to buy flour, and I, disobeying my mother in my curiosity to see more of our enemies, had tagged along unperceived. This man was the one of 4 or 5 who stood in a group with the miller during the interview. "You seen that smooth-faced old cuss?" Laban said to father after we had got outside and were returning to camp. Father nodded. "Well, that's Lee," Laban continued. "I seen him in Salt Lake. He's a regular son of a gun. Got 19 wives and 50 children, they all say. And he's rank crazy on religion. Now what's he following us up for through this God-forsaken country?" Our weary, doomed drifting went on. The little settlements, wherever water and soil permitted, were from 20 to 50 miles apart. Between stretched the barrenness of sand and alkali and drought. And at every settlement our peaceful attempts to buy food were vain. They denied us harshly, and wanted to know who of us had sold them food when we drove them from Missouri. It was useless on our part to tell them we were from Arkansas. From Arkansas we truly were, but they insisted on our being Missourians. At Beaver, 5 days' journey south from Fillmore, we saw Lee again. And again we saw hard-ridden horses tethered before the houses, but we did not see Lee at Parowan. Cedar City was the last settlement. Laban, who had ridden on ahead, came back and reported to father. His first news was significant. "I seen that Lee skedaddling out as I rid in, Captain, and there's more menfolk and horses in Cedar City than the size of the place would warrant." But we had no trouble at the settlement. Beyond refusing to sell us food, they left us to ourselves. The women and children stayed in the houses, and though some of the men appeared in sight, they did not, as on former occasions, enter our camp and taunt us. It was at Cedar City that the Wainwright baby died. I remember Mrs. Wainwright weeping and pleading with Laban to try to get some cow's milk. "It may save the baby's life," she said, "and they've got cow's milk. I saw fresh cows with my own eyes. Go on, please, Laban. It won't hurt you to try. They can only refuse. But they won't. Tell them it's for a baby, a wee little baby. Mormon women have mothers' hearts. Mormon women have mothers' hearts. They couldn't refuse a cup of milk for a wee little baby." And Laban tried. But as he told father afterward, he did not get to see any Mormon women. He saw only the Mormon men, who turned him away. This was the last Mormon outpost. Beyond lay the vast desert, with, on the other side of it, the dreamland, the mythland of California. As our wagons rolled out of the place in the early morning, I, sitting beside my father on the driver's seat, saw Laban give expression to his feelings. We had gone perhaps half a mile and were topping a low rise that would sink Cedar City from view, when Laban turned his horse around, halted it, and stood up in the stirrups. Where he had halted was a new-made grave, and I knew it for the Wainwright babies, not the first of our graves since we had crossed the Wasatch Mountains. He was a weird figure of a man, aged and lean, long-faced, hollow-cheeked, with matted, sunburnt hair that fell below the shoulders of his buckskin shirt. His face was distorted with hatred and helpless rage. Holding his long rifle in his bridle hand, he shook his free fist at Cedar City. "God's curse on all of you," he cried out, "on your children and on your babes unborn. May drought destroy your crops. May you eat sand seasoned with the venom of rattlesnakes. May the sweet water of your springs turn to bitter alkali. May—" Here his words became indistinct as our wagons rattled on, but his heaving shoulders and brandishing fists attested that he had only begun to lay the curse. That he expressed the general feeling in our train was evidenced by the many women who leaned from the wagons, thrusting out gaunt forearms and shaking bony, labored, malformed fists at the last of Mormondom. A man who walked in the sand and goaded the oxen of the wagon behind ours laughed and waved his goad. It was unusual, that laugh, for there had been no laughter in our train for many days. "Give 'em hell, Laban," he encouraged. "Them's my sentiments." And as our train rolled on, I continued to look back at Laban, standing in his stirrups by the baby's grave. Truly, he was a weird figure, with his long hair, his moccasins, and fringed leggings. So old and weather-beaten was his buckskin shirt that ragged filaments, here and there, showed where proud fringes once had been. He was a man of flying tatters. I remember at his waist dangled dirty tufts of hair that far back in the journey, after a shower of rain, were wont to show glossy black. These I knew were Indian scalps, and the sight of them always thrilled me. "It will do him good," Father commended, more to himself than to me. "I've been looking for days for him to blow up." "I wish he'd go back and take a couple of scalps," I volunteered. Father regarded me quizzically. "Don't like the Mormons, eh, son?" I shook my head and felt myself swelling with the inarticulate hate that possessed me. "When I grow up," I said after a minute, "I'm going gunning for them." "You, Jesse!" came my mother's voice from inside the wagon. "Shut your mouth instanter." And to my father, "You ought to be ashamed letting the boy talk on like that." 2 days' journey brought us to Mountain Meadows, and here, well beyond the last settlement, for the first time we did not form the wagon circle. The wagons were roughly in a circle, but there were many gaps, and the wheels were not chained. Preparations were made to stop a week. The cattle must be rested for the real desert, though this was desert enough in all seeming. The same low hills of sand were about us, but sparsely covered with scrub brush. The flat was sandy, but there was some grass, more than we had encountered in many days. Not more than 100 feet from camp was a weak spring that barely supplied human needs. But farther along the bottom various other weak springs emerged from the hillsides, and it was at these that the cattle watered. We made camp early that day, and because of the program to stay a week, there was a general overhauling of soiled clothes by the women, who planned to start washing on the morrow. Everybody worked till nightfall. While some of the men mended harness, others repaired the frames and ironwork of the wagons. There was much heating and hammering of iron and tightening of bolts and nuts. And I remember coming upon Laban, sitting cross-legged in the shade of a wagon and sewing away till nightfall on a new pair of moccasins. He was the only man in our train who wore moccasins and buckskin, and I have an impression that he had not belonged to our company when it left Arkansas. Also, he had neither wife nor family nor wagon of his own. All he possessed was his horse, his rifle, the clothes he stood up in, and a couple of blankets that were hauled in the Mason wagon. Next morning it was that our doom fell. 2 days' journey beyond the last Mormon outpost, knowing that no Indians were about, and apprehending nothing from the Indians on any count, for the first time we had not chained our wagons in the solid circle, placed guards on the cattle, nor set a night watch. My awakening was like a nightmare. It came as a sudden blast of sound. I was only stupidly awake for the first moments and did nothing except to try to analyze and identify various noises that went to compose the blast that continued without let-up. I could hear near and distant explosions of rifles, shouts and curses of men, women screaming, and children bawling. Then I could make out the thuds and squeals of bullets that hit wood and iron in the wheels and under construction of the wagon. Whoever it was that was shooting, the aim was too low. When I started to rise, my mother, evidently just in the act of dressing, pressed me down with her hand. Father, already up and about, at this stage erupted into the wagon. "Out of it," he shouted. "Quick! To the ground!" He wasted no time. With a hook-like clutch that was almost a blow, so swift was it, he flung me bodily out of the rear end of the wagon. I had barely time to crawl out from under when Father, Mother, and the baby came down pell-mell where I had been. "Here, Jesse," Father shouted to me, and I joined him in scooping out sand behind the shelter of a wagon wheel. We worked bare-handed and wildly. Mother joined in. "Go ahead and make it deeper, Jesse," Father ordered. He stood up and rushed away in the gray light, shouting commands as he ran. I had learned by now my surname. It was Jesse Fancher. My father was Captain Fancher. "Lie down!" I could hear him. "Get behind the wagon wheels and burrow in the sand. Family men, get the women and children out of the wagons. Hold your fire. No more shooting. Hold your fire and be ready for the rush when it comes. Single men, join Laban at the right, Cochran at the left, and me in the center. Don't stand up. Crawl for it." But no rush came. For a quarter of an hour the heavy and irregular fire continued. Our damage had come in the first moments of surprise when a number of the early rising men were caught exposed in the light of the campfires they were building. The Indians, for Indians Laban declared them to be, had attacked us from the open, and were lying down and firing at us. In the growing light, Father made ready for them. His position was near to where I lay in the burrow with Mother, so that I heard him when he cried out, "Now, all together!" From left, right, and center our rifles loosed in a volley. I had popped my head up to see, and I could make out more than one stricken Indian. Their fire immediately ceased, and I could see them scampering back on foot across the open, dragging their dead and wounded with them. All was work with us on the instant. While the wagons were being dragged and chained into the circle with tongues inside, I saw women and little boys and girls flinging their strength on the wheel spokes to help. We took toll of our losses. First, and gravest of all, our last animal had been run off. Next, lying about the fires they had been building, were 7 of our men. 4 were dead, and 3 were dying. Other men wounded, being cared for by the women. Little Rish Hardacre had been struck in the arm by a heavy ball. He was no more than 6, and I remember looking on with mouth agape while his mother held him on her lap and his father set about bandaging the wound. Little Rish had stopped crying. I could see the tears on his cheeks while he stared wonderingly at the sliver of broken bone sticking out of his forearm. Granny White was found dead in the Foxwell wagon. She was a fat and helpless old woman who never did anything but sit down all the time and smoke a pipe. She was the mother of Abby Foxwell, and Mrs. Grant had been killed. Her husband sat beside her body. He was very quiet. There were no tears in his eyes. He just sat there, his rifle across his knees, and everybody left him alone. Under Father's directions, the company was working like so many beavers. The men dug a big rifle pit in the center of the corral, forming a breastwork out of the displaced sand. Into this pit the women dragged bedding, food, and all sorts of necessities from the wagons. All the children helped. There was no whimpering and little or no excitement. There was work to be done, and all of us were folks born to work. The big rifle pit was for the women and children. Under the wagons, completely around the circle, a shallow trench was dug and an earthwork thrown up. This was for the fighting men. Laban returned from a scout. He reported that the Indians had withdrawn the matter of half a mile and were holding a powwow. Also, he had seen them carry 6 of their number off the field, 3 of which, he said, were deaders. From time to time, during the morning of that first day, we observed clouds of dust that advertised the movements of considerable bodies of mounted men. These clouds of dust came toward us, hemming us in on all sides, but we saw no living creature. One cloud of dirt only moved away from us. It was a large cloud, and everybody said it was our cattle being driven off. And our 40 great wagons that had rolled over the Rockies and half across the continent stood in a helpless circle. Without cattle, they could roll no farther. At noon, Laban came in from another scout. He had seen fresh Indians arriving from the south, showing that we were being closed in. It was at this time that we saw a dozen white men ride out on the crest of a low hill to the east and look down on us. "That settles it," Laban said to Father. "The Indians have been put up to it." "They're white like us," I heard Abby Foxwell complain to Mother. Why don't they come in to us?" "They ain't whites," I piped up, with a wary eye for the swoop of Mother's hand. "They're Mormons." That night, after dark, 3 of our young men stole out of camp. I saw them go. They were Will Aiding, Abel Milliken, and Timothy Grant. "They are heading for Cedar City to get help," Father told Mother, while he was snatching a hasty bite of supper. Mother shook her head. "There's plenty of Mormons within calling distance of camp," she said. "If they won't help, and they haven't shown any signs, then the Cedar City ones won't either." "But there are good Mormons and bad Mormons," Father began. "We haven't found any good ones so far," she shut him off. Not until morning did I hear of the return of Abel Milliken and Timothy Grant, but I was not long in learning. The whole camp was downcast by reason of their report. The 3 had gone only a few miles when they were challenged by white men. As soon as Will Aiden spoke up, telling that they were from the Fancher Company, going to Cedar City for help, he was shot down. Milliken and Grant escaped back with the news, and the news settled the last hope in the hearts of our company. The whites were behind the Indians, and the doom so long apprehended was upon us. This morning of the second day our men, going for water, were fired upon. The spring was only 100 feet outside our circle, but the way to it was commanded by the Indians who now occupied the low hill to the east. It was close range, for the hill could not have been more than 15 rods away. But the Indians were not good shots, evidently, for our men brought in the water without being hit. Beyond an occasional shot into camp, the morning passed quietly. We had settled down in the rifle pit, and being used to rough living, were comfortable enough. Of course, it was bad for the families of those who had been killed, and there was the taking care of the wounded. I was forever stealing away from Mother in my insatiable curiosity to see everything that was going on, and I managed to see pretty much of everything. Inside the corral, to the south of the big rifle pit, the men dug a hole and buried the 7 men and 2 women all together. Only Mrs. Hastings, who had lost her husband and father, made much trouble. She cried and screamed out, and it took the other women a long time to quiet her. On the low hill to the east the Indians kept up a tremendous powwowing and yelling, but beyond an occasional harmless shot they did nothing. "What's the matter with the ornery cusses?" Laban impatiently wanted to know. "Can't they make up their minds what they're goin' to do, and then do it?" It was hot in the corral that afternoon. The sun blazed down out of a cloudless sky, and there was no wind. The men, lying with their rifles in the trench under the wagons, were partly shaded, but the big rifle pit, in which were over 100 women and children, was exposed to the full power of the sun. Here, too, were the wounded men, over whom we erected awnings of blankets. It was crowded and stifling in the pit, and I was forever stealing out of it to the firing line, and making a great to-do at carrying messages for Father. Our grave mistake had been in not forming the wagon circle so as to enclose the spring. This had been due to the excitement of the first attack, when we did not know how quickly it might be followed by a second one. And now it was too late. At 15 rods' distance from the Indian position on the hill, we did not dare unchain our wagons. Inside the corral, south of the graves, we constructed a latrine, and north of the rifle pit in the center, a couple of men were told off by Father to dig a well for water. In the mid-afternoon of that day, which was the second day, we saw Lee again. He was on foot, crossing diagonally over the meadow to the northwest just out of rifle shot from us. Father hoisted one of Mother's sheets on a couple of ox goads lashed together. This was our white flag, but Lee took no notice of it, continuing on his way. Laban was for trying a long shot at him, but Father stopped him, saying that it was evident the whites had not made up their minds what they were going to do with us, and that a shot at Lee might hurry them into making up their minds the wrong way. "Here, Jesse," Father said to me, tearing a strip from the sheet and fastening it to an ox goad. "Take this and go out and try to talk to that man. Don't tell him anything about what's happened to us. Just try to get him to come in and talk with us." As I started to obey, my chest swelling with pride in my mission, Jed Dunham cried out that he wanted to go with me. Jed was about my own age. "Dunham, can your boy go along with Jesse?" Father asked Jed's father. "Two's better than one. They'll keep each other out of mischief." So Jed and I, 2 youngsters of 9, went out under the white flag to talk with the leader of our enemies. But Lee would not talk. When he saw us coming, he started to sneak away. We never got within calling distance of him, and after a while he must have hidden in the brush, for we never laid eyes on him again, and we knew he couldn't have got clear away. Jed and I beat up the brush for hundreds of yards all around. They hadn't told us how long we were to be gone, and since the Indians did not fire on us, we kept on going. We were away over 2 hours, though had either of us been alone, he would have been back in a quarter of the time. But Jed was bound to outbrave me, and I was equally bound to outbrave him. Our foolishness was not without profit. We walked boldly about under our white flag, and learned how thoroughly our camp was beleaguered. To the south of our train, not more than half a mile away, we made out a large Indian camp. Beyond, on the meadow, we could see Indian boys riding hard on their horses. Then there was the Indian position on the hill to the east. We managed to climb a low hill so as to look into this position. Jed and I spent half an hour trying to count them, and concluded, with much guessing, that there must be at least a couple of hundred. Also, we saw white men with them, and doing a great deal of talking. Northeast of our train, not more than 400 yards from it, we discovered a large camp of whites behind a low rise of ground, and beyond we could see 50 or 60 saddle horses grazing, and a mile or so away to the north we saw a tiny cloud of dust approaching. Jed and I waited until we saw a single man, riding fast, gallop into the camp of the whites. When we got back into the corral, the first thing that happened to me was a smack from Mother for having stayed away so long. But Father praised Jed and me when we gave our report. "Watch for an attack now, maybe, Captain," Aaron Cochrane said to Father. "That man the boy's seen has rid in for a purpose. The whites are holding the Indians till they get orders from higher up. Maybe that man brung the orders one way or the other. They ain't sparing horseflesh, that's one thing sure." Half an hour after our return, Laban attempted to scout under a white flag, but he had not gone 20 feet outside the circle when the Indians opened fire on him and sent him back on the run. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2, of The Jacket, by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 13, Part 2. Just before sundown, I was in the rifle pit holding the baby, while Mother was spreading the blankets for a bed. There were so many of us that we were packed and jammed. So little room was there that many of the women the night before had sat up and slept with their heads bowed on their knees. Right alongside of me, so near that when he tossed his arms about he struck me on the shoulder, Silas Dunlap was dying. He had been shot in the head in the first attack, and all the second day was out of his head and raving and singing doggerel. One of his songs, that he sang over and over until it made Mother frantic nervous, was, "Said the first little devil to the second little devil, give me some tobaccy from your old tobaccy box. Said the second little devil to the first little devil, stick close to your money and close to your rocks, and you'll always have tobaccy in your old tobaccy box." I was sitting directly alongside of him holding the baby when the attack burst on us. It was sundown, and I was staring with all my eyes at Silas Dunlap, who was just in the final act of dying. His wife, Sarah, had one hand resting on his forehead. Both she and her Aunt Martha were crying softly. And then it came. Explosions and bullets from hundreds of rifles. Clear around from east to west, by way of the north, they had strung out in half a circle and were pumping lead in our position. Everybody in the rifle pit flattened down. Lots of the younger children sat up a-squallin', and it kept the women busy hushing them. Some of the women screamed at first, but not many. Thousands of shots must have rained in on us in the next few minutes. How I wanted to crawl out to the trench under the wagons where our men were keeping up a steady but irregular fire. Each was shooting on his own whenever he saw a man to pull trigger on. But Mother suspected me, for she made me crouch down and keep right on holding the baby. I was just taking a look at Silas Dunlap. He was still quivering, when the little Castleton baby was killed. Dorothy Castleton, herself only about 10, was holding it, so that it was killed in her arms. She was not hurt at all. I heard them talking about it, and they conjectured that the bullet must have struck high on one of the wagons and been deflected down into the rifle pit. It was just an accident, they said, and that, except for such accidents, we were safe where we were. When I looked again, Silas Dunlap was dead, and I suffered distinct disappointment in being cheated out of witnessing that particular event. I had never been lucky enough to see a man actually die before my eyes. Dorothy Castleton got hysterics over what had happened and yelled and screamed for a long time, and she set Mrs. Hastings going again. Altogether, such a row was raised that Father sent Walt Cummings crawling back to us to find out what was the matter. Well along into twilight, the heavy firing ceased, although there were scattering shots during the night. 2 of our men were wounded in this second attack and were brought into the rifle pit. Bill Tyler was killed instantly, and they buried him, Silas Dunlap, and the Castleton baby in the dark alongside of the others. All during the night, men relieved one another at sinking the well deeper, but the only sign of water they got was damp sand. Some of the men fetched a few pails of water from the spring, but were fired upon, and they gave it up when Jeremy Hopkins had his left hand shot off at the wrist. Next morning, the 3rd day, it was hotter and drier than ever. We awoke thirsty, but there was no cooking. So dry were our mouths that we could not eat. I tried a piece of stale bread Mother gave me, but had to give it up. The firing rose and fell. Sometimes there were hundreds shooting into the camp. At other times came lulls in which not a shot was fired. Father was continually cautioning our men not to waste shots because we were running short of ammunition. And all the time the men went on digging the well. It was so deep that they were hoisting the sand up in buckets. The men who hoisted were exposed, and one of them was wounded in the shoulder. He was Peter Bromley, who drove oxen for the Bloodgood wagon, and he was engaged to marry Jane Bloodgood. She jumped out of the rifle pit and ran right to him while the bullets were flying and led him back into shelter. About midday the well caved in, and there was lively work digging out the couple who were buried in the sand. Amos Wentworth did not come to for an hour. After that, they timbered the well with bottom boards from the wagons and wagon tongues, and the digging went on. But all they could get, and they were 20 feet down, was damp sand. The water would not seep. By this time, the conditions in the rifle pit were terrible. The children were complaining for water, and the babies, hoarse from much crying, went on crying. Robert Carr, another wounded man, lay about 10 feet from Mother and me. He was out of his head and kept thrashing his arms about and calling for water. And some of the women were almost as bad and kept raving against the Mormons and Indians. Some of the women prayed a great deal, and the 3 grown Demdike sisters, with their mother, sang gospel hymns. Other women got damp sand that was hoisted out of the bottom of the well and packed it against the bare bodies of the babies to try to cool and soothe them. The 2 Fairfax brothers couldn't stand it any longer, and with pails in their hands, crawled out under a wagon and made a dash for the spring. Giles never got halfway when he went down. Roger made it there and back without being hit. He brought 2 pails part full, for some splashed out when he ran. Giles crawled back, and when they helped him into the rifle pit, he was bleeding at the mouth and coughing. 2 part pails of water could not go far among over 100 of us, not counting the men. Only the babies and the very little children and the wounded men got any. I did not get a sip, although Mother dipped a bit of cloth into the several spoonfuls she got for the baby and wiped my mouth out. She did not even do that for herself, for she left me the bit of damp rag to chew. The situation grew unspeakably worse in the afternoon. The quiet sun blazed down through the clear windless air and made a furnace of our hole in the sand. And all about us were the explosions of rifles and yells of the Indians. Only once in a while did Father permit a single shot from the trench, and at that only by our best marksmen, such as Laban and Timothy Grant. But a steady stream of lead poured into our position all the time. There were no more disastrous ricochets, however, and our men in the trench, no longer firing, lay low and escaped damage. Only 4 were wounded, and only one of them very badly. Father came in from the trench during a lull in the firing. He sat for a few minutes alongside Mother and me without speaking. He seemed to be listening to all the moaning and crying for water that was going up. Once he climbed out of the rifle pit and went over to investigate the well. He brought back only damp sand, which he plastered thick on the chest and shoulders of Robert Carr. Then he went to where Jed Dunham and his mother were, and sent for Jed's father to come in from the trench. So closely packed were we that when anybody moved about inside the rifle pit, he had to crawl carefully over the bodies of those lying down. After a time, Father came crawling back to us. "Jesse," he asked, "are you afraid of the Indians?" I shook my head emphatically, guessing that I was to be set on another proud mission. "Are you afraid of the damned Mormons?" "Not of any damned Mormon," I answered, taking advantage of the opportunity to curse our enemies without fear of the avenging back of Mother's hand. I noted the little smile that curled his tired lips for the moment when he heard my reply. "Well then, Jesse," he said, "will you go with Jed to the spring for water?" I was all eagerness. "We're going to dress the two of you up as girls," he continued, "so that maybe they won't fire on you." I insisted on going as I was, as a male human that wore pants, but I surrendered quickly enough when Father suggested that he would find some other boy to dress up and go along with Jed. A chest was fetched in from the Chaddocks wagon. The Chaddocks girls were twins and of about a size with Jed and me. Several of the women got around to help. They were the Sunday dresses of the Chaddocks twins and had come in the chest all the way from Arkansas. In her anxiety, Mother left the baby with Sarah Dunlap and came as far as the trench with me. There, under a wagon and behind the little breastwork of sand, Jed and I received our last instructions. Then we crawled out and stood up in the open. We were dressed precisely alike, white stockings, white dresses, with big blue sashes, and white sunbonnets. Jed's right and my left hand were clasped together. In each of our free hands we carried 2 small pails. "Take it easy," Father cautioned, as we began our advance. "Go slow. Walk like girls." Not a shot was fired. We made the spring safely, filled our pails, and lay down and took a good drink ourselves. With a full pail in each hand, we made the return trip, and still not a shot was fired. I cannot remember how many journeys we made. Fully 15 or 20. We walked slowly, always going out with hands clasped, always coming back slowly with 4 pails of water. It was astonishing how thirsty we were. We lay down several times and took long drinks. But it was too much for our enemies. I cannot imagine that the Indians would have withheld their fire for so long, girls or no girls, had they not obeyed instructions from the whites who were with them. At any rate, Jed and I were just starting on another trip when a rifle went off from the Indian hill, and then another. "Come back," Mother cried out. I looked at Jed and found him looking at me. I knew he was stubborn and had made up his mind to be the last one in, so I started to advance, and at the same instant he started. "You, Jesse!" cried my mother, and there was more than a smacking in the way she said it. Jed offered to clasp hands, but I shook my head. "Run for it," I said. And while we hot-footed it across the sand, it seemed all the rifles on Indian Hill were turned loose on us. I got to the spring a little ahead so that Jed had to wait for me to fill my pails. "Now run for it," he told me, and from the leisurely way he went about filling his own pails, I knew he was determined to be in last. So I crouched down, and while I waited, watched the puffs of dust raised by the bullets. We began the return side by side and running. "Not so fast," I cautioned him, "or you'll spill half the water." That stung him, and he slacked back perceptibly. Midway I stumbled and fell headlong. A bullet, striking directly in front of me, filled my eyes with sand. For the moment I thought I was shot. "Done it a purpose," Jed sneered as I scrambled to my feet. He had stood and waited for me. I caught his idea. He thought I had fallen deliberately in order to spill my water and go back for more. This rivalry between us was a serious matter. So serious indeed that I immediately took advantage of what he had imputed and raced back to the spring. And Jed Dunham, scornful of the bullets that were puffing dust all around him, stood there upright in the open and waited for me. We came in side by side, with honors even in our boys' foolhardiness. But when we delivered the water, Jed had only 1 pailful. A bullet had gone through the other pail close to the bottom. Mother took it out on me with a lecture on disobedience. She must have known, after what I had done, that Father wouldn't let her smack me, for while she was lecturing, Father winked at me across her shoulder. It was the first time he had ever winked at me. Back in the rifle pit, Jed and I were heroes. The women wept and blessed us, and kissed us and mauled us, and I confess I was proud of the demonstration, although, like Jed, I let on that I did not like all such making over. But Jeremy Hopkins, a great bandage about the stump of his left wrist, said we were the stuff white men were made out of, men like Daniel Boone, like Kit Carson and Davy Crockett. I was prouder of that than all the rest. The remainder of the day I seem to have been bothered principally with the pain of my right eye, caused by the sand that had been kicked into it by the bullet. The eye was bloodshot, Mother said, and to me it seemed to hurt just as much whether I kept it open or closed. I tried both ways. Things were quieter in the rifle pit, because all had had water, though strong upon us was the problem of how the next water was to be procured. Coupled with this was the known fact that our ammunition was almost exhausted. A thorough overhauling of the wagons by Father had resulted in finding 5 pounds of powder. A very little more was in the flasks of the men. I remembered the sundown attack of the night before and anticipated it this time by crawling to the trench before sunset. I crept into a place alongside of Laban. He was busy chewing tobacco and did not notice me. For some time I watched him, fearing that when he discovered me he would order me back. He would take a long squint out between the wagon wheels, chew steadily a while, and then spit carefully into a little depression he had made in the sand. "How's tricks?" I asked finally. It was the way he always addressed me. "Fine," he answered. "Most remarkable fine, Jesse, now that I can chew again. My mouth was that dry that I couldn't chew from sunup to when you brung the water." Here a man showed head and shoulders over the top of the little hill to the northeast occupied by the whites. Laban sighted his rifle on him for a long minute. Then he shook his head. 400 yards. Nope, I don't risk it. I might get him, and then again I mightn't, and your dad is mighty anxious about the powder." "What do you think our chances are?" I asked, man-fashion, for after my water exploit I was feeling very much the man. Laban seemed to consider carefully for a space ere he replied. "Jesse, I don't mind telling you, we're in a damned bad hole. But we'll get out. Oh, we'll get out. You can bet your bottom dollar." "Some of us ain't going to get out," I objected. "Who, for instance?" he queried. "Why, Bill Tyler and Mrs. Grant and Silas Dunlap and all the rest." "Aw, shucks, Jesse. They're in the ground already. Don't you know everybody has to bury their dead as they traipse along? They've been doing it for thousands of years, I reckon, and there's just as many alive as ever they was. You see, Jesse, birth and death go hand in hand, and they're born as fast as they die. Faster, I reckon, because they've increased and multiplied. Now you might a got killed this afternoon packing water. But you're here, ain't you, a-gassin' with me and likely to grow up and be the father of a fine large family in Californy. They say everything grows large in Californy." This cheerful way of looking at the matter encouraged me to dare sudden expression of a long covetousness. "Say, Laban, supposin' you got killed here." "Who, me?" he cried. "I'm just saying supposin'," I explained. "Oh, all right, then. Go on. Supposin' I am killed. Will you give me your scalps?" "Your ma'll smack you if she catches you a-wearin' them," he temporized. "I don't have to wear them when she's around. Now, if you got killed, Laban, somebody'd have to get them scalps. Why not me?" "Why not?" he repeated. "That's correct. And why not you? All right, Jesse. I like you and your pa. The minute I'm killed, the scalps is yourn, and the scalpin' knife, too. And there's Timothy Grant for witness. Did you hear, Timothy?" Timothy said he had heard, and I lay there speechless in the stifling trench, too overcome by my greatness of good fortune to be able to utter a word of gratitude. I was rewarded for my foresight in going to the trench. Another general attack was made at sundown, and thousands of shots were fired into us. Nobody on our side was scratched. On the other hand, although we fired barely 30 shots, I saw Laban and Timothy Grant each get an Indian. Laban told me that from the first only the Indians had done the shooting. He was certain that no white had fired a shot, all of which sorely puzzled him. The whites neither offered us aid nor attacked us, and all the while were on visiting terms with the Indians who were attacking us. Next morning found the thirst harsh upon us. I was out at the first hint of light. There had been a heavy dew, and men, women, and children were lapping it up with their tongues from off the wagon tongues, brake blocks, and wheel tires. There was talk that Laban had returned from a scout just before daylight, that he had crept close to the position of the whites, that they were already up, and that in the light of their campfires he had seen them praying in a large circle. Also he reported from what few words he caught that they were praying about us and what was to be done with us. "May God send them the light then," I heard one of the Demdike sisters say to Abby Foxwell. "And soon," said Abby Foxwell, "for I don't know what we'll do a whole day without water, and our powder is about gone." Nothing happened all morning. Not a shot was fired. Only the sun blazed down through the quiet air. Our thirst grew, and soon the babies were crying and the younger children whimpering and complaining. At noon, Will Hamilton took 2 large pails and started for the spring. But before he could crawl under the wagon, Ann Demdike ran and got her arms around him and tried to hold him back. But he talked to her and kissed her and went on. Not a shot was fired, nor was any fired all the time he continued to go out and bring back water. "Praise God," cried old Mrs. Demdike. "It's a sign. They have relented." This was the opinion of many of the women. About 2 o'clock, after we had eaten and felt better, a white man appeared, carrying a white flag. Will Hamilton went out and talked to him, came back and talked with father and the rest of our men, and then went out to the stranger again. Farther back we could see a man standing and looking on, whom we recognized as Lee. With us all was excitement. The women were so relieved that they were crying and kissing one another, and old Mrs. Demdike and others were hallelujahing and blessing God. The proposal which our men had accepted was that we would put ourselves under the flag of truce and be protected from the Indians. We had to do it, I heard father tell mother. He was sitting, droop-shouldered and dejected, on a wagon tongue. "But what if they intend treachery?" mother asked. He shrugged his shoulders. "We've got to take the chance that they don't," he said. "Our ammunition is gone." Some of our men were unchaining one of our wagons and rolling it out of the way. I ran across to see what was happening. In came Lee himself, followed by 2 empty wagons, each driven by 1 man. Everybody crowded around Lee. He said that they had had a hard time with the Indians keeping them off of us, and that Major Higbee, with 50 of the Mormon militia, were ready to take us under their charge. But what made father and Laban and some of the men suspicious was when Lee said that we must put all our rifles into one of the wagons so as not to arouse the animosity of the Indians. By so doing we would appear to be the prisoners of the Mormon militia. Father straightened up and was about to refuse when he glanced to Laban, who replied in an undertone, "They ain't no more use in our hands than in the wagon, seeing as the powder's gone." 2 of our wounded men, who could not walk, were put into the wagons, and along with them were put all the little children. Lee seemed to be picking them out, over 8 and under 8. Jed and I were large for our age, and we were 9 besides, so Lee put us with the older bunch and told us we were to march with the women on foot. When he took our baby from mother and put it in a wagon, she started to object. Then I saw her lips draw tightly together, and she gave in. She was a gray-eyed, strong-featured, middle-aged woman, large-boned and fairly stout. But the long journey and hardship had told on her, so that she was hollow-cheeked and gaunt, and like all the women in the company, she wore an expression of brooding, never-ceasing anxiety. It was when Lee described the order of march that Laban came to me. Lee said that the women and the children that walked should go first in the line, following behind the 2 wagons. Then the men in single file should follow the women. When Laban heard this, he came to me, untied the scalps from his belt, and fastened them to my waist. "But you ain't killed yet," I protested. "You bet your life I ain't," he answered lightly. "I've just reformed, that's all. This scalp-wearing is a vain thing and heathen." He stopped a moment as if he had forgotten something, then, as he turned abruptly on his heel to regain the men of our company, he called over his shoulder, "Well, so long, Jesse." I was wondering why he should say goodbye when a white man came riding into the corral. He said Major Higbee had sent him to tell us to hurry up because the Indians might attack at any moment. So the march began, the 2 wagons first. Lee kept along with the women and walking children. Behind us, after waiting until we were a couple of 100 feet in advance, came our men. As we emerged from the corral, we could see the militia just a short distance away. They were leaning on their rifles and standing in a long line about 6 feet apart. As we passed them, I could not help noticing how solemn-faced they were. They looked like men at a funeral. So did the women notice this, and some of them began to cry. I walked right behind my mother. I had chosen this position so she would not catch sight of my scalps. Behind me came the 3 Demdike sisters, 2 of them helping the old mother. I could hear Lee calling all the time to the men who drove the wagons not to go so fast. A man that one of the Demdike girls said must be Major Higbee sat on a horse watching us go by. Not an Indian was in sight. By the time our men were just abreast of the militia, I had just looked back to try to see where Jed Dunham was. The thing happened. I heard Major Higbee cry out in a loud voice, "Do your duty." All the rifles of the militia seemed to go off at once, and our men were falling over and sinking down. All the Demdike women went down at one time. I turned quickly to see how Mother was, and she was down. Right alongside of us, out of the bushes, came hundreds of Indians, all shooting. I saw the 2 Dunlap sisters start on the run across the sand and took after them, for whites and Indians were all killing us. And as I ran, I saw the driver of one of the wagons shooting the 2 wounded men. The horses of the other wagon were plunging and rearing, and their driver was trying to hold them. It was when the little boy that was I was running after the Dunlap girls that blackness came upon him. All memory there ceases, for Jesse Fancher there ceased, and as Jesse Fancher ceased forever. The form that was Jesse Fancher, the body that was his, being matter and apparitional, like an apparition, passed and was not. But the imperishable spirit did not cease. It continued to exist, and in its next incarnation became the residing spirit of that apparitional body known as Darrell Standing's, which soon is to be taken out and hanged and sent into the nothingness whither all apparitions go. There is a lifer here in Folsom, Matthew Davies, of old pioneer stock, who is trustee of the scaffold and execution chamber. He is an old man, and his folks crossed the plains in the early days. I have talked with him, and he has verified the massacre in which Jesse Fancher was killed. When this old lifer was a child, there was much talk in his family of the Mountain Meadows massacre. The children in the wagons, he said, were saved because they were too young to tell tales. All of which I submit. Never in my life of Darrell Standing have I read a line or heard a word spoken of the Fancher company that perished at Mountain Meadows. Yet in the jacket in San Quentin Prison, all this knowledge came to me. I could not create this knowledge out of nothing, any more than I could create dynamite out of nothing. This knowledge and these facts I have related have but one explanation. They are out of the spirit content of me, the spirit that, unlike matter, does not perish. In closing this chapter, I must state that Matthew Davies also told me that some years after the massacre, Lee was taken by United States government officials to the Mountain Meadows and there executed on the site of our old corral. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 14. When, at the conclusion of my first 10 days' term in the jacket, I was brought back to consciousness by Dr. Jackson's thumb pressing open an eyelid, I opened both eyes and smiled up into the face of Warden Atherton. "Too cussed to live and too mean to die," was his comment. "The 10 days are up, Warden?" I whispered. "Well, we're going to unlace you," he growled. "It is not that," I said. "You observed my smile. You remember we had a little wager. Don't bother to unlace me first. Just give the Bull Durham and cigarette papers to Morrell and Oppenheimer. And for full measure, here's another smile." "Oh, I know your kind, Standing," the warden lectured. "But it won't get you anything. If I don't break you, you'll break all straight-jacket records." "He's broken them already," Dr. Jackson said. "Who ever heard of a man smiling after 10 days of it?" "Well and bluff," Warden Atherton answered. "Unlace him, Hutchins." "Why such haste?" I queried in a whisper, of course, for so low had life ebbed in me that it required all the little strength I possessed and all the will of me to be able to whisper even. "Why such haste? I don't have to catch a train, and I'm so confounded comfortable as I am that I prefer not to be disturbed." But unlace me they did, rolling me out of the fetid jacket and upon the floor, an inert, helpless thing. "No wonder he was comfortable," said Captain Jamie. "He didn't feel anything. He's paralyzed." "Paralyzed your grandmother," sneered the warden. "Get him up on his feet and you'll see him stand." Hutchins and the doctor dragged me to my feet. "Now let go," the warden commanded. Not all at once could life return into the body that had been practically dead for 10 days, and as a result, with no power as yet over my flesh, I gave at the knees, crumbled, pitched sideways, and gashed my forehead against the wall. "You see?" said Captain Jamie. "Good acting," retorted the warden. "That man's got nerve to do anything." "You're right, Warden," I whispered from the floor. "I did it on purpose. It was a stage fall. Lift me up again and I'll repeat it. I promise you lots of fun." I shall not dwell upon the agony of returning circulation. It was to become an old story with me, and it bore its share in cutting the lines in my face that I shall carry to the scaffold. When they finally left me, I lay for the rest of the day stupid and half comatose. There is such a thing as anesthesia of pain, engendered by pain too exquisite to be borne, and I have known that anesthesia. By evening I was able to crawl about my cell, but not yet could I stand up. I drank much water and cleansed myself as well as I could, but not until next day could I bring myself to eat, and then only by deliberate force of my will. The program, as given me by Warden Atherton, was that I was to rest up and recuperate for a few days, and then, if in the meantime I had not confessed to the hiding place of the dynamite, I should be given another 10 days in the jacket. "Sorry to cause you so much trouble, Warden," I had said in reply. "It's a pity I don't die in the jacket and so put you out of your misery." At this time I doubt that I weighed an ounce over 90 pounds. Yet 2 years before, when the doors of San Quentin first closed on me, I had weighed 165 pounds. It seems incredible that there was another ounce I could part with and still live. Yet in the months that followed, ounce by ounce I was reduced until I know I must have weighed nearer 80 than 90 pounds. I do know, after I managed my escape from solitary and struck the guard Thurston on the nose, that before they took me to San Rafael for trial, while I was being cleaned and shaved, I weighed 89 pounds. There are those who wonder how men grow hard. Warden Atherton was a hard man. He made me hard, and my very hardness reacted on him and made him harder. And yet he never succeeded in killing me. It required the state law of California, a hanging judge, and an unpardoning governor to send me to the scaffold for striking a prisoner guard with my fist. I shall always contend that that guard had a nose most easily bleedable. I was a bat-eyed, tottery skeleton at the time. I sometimes wonder if his nose really did bleed. Of course he swore it did, on the witness stand. But I have known prison guards take oath to worse perjuries than that. Ed Morrell was eager to know if I had succeeded with the experiment, but when he attempted to talk with me, he was shut up by Smith, the guard who happened to be on duty in solitary. "That's all right, Ed," I rapped to him. "You and Jake keep quiet, and I'll tell you about it. Smith can't prevent you from listening, and he can't prevent me from talking. They have done their worst, and I am still here." "Cut that out, Standing," Smith bellowed at me from the corridor on which all the cells opened. Smith was a peculiarly saturnine individual, by far the most cruel and vindictive of our guards. We used to canvass whether his wife bullied him or whether he had chronic indigestion. I continued rapping with my knuckles, and he came to the wicket to glare in at me. "I told you to cut that out," he snarled. "Sorry," I said suavely, "but I have a sort of premonition that I shall go right on rapping. And, excuse me for asking a personal question. What are you going to do about it?" He began explosively, proving, by his inability to conclude the remark, that he thought in Hænids. "Yes," I encouraged. "Just what, pray?" "I'll have the warden here," he said lamely. "Do, please. A most charming gentleman, to be sure. A shining example of the refining influences that are creeping into our prisons. Bring him to me at once. I wish to report you to him." "Me?" "Yes, just precisely you," I continued. "You persist in a rude and boorish manner in interrupting my conversation with the other guests in this hostelry." And Warden Atherton came. The door was unlocked, and he blustered into my cell. But oh, I was so safe. He had done his worst. I was beyond his power. "I'll shut off your grub," he threatened. "As you please," I answered. "I'm used to it. I haven't eaten for 10 days, and, do you know, trying to begin to eat again is a confounded nuisance." "Oh, ho, you're threatening me, are you? A hunger strike, eh?" "Pardon me," I said, my voice sulky with politeness. "The proposition was yours, not mine. Do try and be logical on occasion. I trust you will believe me when I tell you that your illogic is far more painful for me to endure than all your tortures." "Are you going to stop your knuckle-talking?" he demanded. "No. Forgive me for vexing you, for I feel so strong a compulsion to talk with my knuckles that—" "For 2 cents I'll put you back in the jacket," he broke in. "Do, please. I dote on the jacket. I am the jacket baby. I get fat in the jacket. Look at that arm. I pulled up my sleeve and showed a biceps so attenuated that when I flexed it, it had the appearance of a string. A real blacksmith's biceps, eh, Warden? Cast your eyes on my swelling chest. Sandow had better look out for his laurels. And my abdomen. Why, man, I am growing so stout that my case will be a scandal of prison overfeeding. Watch out, Warden, or you'll have the taxpayers after you. Are you going to stop knuckle talk? He roared. No, thanking you for your kind solicitude. On mature deliberation, I have decided that I shall keep on knuckle-talking. He stared at me speechlessly for a moment, and then, out of sheer impotency, turned to go. One question, please. What is it? He demanded over his shoulder. What are you going to do about it? From the choleric exhibition he gave there and then, it has been an unceasing wonder with me to this day that he has not long since died of apoplexy. Hour by hour, after the warden's discomfited departure, I rapped on and on the tale of my adventures. Not until that night, when Pie-Faced Jones came on duty and proceeded to steal his customary naps, were Morrell and Oppenheimer able to do any talking. Pipe dreams, Oppenheimer rapped his verdict. Yes, was my thought. Our experiences are the stuff of our dreams. When I was a night messenger, I hit the hop once, Oppenheimer continued, and I want to tell you, you haven't anything on me when it came to seeing things. I guess that is what all the novel writers do, hit the hop so as to throw their imagination into the high gear. But Ed Morrell, who had traveled the same road as I, although with different results, believed my tale. He said that when his body died in the jacket and he himself went forth from prison, he was never anybody but Ed Morrell. He never experienced previous existences. When his spirit wandered free, it wandered always in the present. As he told us, just as he was able to leave his body and gaze upon it lying in the jacket on the cell floor, so he could leave the prison, and in the present revisit San Francisco and see what was occurring. In this manner he had visited his mother twice, both times finding her asleep. In this spirit roving, he said he had no power over material things. He could not open or close a door, move any object, make a noise, nor manifest his presence. On the other hand, material things had no power over him. Walls and doors were not obstacles. The entity, or the real thing that was he, was thought, spirit. The grocery store on the corner, half a block from where Mother lived, changed hands, he told us. I knew it by the different sign over the place. I had to wait 6 months after that before I could write my first letter, but when I did I asked my mother about it, and she said yes, it had changed. Did you read that grocery sign? Jake Oppenheimer asked. Sure thing I did, was Morrell's response, or how could I have known it? All right, rapped Oppenheimer the unbelieving. You can prove it easy. Sometime, when they shift some decent guards on us that will give us a peep at a newspaper, you get yourself thrown into the jacket, climb out of your body, and sashay down to little old Frisco. Slide up to 3rd and Market just about 2 or 3 a.m. when they are running the morning papers off the press. Read the latest news. Then make a swift sneak for San Quentin. Get here before the newspaper tug crosses the bay, and tell me what you read. Then we'll wait and get a morning paper when it comes in from a guard. Then, if what you told me is in that paper, I am with you to a fare-you-well. It was a good test. I could not but agree with Oppenheimer that such a proof would be absolute. Morrell said he would take it up sometime, but that he disliked to such an extent the process of leaving his body that he would not make the attempt until such time that his suffering in the jacket became too extreme to be borne. That is the way with all of them. Won't come across with the goods, was Oppenheimer's criticism. My mother believed in spirits. When I was a kid she was always seeing them and talking with them and getting advice from them. But she never come across with any goods from them. The spirits couldn't tell her where the old man could nail a job or find a gold mine or mark an 8 spot in Chinese lottery. Not on your life. The bunk they told her was that the old man's uncle had had a goiter, or that the old man's grandfather had died of galloping consumption, or that we were going to move house inside 4 months, which last was dead easy, seeing as we moved on an average of 6 times a year. I think, had Oppenheimer had the opportunity for thorough education, he would have made a Marinetti or a Haeckel. He was an earthman in his devotion to the irrefragable fact, and his logic was admirable though frosty. "You've got to show me," was the ground rule by which he considered all things. He lacked the slightest iota of faith. This was what Morrell had pointed out. Lack of faith had prevented Oppenheimer from succeeding in achieving the little death in the jacket. You will see, my reader, that it was not all hopelessly bad in solitary. Given 3 minds such as ours, there was much with which to while away the time. It might be well that we kept one another from insanity, although I must admit that Oppenheimer rotted 5 years in solitary entirely by himself, ere Morrell joined him, and yet had remained sane. On the other hand, do not make the mistake of thinking that life in solitary was one wild orgy of blithe communion and exhilarating psychological research. We had much and terrible pain. Our guards were brutes, your hang-dogs, citizen. Our surroundings were vile. Our food was filthy, monotonous, innutritious. Only men, by force of will, could live on so unbalanced a ration. I know that our prize cattle, pigs, and sheep on the university demonstration farm at Davis would have faded away and died had they received no more scientifically balanced a ration than what we received. We had no books to read. Our very knuckle-talk was a violation of the rules. The world, so far as we were concerned, practically did not exist. It was more a ghost world. Oppenheimer, for instance, had never seen an automobile or a motorcycle. News did occasionally filter in, but such dim, long after the event, unreal news. Oppenheimer told me he had not learned of the Russo-Japanese War until 2 years after it was over. We were the buried alive, the living dead. Solitary was our tomb, in which, on occasion, we talked with our knuckles like spirits rapping at a séance. News? Such little things were news to us. A change of bakers. We could tell it by our bread. What made Pie-Faced Jones lay off a week? Was it vacation or sickness? Why was Wilson, on the night shift for only 10 days, transferred elsewhere? Where did Smith get that black eye? We would speculate for a week over so trivial a thing as the last. Some convict given a month in solitary was an event, and yet we could learn nothing from such transient and oft-times stupid Dantes who would remain in our inferno too short a time to learn knuckle-talk ere they went forth again into the bright wide world of the living. Still, again, all was not so trivial in our abode of shadows. As example, I taught Oppenheimer to play chess. Consider how tremendous such an achievement is, to teach a man 13 cells away by means of knuckle raps, to teach him to visualize a chessboard, to visualize all the pieces, pawns, and positions, to know the various manners of moving, and to teach him it all so thoroughly that he and I, by pure visualization, were in the end able to play entire games of chess in our minds. In the end, did I say? Another tribute to the magnificence of Oppenheimer's mind. In the end, he became my master at the game, he who had never seen a chessman in his life. What image of a bishop, for instance, could possibly form in his mind when I rapped our code sign for bishop? In vain and often I asked him this very question. In vain he tried to describe in words that mental image of something he had never seen, but which nevertheless he was able to handle in such masterly fashion as to bring confusion upon me countless times in the course of play. I can only contemplate such exhibitions of will and spirit and conclude, as I so often conclude, that precisely there resides reality. The spirit only is real. The flesh is phantasmagoria and apparitional. I ask you how, I repeat, I ask you how, matter or flesh, in any form, can play chess on an imaginary board with imaginary pieces, across a vacuum of 13 cells, spanned only with knuckle-taps. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Part 1, of The Jacket, by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 15, Part 1. I was once Adam Strang, an Englishman. The period of my living, as near as I can guess it, was somewhere between 1550 and 1650, and I lived to a ripe old age, as you shall see. It has been a great regret to me, ever since Ed Morrell taught me the way of the little death, that I had not been a more thorough student of history. I should have been able to identify and place much that is obscure to me. As it is, I am compelled to grope and guess my way to times and places of my earlier existences. A particular thing about my Adam Strang existence is that I recollect so little of the first 30 years of it. Many times in the jacket has Adam Strang recrudesced, but always he springs into being, full-statured, heavy-thewed, of full 30 years of age. I, Adam Strang, invariably assume my consciousness on a group of low, sandy islands somewhere under the equator in what must be the western Pacific Ocean. I am always at home there and seem to have been there some time. There are thousands of people on these islands, although I am the only white man. The natives are a magnificent breed, big-muscled, broad-shouldered, tall. A 6-foot man is a commonplace. The king, Rakhook, is at least 6 inches above 6 feet, and though he would weigh fully 300 pounds, is so equitably proportioned that one could not call him fat. Many of his chiefs are as large, while the women are not much smaller than the men. There are numerous islands in the group, over all of which Rakhook is king, although the cluster of islands to the south is restive and occasionally in revolt. These natives with whom I live are Polynesian, I know, because their hair is straight and black. Their skin is a sun-warm golden brown. Their speech, which I speak uncommonly easy, is round and rich and musical, possessing a paucity of consonants, being composed principally of vowels. They love flowers, music, dancing, and games, and are childishly simple and happy in their amusements, though cruelly savage in their angers and wars. I, Adam Strang, know my past, but do not seem to think much about it. I live in the present. I brood neither over past nor future. I am careless, improvident, uncautious, happy out of sheer well-being, and overplus of physical energy. Fish, fruit, vegetables, and seaweed, a full stomach, and I am content. I am high in place with Rakhook, than whom none is higher, not even Abatak, who is highest over the priest. No man dare lift hand or weapon to me. I am taboo, sacred as the sacred canoe-house, under the floor of which repose the bones of heaven alone knows how many previous kings of Rakhook's line. I know all about how I happened to be wrecked and be there alone of all my ship's company. It was a great drowning and a great wind, but I do not moon over the catastrophe. When I think back at all, rather do I think far back to my childhood at the skirts of my milk-skinned, flaxen-haired, buxom English mother. It is a tiny village of a dozen straw-thatched cottages in which I lived. I hear again blackbirds and thrushes in the hedges, and see again bluebells spilling out from the oak woods and over the velvet turf like a creaming of blue water. And most of all, I remember a great, hairy, fetlocked stallion, often led dancing, sidling, and nickering down the narrow street. I was frightened of the huge beast, and always fled screaming to my mother, clutching her skirts and hiding in them wherever I might find her. But enough. The childhood of Adam Strang is not what I set out to write. I lived for several years on the islands which are nameless to me, and upon which I am confident I was the first white man. I was married to Lily, the king's sister, who was a fraction over 6 feet, and only by that fraction topped me. I was a splendid figure of a man, broad-shouldered, deep-chested, well set up. Women of any race, as you shall see, looked on me with a favoring eye. Under my arms, sun-shielded, my skin was milk-white as my mother's. My eyes were blue. My mustache, beard, and hair were that golden yellow such as one sometimes sees in paintings of the northern sea kings. I must have come of that old stock, long settled in England, and though born in a countryside cottage, the sea still ran so salt in my blood that I early found my way to ships to become a sea cuny. That is what I was, neither officer nor gentleman, but sea cuny, hard-worked, hard-bitten, hard-enduring. I was of value to Rakhook, hence his royal protection. I could work in iron, and our wrecked ship had brought the first iron to Rakhook's land. On occasion, 10 leagues to the northwest, we went in canoes to get iron from the wreck. The hull had slipped off the reef and lay in 15 fathoms. And in 15 fathoms we brought up the iron. Wonderful divers and workers under water were these natives. I learned to do my 15 fathoms, but never could I equal them in their fishy exploits. On the land, by virtue of my English training and my strength, I could throw any of them. Also, I taught them quarterstaff, until the game became a very contagion and broken heads anything but novelties. Brought up from the wreck was a journal, so torn and mushed and pulped by the sea water, with ink so run about that scarcely any of it was decipherable. However, in the hope that some antiquarian scholar might be able to place more definitely the date of the events I shall describe, I here give an extract. The peculiar spelling may give the clue. Note that while the letter S is used, it more commonly is replaced by the letter F. The wind, being favorable, gave us an opportunity of examining and drying some of our provision, particularly some Chinese hams and dry sylph, which constituted part of our victualling. Divine service also was performed on deck. In the afternoon the wind was southerly, with fresh gales, but dry, so that we were able the following morning to clean between decks, and also to fumigate the ship with gunpowder. But I must hasten, for my narrative is not of Adam Strang, the shipwrecked sea cuny, on a coral isle, but of Adam Strang, later named Yi Yong-ik, the Mighty One, who was one time favorite of the powerful Yun San, who was lover and husband of the Lady Om of the princely house of Min, and who was long-time beggar and pariah in all the villages of all the coasts and roads of Cho Sin. Aha, I have you there, Cho Sin. It means the end of the morning calm. In modern speech, it is called Korea. Remember, it was between 3 and 4 centuries back that I lived, the first white man, on the coral isles of Rakuk. In those waters, at that time, the keels of ships were rare. I might well have lived out my days there, in peace and fatness, under the sun where frost was not, had it not been for the Sparwer. The Sparwer was a Dutch merchantman, daring the uncharted seas for Indies beyond the Indies, and she found me instead, and I was all she found. Have I not said that I was a gay-hearted, golden, bearded giant of an irresponsible boy that had never grown up? With scarce a pang, when the Sparwer's water-casks were filled, I left Rakuk and his pleasant land, left Lili and all her flower-garlanded sisters, and with laughter on my lips and familiar ship smells sweet in my nostrils, sailed away, sea cuny once more, under Captain Johannes Martens. A marvelous wandering, that which followed on the old Sparwer. We were in quest of new lands of silk and spices. In truth, we found fevers, violent deaths, pestilential paradises where death and beauty kept charnel house together. That old Johannes Martens, with no hint of romance in that stolid face and grisly square head of his, sought the island of Solomon, the mines of Golconda. Aye, he sought old lost Atlantis, which he hoped to find still afloat unscuppered. And he found head-hunting, tree-dwelling anthropophagy instead. We landed on strange islands, sea-pounded on their shores and smoking at their summits, where kinky-haired little animal men made monkey wailings in the jungle, planted their forest runways with thorns and stake pits, and blew poison splinters into us from out the twilight jungle bush. And whatsoever man of us was wasp-stung by such a splinter died horribly and howling. And we encountered other men, fiercer, bigger, who faced us on the beaches in open fight, showering us with spears and arrows, while the great tree drums and the little tom-toms rumbled and rattled war across the tree-filled hollows, and all the hills were pillared with signal smokes. Hendrik Hamel was supercargo and part owner of the Sparwer Adventure, and what he did not own was the property of Captain Johannes Martens. The latter spoke little English, Hendrik Hamel but little more. The sailors, with whom I gathered, spoke Dutch only, but trust a sea cuny to learn Dutch, aye, and Korean, as you shall see. Toward the end we came to the charted country of Japan. But the people would have no dealings with us. The 2 sordid officials, in sweeping robes of silk that made Captain Johannes Martens' mouth water, came aboard of us and politely requested us to be gone. Under their suave manners was the iron of a warlike race, and we knew and went our way. We crossed the Straits of Japan and were entering the Yellow Sea on our way to China when we laid the Sparwer on the rocks. She was a crazy tub, the old Sparwer, so clumsy and so dirty, with whiskered marine life on her bottom, that she could not get out of her own way. Close hauled, the closest she could come was to 6 points of the wind, and she bobbed up and down without way like a derelict turnip. Galliots were clippers compared with her. To tack her about was undreamed of. To wear her required all hands and half a watch. So situated, we were caught on a lee shore in an 8-point shift of wind at the height of a hurricane that had beaten our souls sick for 48 hours. We drifted in upon the land in the chill light of a stormy dawn across a heartless cross sea mountain high. It was dead of winter, and between smoking snow squalls we could glimpse the forbidding coast, if coast it might be called, so broken was it. There were grim rock isles and islets beyond counting, dim snow-covered ranges beyond, and everywhere upstanding cliffs too steep for snow, outjuts of headlands, and pinnacles and slivers of rock upthrust from the boiling sea. There was no name to this country on which we drove, no record of it ever having been visited by navigators. Its coastline was only hinted at in our chart, from all of which we could argue that the inhabitants were as inhospitable as the little of their land we could see. The Sparwar drove in bow on upon a cliff. There was deep water to its sheer foot, so that our sky-aspiring bowsprit crumpled at the impact and snapped short off. The foremast went by the board, with a great snapping of rope shrouds and stays, and fell forward against the cliff. I have always admired old Johannes Martens. Washed and rolled off the high poop by a burst of sea, we were left stranded in the waist of the ship, whence we fought our way forward to the steep-pitched forecastle head. Others joined us. We lashed ourselves fast and counted noses. We were 18. The rest had perished. Johannes Martin touched me and pointed upward through the cascading salt water from the back fling of the cliff. I saw what he desired. 20 feet below the trunk the foremast ground and crunched against a boss of the cliff. Above the boss was a cleft. He wanted to know if I would dare the leap from the masthead into the cleft. Sometimes the distance was a scant 6 feet. At other times it was a score, for the masthead reeled drunkenly to the rolling and pounding of the hull on which rested its splintered butt. I began the climb, but they did not wait. One by one they unlashed themselves and followed me up the perilous mast. There was reason for haste, for at any moment the Sparwar might slip off into deep water. I timed my leap and made it, landing in the cleft in a scramble and ready to lend a hand to those who leaped after. It was slow work. We were wet and half freezing in the wind drive. Besides, the leaps had to be timed to the roll of the hull and the sway of the mast. The cook was the first to go. He was snapped off the mast end, and his body performed cartwheels in its fall. A fling of sea caught him and crushed him to a pulp against the cliff. The cabin boy, a bearded man of 20-odd, lost hold, slipped, swung around the mast, and was pinched against the boss of rock. Pinched? The life squeezed from him on the instant. 2 others followed the way of the cook. Captain Johannes Martens was the last, completing the 14 of us that clung on in the cleft. An hour afterward, the Sparwar slipped off and sank in deep water. 2 days and nights saw us near to perishing on that cliff, for there was way neither up nor down. The 3rd morning a fishing boat found us. The men were clad entirely in dirt white, with their long hair done up in a curious knot on their pates. The marriage knot, as I was afterward to learn, and also, as I was to learn, a handy thing to clutch hold of with one hand whilst you clouded with the other when an argument went beyond words. The boat went back to the village for help, and most of the villagers, most of their gear, and most of the day were required to get us down. They were a poor and wretched folk, their food difficult even for the stomach of a sea cuny to countenance. Their rice was brown as chocolate. Half the husk remained in it, along with bits of chaff, splinters, and unidentifiable dirt which made one pause often in the chewing in order to stick into his mouth thumb and forefinger and pluck out the offending stuff. Also they ate a sort of millet, and pickles of astounding variety and ungodly hot. Their houses were earthen-walled and straw-thatched. Under the floors ran flues through which the kitchen smoke escaped, warming the sleeping room in its passage. Here we lay and rested for days, soothing ourselves with their mild and tasteless tobacco, which we smoked in tiny bowls at the end of yard-long pipes. Also there was a warm, sourish, milky-looking drink, heady only when taken in enormous doses. After guzzling, I swear, gallons of it, I got singing drunk, which is the way of sea cunies the world over. Encouraged by my success, the others persisted, and soon we were all a-roaring, little reeking of the fresh snow gale piping up outside, and little worrying that we were cast away in an uncharted, God-forgotten land. Old Johannes Martens laughed and trumpeted and slapped his thighs with the best of us. Hendrik Hamel, a cold-blooded, chilly-poised dark brunette of a Dutchman with beady black eyes, was as rarely devilish as the rest of us, and shelled out silver like any drunken sailor for the purchase of more of the milky brew. Our carrying on was a scandal, but the women fetched the drink while all the village that could crowd in jammed the room to witness our antics. The white man has gone around the world in mastery, I do believe, because of his unwise uncaringness. That has been the manner of his going, although, of course, he was driven on by restiveness and lust for booty. So it was that Captain Johannes Martens, Hendrik Hamel, and the 12 sea cunies of us roistered and bawled in the fisher village while the winter gales whistled across the yellow sea. From the little we had seen of the land and the people, we were not impressed by Cho Sen. If the miserable fishers were a fair sample of the natives, we could understand why the land was unvisited of navigators. But we were to learn different. The village was on an inlaying island, and its headsman must have sent word across to the mainland, for one morning 3 big 2-masted junks with lateens of rice matting dropped anchor off the beach. When the sampans came ashore, Captain Johannes Martens was all interest, for here were silks again. One strapping Korean, all in pale-tinted silks of various colors, was surrounded by half a dozen obsequious attendants, also clad in silk. Kwan Yung Jin, as I came to know his name, was a yangban, or noble. Also he was what might be called magistrate or governor of the district or province. This means that his office was appointive, and that he was the tithe-squeezer or tax farmer. Fully 100 soldiers were also landed and marched into the village. They were armed with 3-pronged spears, slicing spears, and chopping spears, with here and there a matchlock of so heroic mold that there were 2 soldiers to a matchlock, one to carry and set the tripod on which rested the muzzle, the other to carry and fire the gun. As I was to learn, sometimes the gun went off, sometimes it did not, all depending upon the adjustment of the fire punk and the condition of the powder in the flashpan. So it was that Kwan Yung Jin traveled. The headmen of the village were cringingly afraid of him, and for good reason, as we were not overlong in finding out. I stepped forward as interpreter, for already I had the hang of several score of Korean words. He scowled and waved me aside. But what did I reek? I was as tall as he, outweighed him by a full 2 stone, and my skin was white, my hair golden. He turned his back and addressed the headman of the village, while his 6 silken satellites made a cordon between us. While he talked, more soldiers from the ship carried up several shoulder-loads of inch planking. These planks were about 6 feet long and 2 feet wide, and curiously split in half lengthwise. Nearer one end than the other was a round hole larger than a man's neck. Kwan Yung Jin gave a command. Several of the soldiers approached Tromp, who was sitting on the ground nursing a felon. Now Tromp was a rather stupid, slow-thinking, slow-moving coonie, and before he knew what was doing, one of the planks, with a scissors-like opening and closing, was about his neck and clamped. Discovering his predicament, he set up a bull roaring and dancing, till all had to back away to give him clear space for the flying ends of his plank. Then the trouble began, for it was plainly Kwan Yung Jin's intention to plank all of us. Oh, we fought, bare-fisted, with 100 soldiers and as many villagers, while Kwan Yung Jin stood apart in his silks and lordly disdain. Here was where I earned my name, Yi Young Ik, the Mighty. For after our company was subdued and planked, I fought on. My fists were of the hardness of topping mauls, and I had the muscles and will to drive them. To my joy, I quickly learned that the Koreans did not understand a fist blow and were without the slightest notion of guarding. They went down like 10-pins, fell over each other in heaps. But Kwan Yung Jin was my man, and all that saved him when I made my rush was the intervention of his satellites. They were flabby creatures. I made a mess of them and a muss and muck of their silks ere the multitude could return upon me. There were so many of them. They clogged my blows by the sheer numbers of them, those behind shoving the front ones upon me. And how I dropped them! Toward the end they were squirming 3 deep under my feet, but by the time the crews of the 3 junks and most of the village were on top of me, I was fairly smothered. The planking was easy. "God in heaven, what now?" asked Vandervoot, another coonie, when we had been bundled aboard a junk. We sat on the open deck like so many trussed fowls when he asked the question, and the next moment, as the junk heeled to the breeze, we shot down the deck, planks and all, fetching up in the lee scuppers with skinned necks. And from the high poop, Kwan Yung Jin gazed down at us as if he did not see us. For many years to come, Vandervoot was known amongst us as "What now Vandervoot." Poor devil, he froze to death one night on the streets of Keijo, with every door barred against him. To the mainland we were taken and thrown into a stinking, vermin-infested prison. Such was our introduction to the officialdom of Cho Sin. But I was to be revenged for all of us on Kwan Yung Jin, as you shall see, in the days when the Lady Om was kind and power was mine. In prison we lay for many days. We learned afterward the reason. Kwan Yung Jin had sent a dispatch to Keijo, the capital, to find what royal disposition was to be made of us. In the meantime, we were a menagerie. From dawn till dark our barred windows were besieged by the natives, for no member of our race had they ever seen before, nor was our audience mere rabble. Ladies, borne in palanquins on the shoulders of coolies, came to see the strange devils cast up by the sea, and while their attendants drove back the common folk with whips, they would gaze long and timidly at us. Of them we saw little, for their faces were covered, according to the custom of the country. Only dancing girls, low women, and grand dames were ever seen abroad with exposed faces. I have often thought that Kwan Yung Jin suffered from indigestion, and that when the attacks were acute he took it out on us. At any rate, without rhyme or reason, whenever the whim came to him, we were all taken out on the street before the prison, and well beaten with sticks to the gleeful shouts of the multitude. The Asiatic is a cruel beast, and delights in spectacles of human suffering. At any rate, we were pleased when an end to our beatings came. This was caused by the arrival of Kim. Kim? All I can say, and the best I can say, is that he was the whitest man I ever encountered in Cho Sin. He was a captain of 50 men when I met him. He was in command of the palace guards before I was done doing my best by him. And in the end he died for the Lady Om's sake and for mine. Kim was Kim. Immediately he arrived, the planks were taken from our necks, and we were lodged in the best inn the place boasted. We were still prisoners, but honorable prisoners, with a guard of 50 mounted soldiers. The next day we were under way on the royal highroad, 14 sailormen astride the dwarf horses that obtain in Cho Sin and bound for Keijo itself. The emperor, so Kim told me, had expressed a desire to gaze upon the strangeness of the sea devils. It was a journey of many days, half the length of Cho Sin, north and south as it lies. It chanced, at the first off-sidling, that I strolled around to witness the feeding of the dwarf horses. And what I witnessed set me bawling, "What now, Vandervoot?" till all our crew came running. As I am a living man, what the horses were feeding on was bean soup, hot bean soup at that, and naught else did they have on all the journey but hot bean soup. It was the custom of the country. They were truly dwarf horses. On a wager with Kim I lifted one, despite his squeals and struggles, squarely across my shoulders, so that Kim's men, who had already heard my new name, called me Ya Young Ik, the Mighty One. Kim was a large man as Koreans go, and Koreans are a tall, muscular race, and Kim fancied himself a bit. But elbow to elbow and palm to palm I put his arm down at will, and his soldiers and gaping villagers would look on and murmur, "Ya Young Ik." In a way we were a traveling menagerie. The word went on ahead, so that all the country folk flocked to the roadside to see us pass. It was an unending circus procession. In the towns at night our inns were besieged by multitudes, so that we got no peace until the soldiers drove them off with lance pricks and blows. But first Kim would call for the village strongmen and wrestlers for the fun of seeing me crumple them and put them in the dirt. Bread there was none, but we ate white rice, the strength of which resides in one's muscles not long, a meat which we found to be dog, which animal is regularly butchered for food in Chosin, and the pickles ungodly hot, but which one learns to like exceeding well. And there was drink, real drink, not milky slush, but white, biting stuff distilled from rice, a pint of which would kill a weakling and make a strong man mad and merry. At the walled city of Chung Ho I put Kim and the city notables under the table with the stuff. Or on the table, rather, for the table was the floor where we squatted to cramp knots in my hams for the 1000th time. And again all muttered, "Ya Young Ik," and the word of my prowess passed on before even to Kaijo and the Emperor's court. I was more an honored guest than a prisoner, and invariably I rode by Kim's side, my long legs near reaching the ground, and where the going was deep, my feet scraping the muck. Kim was young, Kim was human, Kim was universal. He was a man anywhere in any country. He and I talked and laughed and joked the day long and half the night. And I verify ate up the language. I had a gift that way anyway. Even Kim marveled at the way I mastered the idiom. And I learned the Korean points of view, the Korean humor, the Korean soft places, weak places, touchy places. He taught me flower songs, love songs, drinking songs. One of the latter was his own, of the end of which I shall give you a crude attempt at translation. Kim and Pak, in their youth, swore a pact to abstain from drinking, which pact was speedily broken. In old age, Kim and Pak sing, "No, no, begone, the merry bowl, again shall bolster up my soul. Against itself, what good man hold? Canst tell me where red wine is sold? Nay, just beyond yon peach tree, there? Good luck be thine, I'll thither fare." Hendrik Hamel, scheming and crafty, ever encouraged and urged me in my antic course that brought Kim's favour, not alone to me, but through me to Hendrik Hamel and all our company. I here mention Hendrik Hamel as my adviser, for it has a bearing on much that followed at Kaijo, in the winning of Yun San's favour, the Lady Ohm's heart, and the Emperor's tolerance. I had the will and the fearlessness for the game I played, and some of the wit, but most of the wit, I freely admit, was supplied me by Hendrik Hamel. And so we journeyed up to Kaijo, from walled city to walled city across a snowy mountain land that was hollowed with innumerable fat farming valleys. And every evening, at fall of day, beacon fires sprang from peak to peak and ran along the land. Always Kim watched for this nightly display. From all the coast of Chosin, Kim told me, these chains of fire speech ran to Kaijo to carry their message to the Emperor. One beacon meant the land was in peace. 2 beacons meant revolt or invasion. We never saw but one beacon. And ever, as we rode, Vandervoot brought up the rear, wondering, God in heaven, what now? Kaijo we found a vast city where all the population, with the exception of the nobles or yangbangs, dressed in the eternal white. This, Kim explained, was an automatic determination and advertisement of caste. Thus, at a glance, could one tell the status of an individual by the degrees of cleanliness or of filthiness of his garments. It stood to reason that a coolie, possessing but the clothes he stood up in, must be extremely dirty. And to reason it stood that the individual in immaculate white must possess many changes and command the labor of laundresses to keep his changes immaculate. As for the yangbands who wore the pale, vari-colored silks, they were beyond such common yardstick of place. After resting in an inn for several days, during which time we washed our garments and repaired the ravages of shipwreck and travel, we were summoned before the Emperor. In the great open space before the palace wall were colossal stone dogs that looked more like tortoises. They crouched on massive stone pedestals of twice the height of a tall man. The walls of the palace were huge and of dressed stone. So thick were these walls that they could defy a breach from the mightiest of cannon in a year-long siege. The mere gateway was of the size of a palace in itself, rising pagoda-like in many retreating stories, each story fringed with tile roofing. A smart guard of soldiers turned out at the gateway. These, Kim told me, were the tiger hunters of Pin Yang, the fiercest and most terrible fighting men of which Cho Sin could boast. But enough. On mere description of the Emperor's palace 1,000 pages of my narrative could be worthily expended. Let it suffice that here we knew power in all its material expression. Only a civilization deep and wide and old and strong could produce this far-walled, many-gabled roof of kings. To no audience hall were we sea conies led, but as we took it, to a feasting hall. The feasting was at its end, and all the throng was in a merry mood. And such a throng! High dignitaries, princes of the blood, sordid nobles, pale priests, weather-tanned officers of high command, court ladies with faces exposed, painted king-sang or dancing girls who rested from entertaining, and duannas, waiting women, eunuchs, lackeys, and palace slaves, a myriad of them. All fell away from us, however, when the emperor, with a following of intimates, advanced to look us over. He was a merry monarch, especially so for an Asiatic. Not more than 40, with a clear, pallid skin that had never known the sun, he was paunched and weak-legged. Yet he had once been a fine man. The noble forehead attested that. But the eyes were bleared and weak-lidded, the lips twitching and trembling from the various excesses in which he indulged, which excesses, as I was to learn, were largely devised and pandered by Yun San, the Buddhist priest of whom were anon. In our sea garments we mariners were a motley crew, and motley was the cue of our reception. Exclamations of wonder at our strangeness gave way to laughter. The Kai Sang invaded us, dragging us about, making prisoners of us, 2 or 3 of them to one of us, leading us about like so many dancing boors and putting us through our antics. It was offensive, true, but what could poor sea conies do? What could old Johannes Martens do with a bevy of laughing girls about him, tweaking his nose, pinching his arms, tickling his ribs till he pranced? To escape such torment, Hans Amden cleared a space and gave a clumsy-footed Hollandish breakdown till all the court roared its laughter. It was offensive to me who had been equal and boon companion of Kim for many days. I resisted the laughing Kai Sang. I braced my legs and stood upright with folded arms, nor could pinch or tickle bring a quiver from me. Thus they abandoned me for easier prey. "For God's sakes, man, make an impression," Hendrik Hamel, who struggled to me with 3 Kai Sang dragging behind, mumbled. Well might he mumble, for whenever he opened his mouth to speak they crammed it with sweets. "Save us from this folly," he persisted, ducking his head about to avoid their sweet-filled palms. "We must have dignity, understand? Dignity. This will ruin us. They are making tame animals of us, playthings. When they grow tired of us they will throw us out. You're doing the right thing. Stick to it. Stand them off. Command respect. Respect for all of us." The last was barely audible, for by this time the Kai Sang had stuffed his mouth to speechlessness. As I have said, I had the will and the fearlessness, and I racked my sea coney brains for the wit. A palace eunuch, tickling my neck with a feather from behind, gave me my start. I had already drawn attention to my aloofness and imperviousness to the attacks of the Kai Sang, so that many were looking on at the eunuch's baiting of me. I gave no sign, made no move, until I had located him and distanced him. Then, like a shot, without turning head or body, merely by my arm, I fetched him an open, backhanded slap. My knuckles landed flat on his cheek and jaw. There was a crack like a spar parting in a gale. He was bowled clean over, landing in a heap on the floor a dozen feet away. There was no laughter, only cries of surprise and murmurings and whisperings of "Ya Young Ik." Again I folded my arms and stood with a fine assumption of haughtiness. I do believe that I, Adam Strang, had among other things the soul of an actor in me. For see what follows. I was now the most significant of our company. Proud-eyed, disdainful, I met unwavering the eyes upon me and made them drop or turn away, all eyes but one. These were the eyes of a young woman, whom I judged by richness of dress and by the half-dozen women fluttering at her back, to be a court lady of distinction. In truth, she was the Lady Om, princess of the House of Min. Did I say young? She was fully my own age, 30, and for all that and her ripeness and beauty a princess still unmarried, as I was to learn. She alone looked me in the eyes without wavering until it was I who turned away. She did not look me down, for there was neither challenge nor antagonism in her eyes, only fascination. I was loath to admit this defeat by one small woman, and my eyes, turning aside, lighted on the disgraceful rout of my comrades and the trailing Kai sang and gave me the pretext. I clapped my hands in the Asiatic fashion when one gives command. "Let be," I thundered in their own language, and in the form one addresses underlings. Oh, I had a chest and a throat, and could bull roar to the hurt of eardrums. I warrant so loud a command had never before cracked the sacred air of the Emperor's palace. The great room was aghast. The women were startled and pressed toward one another as for safety. The Kai Sang released the cunies and shrank away, giggling apprehensively. Only the Lady Om made no sign nor motion, but continued to gaze wide-eyed into my eyes, which had returned to hers. Then fell a great silence, as if all waited some word of doom. A multitude of eyes timidly stole back and forth from the Emperor to me and from me to the Emperor. And I had wit to keep the silence and to stand there, arms folded, haughty and remote. "He speaks our language," quoth the Emperor at the last, and I swear there was such a relinquishment of held breaths that the whole room was one vast sigh. "I was born with this language," I replied, my cuny wits running rashly to the first madness that prompted. "I spoke it at my mother's breast. I was the marvel of my land. Wise men journeyed far to see me and to hear. But no man knew the words I spoke. In the many years since I have forgotten much, but now in Cho Sin the words come back like long-lost friends." An impression I certainly made. The Emperor swallowed, and his lips twitched ere he asked, "How explain you this?" "I am an accident," I answered. Following the wayward lead my wit had opened. The gods of birth were careless, and I was mislaid in a far land and nursed by an alien people. I am Korean, and now at last I have come to my home. What an excited whispering and conferring took place. The Emperor himself interrogated Kim. "He was always thus, our speech in his mouth, from the time he came out of the sea," Kim lied, like the good fellow he was. "Bring me Yang Ban's garments as befits me," I interrupted, "and you shall see." As I was led away in compliance, I turned on the Kai Sang. "And leave my slaves alone. They have journeyed far and are weary. They are my faithful slaves." In another room Kim helped me change, sending the lackeys away. And quick and to the point was the dress rehearsal he gave me. He knew no more toward what I drove than did I, but he was a good fellow. The funny thing, once back in the crowd and spouting Korean which I claimed was rusty from long disuse, was that Hendrik Hamel and the rest, too stubborn-tongued to learn new speech, did not know a word I uttered. "I am of the blood of the house of Koryu," I told the Emperor, "that ruled at Songdo many a long year agone, when my house arose on the ruins of Silla." Ancient history all told me by Kim on the long ride, and he struggled with his face to hear me parrot his teaching. "These," I said when the Emperor had asked me about my company, "these are my slaves, all except that old churl there," I indicated Johannes Martens, "who is the son of a freed man." I told Hendrik Hamel to approach. "This one," I went on, "was born in my father's house of a seed slave who was born there before him. He is very close to me. We are of an age, born on the same day, and on that day my father gave him me." Afterwards, when Hendrik Hamel was eager to know all that I had said, and when I told him, he reproached me and was in a pretty rage. "The fat's in the fire, Hendrik," quoth I. "What I have done has been out of witlessness and the need to be saying something. But done it is. Nor you nor I can pluck forth the fat. We must act our parts and make the best of it." End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Taiwan, the Emperor's brother, was a sot of sots, and as the night wore on, he challenged me to a drinking. The Emperor was delighted, and commanded a dozen of the noblest sots to join in the bout. The women were dismissed, and we went to drink. Drink for drink, measure for measure. Kim I kept by me, and midway along, despite Hendrik Hamel's warning scowls, dismissed him and the company, first requesting and obtaining palace lodgment instead of the inn. Next day the palace was abuzz with my feast, for I had put Taiwan and all his champions snoring on the mats and walked unaided to my bed. Never in the days of vicissitude that came later did Taiwan doubt my claim of Korean birth. Only a Korean, he averred, could possess so strong a head. The palace was a city in itself, and we were lodged in a sort of summer house that stood apart. The princely quarters were mine, of course, and Hamel and Martins, with the rest of the grumbling cunies, had to content themselves with what remained. I was summoned before Yun San, the Buddhist priest I have mentioned. It was his first glimpse of me and my first of him. Even Kim he dismissed from me, and we sat alone on deep mats in a twilight room. Lord, Lord, what a man and a mind was Yun San! He made to probe my soul. He knew things of other lands and places that no one in Cho Sen dreamed to know. Did he believe my fabled birth? I could guess not, for his face was less changeful than a bowl of bronze. What Yun San's thoughts were only Yun San knew, but in him, this poor-clad, lean-bellied priest, I sensed the power behind power in all the palace and in all Cho Sen. I sensed also, through the drift of speech, that he had use of me. Now, was this use suggested by the Lady A nut I gave Hendrik Hamel to crack. I little knew, and less I cared, for I lived always in the moment and let others forecast, forfend, and travail their anxiety. I answered, too, the summons of the Lady following a sleek-faced, cat-footed eunuch through quiet palace byways to her apartments. She lodged as a princess of the blood should lodge. She, too, had a palace to herself, among lotus ponds where grow forests of trees centuries old but so dwarfed that they reached no higher than my middle. Bronze bridges, so delicate and rare that they looked as if fashioned by jewel-smiths, spanned her lily ponds, and a bamboo grove screened her palace apart from all the palace. My head was a-whirl. Sea cuny that I was no dolt with women, and I sensed more than idle curiosity in her sending for me. I had heard love-tales of common men and queens, and was a-wondering if now it was my fortune to prove such tales true. The Lady wasted little time. There were women about her, but she regarded their presence no more than a carter his horses. I sat beside her on deep mats that made the room half a couch, and wine was given me, and sweets to nibble, served on tiny, foot-high tables inlaid with pearl. Lord, Lord, I had but to look into her eyes. But wait. Make no mistake, the Lady was no fool. I have said she was my own age. All of 30 she was, with the poise of her years. She knew what she wanted. She knew what she did not want. It was because of this she had never married, although all pressure that an Asiatic court could put upon a woman had been vainly put upon her to compel her to marry Chang Meng-ju. He was a lesser cousin of the great Min family, himself no fool and grasping so greedily for power as to perturb Yun San, who strove to retain all power himself and keep the palace and Cho Sen in ordered balance. Thus Yun San it was who in secret allied himself with the Lady saved her from her cousin, used her to trim her cousin's wings. But enough of intrigue. It was long before I guessed a tithe of it, and then largely through the Lady confidences and Hendrik Hamel's conclusions. The Lady was a very flower of woman. Women such as she are born rarely, scarce twice a century the whole world over. She was unhampered by rule or convention. Religion with her was a series of abstractions, partly learned from Yun San, partly worked out for herself. Vulgar religion, the public religion, she held, was a device to keep the toiling millions to their toil. She had a will of her own, and she had a heart all womanly. She was a beauty, yes, a beauty by any set rule of the world. Her large black eyes were neither slitted nor slanted in the Asiatic way. They were long, true, but set squarely, and with just the slightest hint of obliqueness that was all for piquancy. I have said she was no fool. Behold, as I palpitated to the situation, princess and sea cuny and love not a little that threatened big, I racked my cuny's brains for wit to carry the thing off with manhood credit. It chanced early in this first meeting that I mentioned what I had told all the court, that I was in truth a Korean of the blood of the ancient house of Koryu. "Let be," she said, tapping my lips with her peacock fan. "No child's tale here. Know that with me you are better and greater than any house of Koryu. You are—" She paused, and I waited, watching the daring grow in her eyes. "You are a man," she completed. "Not even in my sleep have I ever dreamed there was such a man as you on his two legs upstanding in the world." Lord, Lord, and what could a poor sea cuny do? This particular sea cuny, I admit, blushed through his sea tan till the Lady Om's eyes were twin pools of roguishness in their teasing deliciousness, and my arms were all but about her. And she laughed tantalizingly and alluringly, and clapped her hands for her women, and I knew that the audience, for this once, was over. I knew also there would be other audiences. There must be other audiences. Back to Hamel, my head a-whirl. "The woman," said he, after deep cogitation. He looked at me and sighed an envy that I could not mistake. "It is your brawn, Adam Strang, that bull throat of yours, your yellow hair. Well, it's the game, man. Play her and all will be well with us. Play her and I shall teach you how." I bristled. Sea cuny I was, but I was man, and to no man would I be holden in my way with women. Hendrik Hamel might be one time part owner of the old Sparware, with a navigator's knowledge of the stars and deep versed in books, but with women, no, there I would not give him better. He smiled that thin-lipped smile of his and queried, "How like you the Lady Om?" "In such matters a cuny is naught particular," I temporized. "How like you her?" he repeated, his beady eyes boring into me. "Passing well. Aye, and more than passing well, if you will have it." "Then wind to her," he commanded, "and some day we will get ship and escape from this cursed land. I'll give half the silks of the Indies for a meal of Christian food again." He regarded me intently. "Do you think you can win to her?" he questioned. I was half in the air at the challenge. He smiled his satisfaction. "But not too quickly," he advised. "Quick things are cheap things. Put a prize upon yourself. Be chary of your kindnesses. Make a value of your bull throat and yellow hair, and thank God you have them, for they are of more worth in a woman's eyes than are the brains of a dozen philosophers." Strange, worrying days were those that followed. What of my audiences with the Emperor, my drinking bouts with Taiwan, my conferences with Yunsan, and my hours with the Lady Om? Besides, I sat up half the nights, by Hamel's command, learning from Kim all the minutiae of court etiquette and manners, the history of Korea and of gods old and new, and the forms of polite speech, noble speech, and coolie speech. Never was sea cuny worked so hard. I was a puppet to Yunsan, who had need of me, puppet to Hamel, who schemed the wit of the affair that was so deep that alone I should have drowned. Only with the Lady Om was I man, not puppet. And yet, as I look back and ponder across time, I have my doubts. I think the Lady Om, too, had her will with me, wanting me for her heart's desire. Yet in this she was well met, for it was not long ere she was my heart's desire, and such was the immediacy of my will that not her will, nor Hendrik Hamel's, nor Yunsan's could hold back my arms from about her. In the meantime, however, I was caught up in a palace intrigue I could not fathom. I could catch the drift of it, no more, against Chang Mongju, the princely cousin of the Lady Om. Beyond my guessing there were cliques and cliques within cliques that made a labyrinth of the palace and extended to all the seven coasts. But I did not worry. I left that to Hendrik Hamel. To him I reported every detail that occurred when he was not with me, and he, with furrowed brows, sitting darkly by the hour, like a patient spider, unravelled the tangle and spun the web afresh. As my body slave, he insisted upon attending me everywhere, being only barred on occasion by Yunsan. Of course, I barred him from my moments with the Lady Om, but told him in general what passed, with exception of tenderer incidences that were not his business. I think Hamel was content to sit back and play the secret part. He was too cold-blooded not to calculate that the risk was mine. If I prospered, he prospered. If I crashed to ruin, he might creep out like a ferret. I am convinced that he so reasoned, and yet it did not save him in the end, as you shall see. "Stand by me," I told Kim, "and whatsoever you wish shall be yours. Have you a wish?" I would command the tiger hunters of Pyongyang, and so command the palace guards, he answered. Wait, said I, and that will you do. I have said it. The how of the matter was beyond me, but he who has naught can dispense the world in largesse, and I, who had naught, gave Kim captaincy of the palace guards. The best of it is that I did fulfill my promise. Kim did come to command the tiger hunters, although it brought him to a sad end. Scheming and intriguing I left to Hamel and Yun San, who were the politicians. I was mere man and lover, and merrier than theirs was the time I had. Picture it to yourself, a hard-bitten, joy-loving sea cuny, irresponsible, unaware ever of past or future, winning and dining with kings, the accepted lover of a princess, and with brains like Hamel's and Yun San's to do all planning and executing for me. More than once Yun San almost divined the mind behind my mind, but when he probed Hamel, Hamel proved a stupid slave, 1,000 times less interested in affairs of state and policy than he was interested in my health and comfort, and garrulously anxious about my drinking contest with Taiwan. I think the Lady guessed the truth and kept it to herself. Wit was not her desire, but, as Hamel had said, a bull throat and a man's yellow hair. Much that pawed between us I shall not relate, though the Lady is dear dust these centuries. But she was not to be denied, nor was I, and when a man and woman will their hearts together, heads may fall and kingdoms crash, and yet they will not forego. Came the time when our marriage was mooted. Oh, quietly at first, most quietly, as mere palace gossip in dark corners between eunuchs and waiting women. But in a palace the gossip of the kitchen scullions will creep to the throne. Soon there was a pretty to-do. The palace was the pulse of Cho Sin, and when the palace rocked, Cho Sin trembled. And there was reason for the rocking. Our marriage would be a blow straight between the eyes of Chong Mong-ju. He fought, with a show of strength for which Yun San was ready. Chong Mong-ju disaffected half the provincial priesthood until they pilgrimaged in processions a mile long to the palace gates and frightened the emperor into a panic. But Yun San held like a rock. The other half of the provincial priesthood was his, with, in addition, all the priesthood of the great cities such as Kaizhou, Fusan, Songdao, Pyongyang, Chenampu, and Chemulpo. Yun San and the Lady between them twisted the emperor right about. As she confessed to me afterward, she bullied him with tears and hysteria and threats of a scandal that would shake the throne. And to cap it all, at the psychological moment, Yun San pandered the emperor to novelties of excess that had been long preparing. You must grow your hair for the marriage knot, Yun San warned me one day, with the ghost of a twinkle in his austere eyes, more nearly facetious and human than I had ever beheld him. Now it is not meet that a princess espouse a sea cuny, or even a claimant of the ancient blood of Koryu, who is without power or place or visible symbols of rank. So it was promulgated by imperial decree that I was a prince of Koryu. Next, after breaking the bones and decapitating the then governor of the 5 provinces, himself an adherent of Chong Mong-ju, I was made governor of the 7 home provinces of ancient Koryu. In Cho Sin, 7 is the magic number. To complete this number, 2 of the provinces were taken over from the hands of 2 more of Chong Mong-ju's adherents. Lord, a sea cuny, and dispatched north over the Mandarin Road with 500 soldiers and a retinue at my back. I was a governor of 7 provinces, where 50,000 troops awaited me. Life, death, and torture I carried at my disposal. I had a treasury and a treasurer, to say nothing of a regiment of scribes. Awaiting me also was a full 1,000 of tax farmers, who squeezed the last coppers from the toiling people. The 7 provinces constituted the northern march. Beyond lay what is now Manchuria, but which was known by us as the country of the Hongdu, or redheads. They were wild raiders, on occasion crossing the Yalu in great masses and overrunning northern Cho Sin like locusts. It was said they were given to cannibal practices. I know of experience that they were terrible fighters, most difficult to convince of a beating. A whirlwind year it was. While Yun San and the Lady at Kaiju completed the disgrace of Chong Mong-ju, I proceeded to make a reputation for myself. Of course, it was really Hendrik Hamel at my back, but I was the fine figurehead that carried it off. Through me, Hamel taught our soldiers drill and tactics and taught the redheads strategy. The fighting was grand, and though it took a year, the year's end saw peace on the northern border, and no redheads but dead redheads on our side the Yalu. I do not know if this invasion of the redheads is recorded in Western history, but if so it will give a clue to the date of the times of which I write. Another clue. When was Hideyoshi the shogun of Japan? In my time I heard the echoes of the two invasions, a generation before, driven by Hideyoshi through the heart of Chosin from Fusan in the south to as far north as Pyongyang. It was this Hideyoshi who sent back to Japan a myriad tubs of pickled ears and noses of Koreans slain in battle. I talked with many old men and women who had seen the fighting and escaped the pickling. Back to Kaijo and the Lady Om. Lord, Lord, she was a woman. For 40 years she was my woman. I know. No dissenting voice was raised against the marriage. Chong Mong-ju, clipped of power, in disgrace, had retired to sulk somewhere on the far northeast coast. Yunsan was absolute. Nightly, the single beacons flared their message of peace across the land. The emperor grew more weak-legged and blear-eyed, what of the ingenious deviltries devised for him by Yunsan. The Lady Om and I had won to our heart's desires. Kim was in command of the palace guards. Guanyang Jin, the provincial governor who had planked and beaten us when we were first cast away, I had shorn of power and banished forever from appearing within the walls of Kaijo. Oh, and Johannes Martens. Discipline is well hammered into a sea cuny, and despite my new greatness, I could never forget that he had been my captain in the days we sought new Indies in the Sparware. According to my tale first told in court, he was the only free man in my following. The rest of the cunies, being considered my slaves, could not aspire to office of any sort under the crown. But Johannes could, and did, the sly old fox. I little guessed his intent when he asked me to make him governor of the paltry little province of Kungju. Kungju had no wealth of farms or fisheries. The taxes scarce paid the collecting, and the governorship was little more than an empty honor. The place was in truth a graveyard, a sacred graveyard, for on Tabong Mountain were shrined and sepultured the bones of the ancient kings of Silla. Better governor of Kyungju than retainer of Adam Strang was what I thought was in his mind, nor did I dream that it was except for fear of loneliness that caused him to take 4 of the cunies with him. Gorgeous were the 2 years that followed. My 7 provinces I governed mainly through needy Yang bands selected for me by Yunsan. An occasional inspection, done in state and accompanied by the Lady Om, was all that was required of me. She possessed a summer palace on the south coast, which we frequented much. Then there were man's diversions. I became patron of the sport of wrestling and revived archery among the Yang bands. Also, there was tiger hunting in the northern mountains. A remarkable thing was the tides of Chosin. On our northeast coast there was scarce a rise and fall of a foot. On our west coast, the neap tides ran as high as 60 feet. Chosin had no commerce, no foreign traders. There was no voyaging beyond her coasts and no voyaging of other peoples to her coasts. This was due to her immemorial policy of isolation. Once in a decade or a score of years, Chinese ambassadors arrived, but they came overland, around the Yellow Sea, across the country of the Hongdu, and down the Mandarin Road to Kaijo. The round trip was a year-long journey. Their mission was to exact from our emperor the empty ceremonial acknowledgment of China's ancient suzerainty. But Hamel, from long brooding, was ripening for action. His plans grew apace. Chosin was Indies enough for him, could he but work it right. Little he confided, but when he began to play to have me made admiral of the Chosin navy of junks, and to inquire more than casually of the details of the store places of the imperial treasury, I could put 2 and 2 together. Now I did not care to depart from Chosin except with the Lady Om. When I broached the possibility of it, she told me, warm in my arms, that I was her king, and that wherever I led she would follow. As you shall see, it was truth, full truth, that she uttered. It was Yunsan's fault for letting Chong Mong-ju live. And yet it was not Yunsan's fault. He had not dared otherwise. Disgraced at court, nevertheless, Chong Mong-ju had been too popular with the provincial priesthood. Yunsan had been compelled to hold his hand, and Chong Mong-ju, apparently sulking on the northeast coast, had been anything but idle. His emissaries, chiefly Buddhist priests, were everywhere, went everywhere, gathering in even the least of the provincial magistrates to allegiance to him. It takes the cold patience of the Asiatic to conceive and execute huge and complicated conspiracies. The strength of Chong Mong-ju's palace clique grew beyond Yun San's wildest dreaming. Chong Mong-ju corrupted the very palace guards, the tiger hunters of Pyongyang whom Kim commanded. And while Yun San nodded, while I devoted myself to sport and to the Lady Om, while Heinrich Hamel perfected plans for the looting of the imperial treasury, and while Johannes Martens schemed his own scheme among the tombs of the Tabong Mountain, the volcano of Chong Mong-ju's devising gave no warning beneath us. Lord, Lord, when the storm broke! It was stand out from under, all hands, and save your necks. And there were necks that were not saved. The springing of the conspiracy was premature. Johannes Martens really precipitated the catastrophe, and what he did was too favorable for Chong Mong-ju not to advantage by. For see, the people of Cho Sin are fanatical ancestor worshippers, and that old pirate of a booty-lusting Dutchman, with his 4 coonies in far Kyongju, did no less a thing than raid the tombs of the gold-coffined, long-buried kings of ancient Silla. The work was done in the night, and for the rest of the night they travelled for the sea-coast. But the following day a dense fog lay over the land, and they lost their way to the waiting junk which Johann Martens had privily outfitted. He and the coonies were rounded in by Yi Sun Sin, the local magistrate, one of Chong Mong-ju's adherents. Only Herman Tromp escaped in the fog, and was able, long after, to tell me of the adventure. That night, although news of the sacrilege was spreading through Cho Sin, and half the northern provinces had risen on their officials, Kaijo and the court slept in ignorance. By Chong Mong-ju's orders, the beacons flared their nightly message of peace, and night by night the peace beacons flared, while day and night Chong Mong-ju's messengers killed horses on all the roads of Cho Sin. It was my luck to see their messenger arrive at Kaijo. At twilight, as I rode out through the great gate of the capital, I saw the jaded horse fall and the exhausted rider stagger in on foot, and I little dreamed that that man carried my destiny with him into Kaijo. His message sprang the palace revolution. I was not due to return until midnight, and by midnight all was over. At 9 in the evening the conspirators secured possession of the emperor in his own apartments. They compelled him to order the immediate attendance of the heads of all departments, and as they presented themselves, one by one, before his eyes, they were cut down. Meantime, the tiger hunters were up and out of hand. Yun San and Hendrik Hamel were badly beaten with the flats of swords and made prisoners. The 7 other coonies escaped from the palace along with the Lady Om. They were enabled to do this by Kim, who held the way, sword in hand, against his own tiger hunters. They cut him down and trod over him. Unfortunately, he did not die of his wounds. Like a flaw of wind on a summer night, the revolution, a palace revolution of course, blew and was past. Chong Mong-ju was in the saddle. The emperor ratified whatever Chong Mong-ju willed. Beyond grasping at the sacrilege of the king's tombs and applauding Chong Mong-ju, Cho Sin was unperturbed. Heads of officials fell everywhere, being replaced by Chong Mong-ju's appointees, but there were no risings against the dynasty. And now to tell what befell us. Johannes Martens and his 3 coonies, after being exhibited to be spat upon by the rabble of half the villages and walled cities of Cho Sin, were buried to their necks in the ground of the open space before the palace gate. Water was given them that they might live longer to yearn for the food, steaming hot and savory and changed hourly, that was placed temptingly before them. They say old Johannes Martens lived longest, not giving up the ghost for a full 15 days. Kim was slowly crushed to death, bone by bone and joint by joint, by the torturers, and was a long time in dying. Hamel, whom Chong Mong-ju divined as my brains, was executed by the paddle. In short, was promptly and expeditiously beaten to death by the delighted shouts of the Kaijo populace. Yun San was given a brave death. He was playing a game of chess with the jailer when the emperor's, or rather Chong Mong-ju's, messenger arrived with the poisoned cup. "Wait a moment," said Yun San. "You should be better mannered than to disturb a man in the midst of a game of chess. I shall drink directly the game is over." and while the messenger waited, Yunsan finished the game, winning it, then drained the cup. It takes an Asiatic to temper his spleen to steady, persistent, lifelong revenge. This Chong Mong-ju did with the Lady Om and me. He did not destroy us. We were not even imprisoned. The Lady Om was degraded of all rank and divested of all possessions. An imperial decree was promulgated and posted in the last least village of Cho Sin, to the effect that I was of the house of Koryu and that no man might kill me. It was further declared that the 8 sea cunies who survived must not be killed, neither were they to be favored. They were to be outcasts, beggars on the highways. And that is what the Lady Om and I became, beggars on the highways. 40 long years of persecution followed, for Chong Mong-ju's hatred of the Lady Om and me was deathless. Worse luck, he was favored with long life as well as we were cursed with it. I have said the Lady Om was a wonder of a woman. Beyond endlessly repeating that statement, words fail me with which to give her just appreciation. Somewhere I have heard that a great lady once said to her lover, "A tent and a crust of bread with you." In effect, that is what the Lady Om said to me. More than to say it, she lived the last letter of it, when more often than not, crusts were not plentiful and the sky itself was our tent. Every effort I made to escape beggary was in the end frustrated by Chong Mong-ju. In Songdo I became a fuel carrier, and the Lady Om and I shared a hut that was vastly more comfortable than the open road in bitter winter weather. But Chong Mong-ju found me out, and I was beaten and planked and put out upon the road. That was a terrible winter. The winter poor What Now Vandervoot froze to death on the streets of Kaijo. In Pyongyang I became a water carrier. For know that that old city, whose walls were ancient even in the times of David, was considered by the people to be a canoe, and that therefore to sink a well inside the walls would be to scupper the city. So all day long thousands of coolies, water jars yoked to their shoulders, tramped out the river gate and back. I became one of these until Chong Mong-ju sought me out, and I was beaten and planked and set upon the highway. Ever it was the same. In Far Weiju I became a dog butcher, killing the brutes publicly before my open stall, cutting and hanging the carcasses for sale, tanning the hides under the filth of the feet of the passers-by by spreading the hides, raw side up, in the muck of the street. But Chong Mong-ju found me out. I was a dyer's helper in Pyonhan, a gold miner in the placers of Kangwon, a rope maker and wine twister in Chiksan. I plaited straw hats in Padok, gathered grass in Wanghai, and in Masenpo sold myself to a rice farmer to toil bent double in the flooded paddies for less than a coolie's pay. But there was never a time or place that the long arm of Chong Mong-ju did not reach out and punish and thrust me upon the beggar's way. The Lady Om and I searched 2 seasons and found a single root of the wild mountain ginseng, which is esteemed so rare and precious a thing by the doctors that the Lady Om and I could have lived a year in comfort from the sale of our one root. But in the selling of it I was apprehended, the root confiscated, and I was better beaten and longer planked than ordinarily. Everywhere the wandering members of the great peddlers' guild carried word of me, of my comings and goings and doings, to Chong Mong-ju at Kaijo. Only twice, in all the days after my downfall, did I meet Chong Mong-ju face to face. The first time was a wild winter night of storm in the high mountains of Kangwon. A few hoarded coppers had bought for the Lady Om and me sleeping space in the dirtiest and coldest corner of the one large room of the inn. We were just about to begin our meagre supper of horse beans and wild garlic, cooked into a stew with a scrap of bullock that must have died of old age, when there was a tinkling of bronze pony bells and the stamp of hooves without. The door opened, and entered Chong Mong-ju, the personification of well-being, prosperity and power, shaking the snow from his priceless Mongolian furs. Place was made for him and his dozen retainers, and there was room for all without crowding, when his eyes chanced to light on the Lady Om and me. "The vermin there in the corner, clear it out," he commanded. And his horse boys lashed us with their whips and drove us out into the storm. But there was to be another meeting, after long years, as you shall see. There was no escape. Never was I permitted to cross the northern frontier. Never was I permitted to put foot to a sampan on the sea. The Peddlers' Guild carried these commands of Chong Mong-ju to every village and every soul of all Cho Sin. I was a marked man. Lord, Lord Cho Sin, I know your every highway and mountain path, all your walled cities and the least of your villages. For 20 years I wandered and starved over you, and the Lady Om ever wandered and starved with me. What we in extremity have eaten, leavings of dog's flesh, putrid and unsaleable, flung to us by the mocking butchers. Minari, a watercress gathered from stagnant pools of slime, spoiled kimchi that would revolt the stomachs of peasants and that could be smelled a mile. I have stolen bones from curs, gleaned the public road for stray grains of rice, robbed ponies of their steaming bean soup on frosty nights. It is not strange that I did not die. I knew and was upheld by two things. The first, the Lady Om by my side. The second, the certain faith that the time would come when my thumbs and fingers would fast lock in the gullet of Chungmung-ju. Turned always away at the city gates of Kaijo where I sought Chungmung-ju, we wandered on, through seasons and decades of seasons, across Cho-Sin, whose every inch of road was an old story to our sandals. Our history and identity were wide scattered as the land was wide. No person breathed who did not know us and our punishment. There were coolies and peddlers who shouted insults at the Lady Om and who felt the wrath of my clutch in their topknots, the wrath of my knuckles in their faces. There were old women in far mountain villages who looked on the beggar woman by my side, the lost Lady Om, and sighed and shook their heads while their eyes dimmed with tears. And there were young women whose faces warmed with compassion as they gazed on the bulk of my shoulders, the blue of my eyes, and my long yellow hair, I, who had once been a prince of Koryu and the ruler of provinces. And there were rabbles of children that tagged at our heels, jeering and screeching, pelting us with filth of speech and of the common road. Beyond Yalu, 40 miles wide, was the strip of waste that constituted the northern frontier and that ran from sea to sea. It was not really wasteland, but land that had been deliberately made waste in carrying out Cho-Sin's policy of isolation. On this 40-mile strip all farms, villages, and cities had been destroyed. It was no man's land, infested with wild animals and traversed by companies of mounted tiger hunters whose business was to kill any human being they found. That way there was no escape for us, nor was there any escape for us by sea. As the years passed, my 7 fellow coonies came more to frequent Fusan. It was on the southeast coast where the climate was milder, but more than climate, it lay nearest of all Cho-Sin to Japan. Across the narrow straits, just farther than the eye can see, was the one hope of escape, Japan, where doubtless occasional ships of Europe came. Strong upon me is the vision of those 7 aging men on the cliffs of Fusan, yearning with all their souls across the sea they would never sail again. At times junks of Japan were sighted, but never lifted a familiar topsail of old Europe above the sea rim. Years came and went, and the 7 coonies and myself and the Lady Om, passing through middle life into old age, more and more directed our footsteps to Fusan. And as the years came and went, now one, now another, failed to gather at the usual place. Hans Amden was the first to die. Jacob Brinker, who was his road-mate, brought the news. Jacob Brinker was the last of the 7, and he was nearly 90 when he died, outliving Tromp a scant 2 years. I well remember the pair of them, toward the last, worn and feeble, in beggar's rags, with beggar's bowls, sunning themselves side by side on the cliffs, telling old stories and cackling shrill-voiced like children. And Tromp would munder over and over of how Johannes Martens and the coonies robbed the kings on Tabong Mountain, each embalmed in his gold coffin with an embalmed maid on either side, and of how these ancient proud ones crumbled to dust within the hour while the coonies cursed and sweated at junking the coffins. As sure as loot is loot, old Johannes Martens would have got away and across the yellow sea with his booty had it not been for the fog next day that lost him. That cursed fog. A song was made of it, that I heard and hated through all Cho-Sin to my dying day. Here run 2 lines of it. Yangu kini chejin anga, Wayan pong tora deunda. The thick fog of the Westerners broods over Wayne Peak. For 40 years I was a beggar of Cho-Sin. Of the 14 of us that were cast away, only I survived. The Lady Om was of the same indomitable stuff, and we aged together. She was a little, wizened, toothless old woman toward the last, but ever she was the Wonder Woman, and she carried my heart in hers to the end. For an old man 70, I still retained great strength. My face was withered, my yellow hair turned white, my broad shoulders shrunken, and yet much of the strength of my sea coonie days resided in the muscles left me. Thus it was that I was able to do what I shall now relate. It was a spring morning on the cliffs of Fusan, hard by the highway, that the Lady Om and I sat warming in the sun. We were in the rags of beggary, prideless in the dust, and yet I was laughing heartily at some mumbled merry quip of the Lady Om when a shadow fell upon us. It was the great litter of Chong Mong ju, borne by 8 coolies, with outriders before and behind and fluttering attendants on either side. 2 emperors, civil war, famine, and a dozen palace revolutions had come and gone, and Chong Mong ju remained, even then the great power at Kaijo. He must have been nearly 80 that spring morning on the cliffs when he signaled with palsied hand for his litter to be rested down that he might gaze upon us whom he had punished for so long. "Now, O my king," the Lady Om mumbled low to me, then turned to wine and alms of Chong Mong ju, whom she affected not to recognize. And I knew what was her thought. Had we not shared it for 40 years? And the moment of its consummation had come at last. So I, too, affected not to recognize my enemy, and putting on an idiotic senility, I, too, crawled in the dust toward the litter, whining for mercy and charity. The attendants would have driven me back, but with age-quavering cackles, Chong Mong ju restrained them. He lifted himself on a shaking elbow, and with the other shaking hand drew wider apart the silken curtains. His withered old face was transfigured with delight as he gloated on us. "Oh, my king," the Lady Om whined to me in her beggar's chant, and I knew all her long-tried love and faith in my emprise were in that chant. And the red wrath was up in me, ripping and tearing at my will to be free. Small wonder that I shook with the effort to control. The shaking, happily, they took for the weakness of age. I held up my brass begging bowl and whined more dolefully, and bleared my eyes to hide the blue fire I knew was in them, and calculated the distance and my strength for the leap. Then I was swept away in a blaze of red. There was a crushing of curtains and curtain poles and a squawking and squalling of attendants as my hands closed on Chong Mong ju's throat. The litter overturned, and I scarce knew whether I was heads or heels, but my clutch never relaxed. In the confusion of cushions and quilts and curtains, at first few of the attendants' blows found me, but soon the horsemen were in, and their heavy whip-butts began to fall on my head, while a multitude of hands clawed and tore at me. I was dizzy, but not unconscious, and very blissful, with my old fingers buried in that lean and scraggly old neck I had sought for so long. The blows continued to rain on my head, and I had whirling thoughts in which I likened myself to a bulldog with jaws fast locked. Chong Mong ju could not escape me, and I know he was well dead, ere darkness, like that of an anesthetic, descended upon me there on the cliffs of Fusan by the Yellow Sea. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 16. Warden Atherton, when he thinks of me, must feel anything but pride. I have taught him what spirit is, humbled him with my own spirit that rose invulnerable, triumphant, above all his tortures. I sit here in Folsom, in Murderers' Row, awaiting my execution. Warden Atherton still holds his political job and is king over San Quentin and all the damned within its walls. And yet, in his heart of hearts, he knows that I am greater than he. In vain, Warden Atherton tried to break my spirit. And there were times, beyond any shadow of doubt, when he would have been glad had I died in the jacket. So the long inquisition went on. As he had told me, and as he told me repeatedly, it was dynamite or curtains. Captain Jamie was a veteran in dungeon horrors, yet the time came when he broke down under the strain I put on him and on the rest of my torturers. So desperate did he become that he dared words with the warden and washed his hands of the affair. From that day until the end of my torturing, he never set foot in solitary. Yes, and the time came when Warden Atherton grew afraid, although he still persisted in trying to wring from me the hiding-place of the non-existent dynamite. Toward the last, he was badly shaken by Jake Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer was fearless and outspoken. He had passed unbroken through all their prison hells, and out of superior will could beard them to their teeth. Morrell rapped me a full account of the incident. I was unconscious in the jacket at the time. "Warden," Oppenheimer had said. "You've bitten off more than you can chew. It ain't a case of killing Standing. It's a case of killing 3 men, for as sure as you kill him, sooner or later Morrell and I will get the word out, and what you have done will be known from one end of California to the other. You've got your choice. You've either got to let up on Standing or kill all 3 of us. Standing's got your goat. So have I. So has Morrell. You are a stinking coward, and you haven't got the backbone and guts to carry out the dirty butcher's work you'd like to do." Oppenheimer got 100 hours in the jacket for it, and when he was unlaced, spat in the warden's face and received a second 100 hours on end. When he was unlaced this time, the warden was careful not to be in solitary. That he was shaken by Oppenheimer's words, there is no doubt. But it was Dr. Jackson who was the arch-fiend. To him I was a novelty, and he was ever eager to see how much more I could stand before I broke. "He can stand 20 days off the bat," he bragged to the warden in my presence. "You are conservative," I broke in. "I can stand 40 days. Pshaw! I can stand 100 when such as you administer it." And remembering my sea cuny's patience of 40 years waiting ere I got my hands on Chung Mung Ju's gullet, I added, "You prison curs, you don't know what a man is. You think a man is made in your own cowardly images. Behold, I am a man. You are feeblings. I am your master. You can't bring a squeal out of me. You think it remarkable, for you know how easily you would squeal." Oh, I abused them, called them sons of toads, hell's scullions, slime of the pit. For I was above them, beyond them. They were slaves, I was free spirit. My flesh only lay pent there in solitary. I was not pent. I had mastered the flesh, and the spaciousness of time was mine to wander in, while my poor flesh, not even suffering, lay in the little death in the jacket. Much of my adventures I rapped to my 2 comrades. Morrell believed, for he had himself tasted the little death. But Oppenheimer, enraptured with my tales, remained a skeptic to the end. His regret was naive, and at times really pathetic, in that I had devoted my life to the science of agriculture instead of to fiction writing. "But, man," I reasoned with him, "what do I know of myself about this Cho Sin? I am able to identify it with what is today called Korea, and that is about all. That is as far as my reading goes. For instance, how possibly out of my present life experience could I know anything about kimchi? Yet I know kimchi. It is a sort of sauerkraut. When it is spoiled, it stinks to heaven. I tell you, when I was Adam Strang, I ate kimchi thousands of times. I know good kimchi, bad kimchi, rotten kimchi. I know the best kimchi is made by the women of Wosan. Now how do I know that? It is not in the content of my mind, Darrell Standing's mind. It is in the content of Adam Strang's mind, who, through various births and deaths, bequeathed his experiences to me, Darrell Standing, along with the rest of the experiences of those various other lives that intervened. Don't you see, Jake? This is how men come to be, to grow, how spirit develops. "Aw, come off," he rapped back with the quick imperative knuckles I knew so well. "Listen to your uncle talk now. I am Jake Oppenheimer. I always have been Jake Oppenheimer. No other guy is in my makings. What I know as Jake Oppenheimer. Now what do I know? I'll tell you one thing. I know kimchi. Kimchi is a sort of sauerkraut made in a country that used to be called Cho Sin. The women of Wosan make the best kimchi, and when kimchi is spoiled, it stinks to heaven. You keep out of this, Ed. Wait till I tie the professor up. Now, Professor, how do I know all this stuff about kimchi? It is not in the content of my mind." "But it is," I exulted. "I put it there." "All right, old boss. Then who put it into your mind?" "Adam Strang." "Not on your tintype. Adam Strang is a pipe dream. You read it somewhere." "Never," I averred. "The little I read of Korea was the war correspondence at the time of the Japanese-Russian War." "Do you remember all you read?" Oppenheimer queried. "No." "Some you forgot?" "Yes, but—" "That's all, thank you," he interrupted, in the manner of a lawyer abruptly concluding a cross-examination after having extracted a fatal admission from a witness. It was impossible to convince Oppenheimer of my sincerity. He insisted that I was making it up as I went along, Although he applauded what he called my "to be continued in our next," and at the times they were resting me up from the jacket, was continually begging and urging me to run off a few more chapters. "Now, Professor, cut out that highbrow stuff," he would interrupt Ed Morrell's and my metaphysical discussions, "and tell us more about the Kai Sang and the Coonies. And say, while you're about it, tell us what happened to the Lady Om when that rough-necked husband of hers choked the old geezer and croaked." How often have I said that form perishes? Let me repeat. Form perishes. Matter has no memory. Spirit only remembers, as here, in prison cells, after the centuries, knowledge of the Lady Om and Chung Mung Ju persisted in my mind, was conveyed by me into Jake Oppenheimer's mind, and by him was reconveyed into my mind in the argot and jargon of the West. And now I have conveyed it into your mind, my reader. Try to eliminate it from your mind. You cannot. As long as you live, what I have told will tenant your mind. Mind? There is nothing permanent but mind. Matter fluxes, crystallizes, and fluxes again, and forms are never repeated. Forms disintegrate into the eternal nothingness from which there is no return. Form is apparitional and passes, as passed the physical forms of the Lady Om and Chung Mung Ju. But the memory of them remains, shall always remain as long as spirit endures, and spirit is indestructible. "One thing sticks out as big as a house," was Oppenheimer's final criticism of my Adam Strang adventure, "and that is that you've done more hanging around Chinatown dumps and hop joints than was good for a respectable college professor. Evil communications, you know. I guess that's what brought you here." Before I return to my adventures, I am compelled to tell one remarkable incident that occurred in solitary. It is remarkable in two ways. It shows the astounding mental power of that child of the gutters, Jake Oppenheimer, and it is in itself convincing proof of the verity of my experiences when in the jacket coma. "Say, Professor," Oppenheimer tapped to me one day, "when you was spielin' that Adam Strang yarn, I remember you mentioned playing chess with that royal souse of an emperor's brother. Now is that chess like our kind of chess?" Of course I had to reply that I did not know, that I did not remember the details after I returned to my normal state. And of course he laughed good-naturedly at what he called my foolery. Yet I could distinctly remember that in my Adam Strang adventure I had frequently played chess. The trouble was that whenever I came back to consciousness in solitary, unessential and intricate details faded from my memory. It must be remembered that for convenience I have assembled my intermittent and repetitional jacket experiences into coherent and consecutive narratives. I never knew in advance where my journeys in time would take me. For instance, I have a score of different times returned to Jesse Fancher in the wagon circle at Mountain Meadows. In a single 10 days bout in the jacket, I have gone back and back, from life to life, and often skipping whole series of lives that at other times I have covered, back to prehistoric time, and back of that to days ere civilization began. So I resolved, on my next return from Adam Strang's experiences, whenever it might be, that I should, immediately, on resuming consciousness, concentrate upon what visions and memories I had brought back of chess-playing. As luck would have it, I had to endure Oppenheimer's chaffing for a full month ere it happened. And then, no sooner out of jacket and circulation restored, than I started knuckle-rapping the information. Further, I taught Oppenheimer the chess Adam Strang had played in Cho Sen centuries agone. It was different from Western chess, and yet could not be but fundamentally the same, tracing back to a common origin, probably India. In place of our 64 squares, there are 81 squares. We have 8 pawns on a side, they have 9, and though limited similarly, the principle of moving is different. Also, in the Cho Sen game, there are 20 pieces and pawns against our 16, and they are arrayed in 3 rows instead of 2. Thus, the 9 pawns are in the front row, in the middle row are 2 pieces resembling our castles, and in the back row, midway, stands the king, flanked in order on either side by gold money, silver money, knight, and spear. It will be observed that in the Cho Sen game there is no queen. A further radical variation is that a captured piece or pawn is not removed from the board. It becomes the property of the captor, and thereafter played by him. Well, I taught Oppenheimer this game, a far more difficult achievement than our own game, as will be admitted, when the capturing and recapturing and continued playing of pawns and pieces is considered. Solitary is not heated. It would be a wickedness to ease a convict from any spite of the elements. And many a dreary day of biting cold did Oppenheimer and I forget that and the following winter in the absorption of Cho Sen chess. But there was no convincing him that I had in truth brought this game back to San Quentin across the centuries. He insisted that I had read about it somewhere, and though I had forgotten the reading, the stuff of the reading was nevertheless in the content of my mind, ripe to be brought out in any pipe dream. Thus he turned the tenets and jargon of psychology back on me. "What's to prevent your inventing it right here in solitary?" was his next hypothesis. "Didn't Ed invent the knuckle talk? And ain't you and me improving on it right along? I got you, Bo. You invented it. Say, get it patented. I remember when I was night messenger some guy invented a fool thing called pigs in clover and made millions out of it." "There's no patenting this," I replied. "Doubtlessly the Asiatics have been playing it for thousands of years. Won't you believe me when I tell you I didn't invent it?" "Then you must have read about it, or seen the Chinks playing it in some of those hop joints you was always hanging around," was his last word. But I have a last word. There is a Japanese murderer here in Folsom, or was, for he was executed last week. I talked the matter over with him, and the game Adam Strang played, and which I taught Oppenheimer, proved quite similar to the Japanese game. They are far more alike than is either of them like the Western game. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17, Part 1, of The Jacket, by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. You, my reader, will remember, far back at the beginning of this narrative, how, when a little lad on the Minnesota farm, I looked at the photographs of the Holy Land and recognized places and pointed out changes in places. Also you will remember, as I described the scene I had witnessed of the healing of the lepers, I told the missionary that I was a big man with a big sword, astride a horse and looking on. That childhood incident was merely a trailing cloud of glory, as Wordsworth put it. Not in entire forgetfulness had I, little Darrell Standing, come into the world. But those memories of other times and places that glimmered up to the surface of my child consciousness soon failed and faded. In truth, as is the way with all children, the shades of the prison house closed about me, and I remembered my mighty past no more. Every man born of woman has a past mighty as mine. Very few men born of women have been fortunate enough to suffer years of solitary and straitjacketing. That was my good fortune. I was enabled to remember once again, and to remember, among other things, the time when I sat astride a horse and beheld the lepers healed. My name was Ragnar Lodbrok. I was in truth a large man. I stood half a head above the Romans of my legion. But that was later, after the time of my journey from Alexandria to Jerusalem, that I came to command a legion. It was a crowded life, that. Books and years of writing could not record it all. So I shall briefen and no more than hint at the beginnings of it. Now all is clear and sharp, save the very beginning. I never knew my mother. I was told that I was tempest-born, on a beaked ship in the northern sea, of a captured woman, after a sea fight and a sack of a coastal stronghold. I never heard the name of my mother. She died at the height of the tempest. She was of the North Danes, so old Lingord told me. He told me much that I was too young to remember, yet little could he tell. A sea fight and a sack, battle and plunder and torch, a flight seaward in the long ships to escape destruction upon the rocks, and a killing strain and struggle against the frosty foundering seas. Who, then, should know aught or mark a stranger woman in her hour with her feet fast set on the way of death? Many died. Men marked the living women, not the dead. Sharp bitten into my child imagination are the incidents immediately after my birth, as told me by old Lingord. Lingord, too old to labor at the sweeps, had been surgeon, undertaker, and midwife of the huddled captives in the open midships. So I was delivered in storm, with the spume of the cresting sea's salt upon me. Not many hours old was I when Tostig Lodbrok first laid eyes on me. His was the lean ship, and his the 7 other lean ships that had made the foray, fled the rapine, and won through the storm. Tostig Lodbrok was also called Muspella, meaning the burning, for he was ever aflame with wrath. Brave he was, and cruel he was, with no heart of mercy in that great chest of his. Ere the sweat of battle had dried on him, leaning on his axe, he ate the heart of Nungren, after the fight at Hosfart. Because of mad anger, he sold his son, Garolf, into slavery to the Jutes. I remember, under the smoky rafters of Brunanburh, how he used to call for the skull of Guthlaf for a drinking beaker. Spiced wine he would have from no other cup than the skull of Guthlaf. And to him, on the reeling deck after the storm was past, old Lingord brought me. I was only hours old, wrapped naked in a salt-crusted wolfskin. Now it happens, being prematurely born, that I was very small. "Ho, ho, a dwarf!" cried Tostig, lowering a pot of mead half-drained from his lips to stare at me. The day was bitter, but they say he swept me naked from the wolfskin, and by my foot, between thumb and forefinger, dangled me to the bite of the wind. "A roach," he ho-hoed, "a shrimp, a sea louse," and he made to squash me between huge forefinger and thumb, either of which, Lingord avers, was thicker than my leg or thigh. But another whim was upon him. "The youngling is athirst. Let him drink." And therewith, head downward, into the half-pot of mead he thrust me, and might well have drowned in this drink of men, I who had never known a mother's breast in the briefness of time I had lived, had it not been for Lingord. But when he plucked me forth from the brew, Tostig Lodbrok struck him down in a rage. We rolled on the deck, and the great bear-hounds, captured in the fight with the North Danes just past, sprang upon us. "Ho, ho!" roared Tostig Lodbrok, as the old man and I and the wolfskin were mauled and worried by the dogs. But Lingord gained his feet, saving me but losing the wolfskin to the hounds. Tostig Lodbrok finished the mead and regarded me, while Lingord knew better than to beg for mercy where was no mercy. "Hop o' my thumb," quoth Tostig. "By Odin, the women of the North Danes are a scurvy breed. They birth dwarfs, not men. Of what use is this thing? He will never make a man. Listen you, Lingord, grow him to be a drink boy at Brunanburh. And have an eye on the dogs, lest they slobber him down by mistake as a meat crumb from the table." I knew no woman. Old Lingord was midwife and nurse, and for nursery was reeling decks and the stamp and trample of men in battle or storm. How I survived pooling infancy, God knows. I must have been born iron in a day of iron, for survive I did, to give the lie to Tostig's promise of dwarfhood. I outgrew all beakers and tankards, and not for long could he half drown me in his mead pot. This last was a favourite feat of his. It was his raw humour, a sally esteemed by him delicious wit. My first memories are of Tostig Lodbrok's beaked ships and fighting men, and of the feast hall at Brunanburh when our boats lay beached beside the frozen fjord. For I was made drink boy, and amongst my earliest recollections are toddling with the wine-filled skull of Guthlaf to the head of the table where Tostig bellowed to the rafters. They were madmen, all of madness, but it seemed the common way of life to me who knew naught else. They were men of quick rages and quick battling. Their thoughts were ferocious, so was their eating ferocious, and their drinking. And I grew like them. How else could I grow, when I served the drink to the bellowings of drunkards, and to the skalds singing of Yali and the bold Hogni, and of the Niflung's gold, and of Gudrun's revenge on Atli, when she gave him the hearts of his children and hers, to eat while battle swept the benches, tore down the hangings raped from southern coasts, and littered the feasting board with swift corpses. Oh, I too had a rage, well tutored in such school. I was but 8 when I showed my teeth at a drinking between the men of Brunanburh and the Jutes, who came as friends with the Jarl Argod in his 3 long ships. I stood at Tostig Lodbrok's shoulder, holding the skull of Guthlaf that steamed and stank with the hot spiced wine, and I waited while Tostig should complete his ravings against the North Dane men. But still he raved, and still I waited, till he caught breath of fury to assail the North Dane woman. Whereat I remembered my North Dane mother, and saw my rage red in my eyes, and smote him with the skull of Guthlaf, so that he was wine-drenched and wine-blinded and fire-burnt. And as he reeled unseen, smashing his great groping clutches through the air at me, I was in and short-dirked him thrice in belly, thigh, and buttock, than which I could reach no higher up the mighty frame of him. And the Jarl Argod's steel won out, and his Jutes joining him as he shouted, "A bear cub! A bear cub! By Odin, let the cub fight!" And there, under that roaring roof of Brunanborough, the babbling drink-boy of the North Danes fought with mighty Lodbrok. And when with one stroke I was flung, dazed and breathless, half the length of that great board, my flying body mowing down pots and tankards, Lodbrok cried out command, "Out with him! Fling him to the hounds!" But the Jarl would have it no, and clapped Lodbrok on the shoulder, and asked me as a gift of friendship. And south I went, when the ice passed out of the fjord, in Jarl Argod's ships. I was made drink-boy and sword-bearer to him, and in lieu of other name was called Ragnar Lodbrok. Argod's country was neighbour to the Frisians, and a sad, flat country of fog and fen it was. I was with him for 3 years, to his death, always at his back, whether hunting swamp-wolves or drinking in the great hall where Elgiva, his young wife, often sat among her women. I was with Argod in South Foray, with his ships along what would be now the coast of France. And there I learned that still south were warmer seasons and softer climes and women. But we brought back Argod wounded to death and slow dying, and we burned his body on a great pyre, with Elgiva in her golden corselet beside him singing. And there were household slaves in golden collars that burned of a plenty there with her, and 9 female thralls, and 8 male slaves of the Angles that were of gentle birth and battle captured. And there were live hawks so burned, and the 2 hawk boys with their birds. But I, the drink boy, Ragnar Lodbrok, did not burn. I was 11 and unafraid, and had never worn woven cloth on my body. And as the flames sprang up, and Elgiva sang her death song, and the thralls and slaves screeched their unwillingness to die, I tore away my fastenings, leaped, and gained the fens, the gold collar of my slavehood still on my neck, footing it with the hounds loosed to tear me down. In the fens were wild men, masterless men, fled slaves, and outlaws, who were hunted in sport as the wolves were hunted. For 3 years I knew never roof nor fire, and I grew hard as the frost, and would have stolen a woman from the Jutes, but that the Frisians by mischance in a 2 days' hunt ran me down. By them I was looted of my gold collar and traded for 2 wolfhounds to Edvi, of the Saxons, who put an iron collar on me, and later made of me and 5 other slaves a present to Atdel of the East Angles. I was thrall and fighting man, until, lost in an unlucky raid far to the east beyond our marches, I was sold among the Huns, and was a swineherd until I escaped south into the great forests, and was taken in as a free man by the Teutons, who were many, but who lived in small tribes, and drifted southward before the Hun advance. And up from the south into the great forests came the Romans, fighting men all, who pressed us back upon the Huns. It was a crushage of the peoples for lack of room, and we taught the Romans what fighting was, although in truth we were no less well taught by them. But always I remembered the son of the southland that I had glimpsed in the ships of Argod, and it was my fate, caught in this south drift of the Teutons, to be captured by the Romans and be brought back to the sea, which I had not seen since I was lost away from the East Angles. I was made a sweep slave in the galleys, and it was as a sweep slave that I at last came to Rome. All the story is too long of how I became a free man, a citizen, and a soldier, and of how, when I was 30, I journeyed to Alexandria, and from Alexandria to Jerusalem. Yet what I have told from the time when I was baptized in the mead pot of Tostig Lodbrok, I have been compelled to tell in order that you may understand what manner of man rode in through the Jaffa Gate and drew all eyes upon him. Well might they look. They were small breeds, lighter boned and lighter thewed, these Romans and Jews, and a blonde like me they had never gazed upon. All along the narrow streets they gave before me, but stood to stare wide-eyed at this yellow man from the north, or from God knew where, so far as they knew aught of the matter. Practically all of Pilate's troops were auxiliaries, save for a handful of Romans about the palace and the 20 Romans who rode with me. Often enough have I found the auxiliaries good soldiers, but never so steadily dependable as the Romans. In truth, they were better fighting men the year round than were we men of the North, who fought in great moods and sulked in great moods. The Roman was invariably steady and dependable. There was a woman from the court of Antipas who was a friend of Pilate's wife and whom I met at Pilate's the night of my arrival. I shall call her Miriam, for Miriam was the name I loved her by. If it were merely difficult to describe the charm of women, I would describe Miriam. But how describe emotion in words? The charm of woman is wordless. It is different from perception that culminates in reason, for it arises in sensation and culminates in emotion, which, be it admitted, is nothing else than supersensation. In general, any woman has fundamental charm for any man. When this charm becomes particular, then we call it love. Miriam had this particular charm for me. Verily, I was co-partner in her charm. Half of it was my own man's life in me that leapt and met her wide-armed, and made in me all that she was desirable, plus all my desire of her. Miriam was a grand woman. I use the term advisedly. She was fine-bodied, commanding, over and above the average Jewish woman in stature and in line. She was an aristocrat in social caste. She was an aristocrat by nature. All her ways were large ways, generous ways. She had brain, she had wit, and above all, she had womanliness. As you shall see, it was her womanliness that betrayed her and me in the end. Brunette, olive-skinned, oval-faced, her hair was blue-black with its blackness, and her eyes were twin wells of black. Never more pronounced types of blonde and brunette in man and woman met than in us. And we met on the instant. There was no self-discussion, no waiting, wavering, to make certain. She was mine the moment I looked upon her. And by the same token she knew that I belonged to her above all men. I strode to her. She half lifted from her couch as if drawn upward to me. And then we looked with all our eyes, blue eyes and black, until Pilate's wife, a thin, tense, overwrought woman, laughed nervously. And while I bowed to the wife and gave greeting, I thought I saw Pilate give Miriam a significant glance, as if to say, "Is he not all I promised?" For he had had word of my coming from Sulpicius Quirinius, the legate of Syria. As well had Pilate and I been known to each other before ever he journeyed out to be procurator over the Semitic volcano of Jerusalem. Much talk we had that night, especially Pilate, who spoke in detail of the local situation, and who seemed lonely and desirous to share his anxieties with someone and even to bid for counsel. Pilate was of the solid type of Roman, with sufficient imagination intelligently to enforce the iron policy of Rome, and not unduly excitable under stress. But on this night it was plain that he was worried. The Jews had got on his nerves. They were too volcanic, spasmodic, eruptive. And further, they were subtle. The Romans had a straight, forthright way of going about anything. The Jews never approached anything directly, save backwards, when they were driven by compulsion. Left to themselves, they always approached by indirection. Pilate's irritation was due, as he explained, to the fact that the Jews were ever intriguing to make him, and through him Rome, the cat's paw in the matter of their religious dissensions. As well known to me, Rome did not interfere with the religious notions of its conquered peoples, but the Jews were forever confusing the issues and giving a political cast to purely unpolitical events. Pilate waxed eloquent over the diverse sects and the fanatic uprisings and riotings that were continually occurring. "Lodbrok," he said, "one can never tell what little summer cloud of their hatching may turn into a thunderstorm roaring and rattling about one's ears. I am here to keep order and quiet. Despite me, they make the place a hornet's nest. Far rather would I govern Scythians or savage Britons than these people who are never at peace about God. Right now there is a man up to the north, a fisherman turned preacher and miracle worker, who as well as not may soon have all the country by the ears and my recall on its way from Rome." This was the first I had heard of the man called Jesus, and I remarked it at the time. Not until afterward did I remember him, when the little summer cloud had become a full-fledged thunderstorm. "I have had report of him," Pilate went on. "He is not political. There is no doubt of that. But trust Caiaphas, and Hanan behind Caiaphas, to make this fisherman a political thorn with which to prick Rome and ruin me." "This Caiaphas. I have heard of him as high priest. Then who is this Hanan?" I asked. "The real high priest, a cunning fox," Pilate explained. "Caiaphas was appointed by Gratus, but Caiaphas is the shadow and the mouthpiece of Hanan." "They have never forgiven you for that little matter of the votive shields," Miriam teased. Whereupon, as a man will when his sore place is touched, Pilate launched upon the episode, which had been an episode no more at the beginning, but which had nearly destroyed him. In all innocence before his palace he had affixed 2 shields with votive inscriptions. Ere the consequent storm that burst on his head had passed, the Jews had written their complaints to Tiberius, who approved them and reprimanded Pilate. I was glad, a little later, when I could have talk with Miriam. Pilate's wife had found opportunity to tell me about her. She was of old royal stock. Her sister was wife of Philip, tetrarch of Gaulonitis and Batanea. Now this Philip was brother of Antipas, tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, and both were sons of Herod, called by the Jews the Great. Miriam, as I understood, was at home in the courts of both tetrarchs, being herself of the blood. Also, when a girl, she had been betrothed to Archelaus at the time he was ethnarch of Jerusalem. She had a goodly fortune in her own right, so that marriage had not been compulsory. To boot, she had a will of her own, and was doubtless hard to please in so important a matter as husbands. It must have been in the very air we breathed, for in no time Miriam and I were at it on the subject of religion. Truly, the Jews of that day battened on religion as did we on fighting and feasting. For all my stay in that country, there was never a moment when my wits were not buzzing with the endless discussions of life and death, law and God. Now Pilate believed neither in gods nor devils nor anything. Death to him was the blackness of unbroken sleep, and yet, during his years in Jerusalem, he was ever vexed with the inescapable fuss and fury of things religious. Why, I had a horseboy on my trip into Idumea, a wretched creature that could never learn to saddle and who yet could talk, and most learnedly, without breath, from nightfall to sunrise, on the hair-splitting differences in the teaching of all the rabbis from Shemaiah to Gamliel. But to return to Miriam. "You believe you are immortal," she was soon challenging me. "Then why do you fear to talk about it?" "Why burden my mind with thoughts about certainties?" I countered. "But are you certain?" she insisted. "Tell me about it. What is it like, your immortality?" And when I had told her of Niflheim and Muspel, of the birth of the giant Emer from the snowflakes, of the cow Andhumbla, and the Fenrir and Loki, and the frozen Sjötuns, as I say, when I had told her all of this, and of Thor and Odin and our own Valhalla, she clapped her hands and cried out with sparkling eyes, "Oh, you barbarian, you great child, you yellow giant thing of the frost! You believer of old nurse tales and stomach satisfactions! But the spirit of you, that which cannot die, where will it go when your body is dead?" "As I have said, Valhalla," I answered, "and my body shall be there too." "Eating, drinking, fighting?" "And loving," I added. "We must have our women in heaven, else what is heaven for?" "I do not like your heaven," she said. "It is a mad place, a beast place, a place of frost and storm and fury." "And your heaven?" I questioned. "Is always unending summer, with the year at the ripe for the fruits and flowers and growing things." I shook my head and growled. "I do not like your heaven. It is a sad place, a soft place, a place for weaklings and eunuchs and fat, sobbing shadows of men." My remarks must have glamoured her mind, for her eyes continued to sparkle, and mine was half a guess that she was leading me on. "My heaven," she said, "is the abode of the blessed." "Valhalla is the abode of the blessed," I asserted. "For look you, who cares for flowers where flowers always are? In my country, After the iron winter breaks and the sun drives away the long night, the first blossoms twinkling on the melting ice edge are things of joy, and we look and look again. "And fire!" I cried out. "Great, glorious fire! A fine heaven yours where a man cannot properly esteem a roaring fire under a tight roof with wind and snow a drive outside." "A simple folk, you," she was back at me. "You build a roof and a fire in a snowbank and call it heaven. In my heaven we do not have to escape the wind and snow." "No," I objected. "We build roof and fire to go forth from into the frost and storm and to return to from the frost and storm. Man's life is fashioned for battle with frost and storm. His very fire and roof he makes by his battling. I know. For 3 years once I never knew roof nor fire. I was 16 and a man, ere ever I wore woven cloth on my body. I was birthed in storm and battle, and my swaddling cloth was a wolfskin. Look at me, and see what manner of man lives in Valhalla." And look she did, all a glamour, and cried out, "You great yellow giant thing of a man!" Then she added pensively, "Almost it saddens me that there may not be such men in my heaven." "It is a good world," I consoled her. "Good is the plan and wide. There is room for many heavens. It would seem that to each is given the heaven that is his heart's desire. A good country, truly, there beyond the grave. I doubt not I shall leave our feast halls and raid your coasts of sun and flowers and steal you away. My mother was so stolen." And in the pause I looked at her, and she looked at me, and dared to look, and my blood ran fire. By Odin, this was a woman. What might have happened I know not, for Pilate, who had ceased from his talk with Ambivius and for some time had sat grinning, broke the pause. "A rabbi, a Teutoburg rabbi," he gibed. "A new preacher and a new doctrine come to Jerusalem. Now will there be more dissensions and riotings and stonings of prophets. The gods save us, it is a madhouse. Lodbrok, I little thought it of you. Yet here you are, spouting and fuming as wildly as any madman from the desert about what shall happen to you when you are dead. One life at a time, Lodbrok. It saves trouble. It saves trouble." "Go on, Miriam, go on," his wife cried. She had sat entranced during the discussion, with hands tightly clasped, and the thought flickered up in my mind that she had already been corrupted by the religious folly of Jerusalem. At any rate, as I was to learn in the days that followed, she was unduly bent upon such matters. She was a thin woman, as if wasted by fever. Her skin was tight stretched, yet it seemed I could look through her hands did she hold them between me and the light. She was a good woman, but highly nervous, and at times fancy flighted about shades and signs and omens. Nor was she above seeing visions and hearing voices. As for me, I had no patience with such weaknesses. Yet was she a good woman with no heart of evil. End of chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17, part 2 of The Jacket by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. I was on a mission for Tiberius, and it was my ill luck to see little of Miriam. On my return from the court of Antipas, she had gone into Batanea to Philip's court, where was her sister. Once again I was back in Jerusalem, and, though it was no necessity of my business to see Philip, who, though weak, was faithful to Roman will, I journeyed into Batanea in the hope of meeting with Miriam. Then there was my trip into Idumea. Also, I traveled into Syria in obedience to the command of Sulpicius Quirinius, who, as imperial legate, was curious of my first-hand report of affairs in Jerusalem. Thus, traveling wide and much, I had opportunity to observe the strangeness of the Jews who were so madly interested in God. It was their peculiarity. Not content with leaving such matters to their priests, they were themselves forever turning priests and preaching wherever they could find a listener, and listeners they found aplenty. They gave up their occupations to wander about the country like beggars, disputing and bickering with the rabbis and Talmudists in the synagogues and temple porches. It was in Galilee, a district of little repute, the inhabitants of which were looked upon as witless, that I crossed the track of the man Jesus. It seems that he had been a carpenter, and after that a fisherman, and that his fellow fishermen had ceased dragging their nets and followed him in his wandering life. Some few looked upon him as a prophet, but the most contended that he was a madman. My wretched horse-boy, himself claiming Talmudic knowledge second to none, sneered at Jesus, calling him the king of the beggars, calling his doctrine Ebionism, which, as he explained to me, was to the effect that only the poor should win to heaven, while the rich and powerful were to burn forever in some lake of fire. It was my observation that it was the custom of the country for every man to call every other man a madman. In truth, in my judgment, they were all mad. There was a plague of them. They cast out devils by magic charms, cured diseases by the laying on of hands, drank deadly poisons unharmed, and unharmed played with deadly snakes. Or, so they claimed. They ran away to starve in the deserts. They emerged howling new doctrine, gathering crowds about them, forming new sects that split on doctrine and formed more sects. By Odin, I told Pilate, a trifle of our northern frost and snow would cool their wits. This climate is too soft. In place of building roofs and hunting meat, they are ever building doctrine. And altering the nature of God, Pilate corroborated sourly, a curse on doctrine. So say I agreed. If ever I get away with unaddled wits from this mad land, I'll cleave through whatever man dares mention to me what may happen after I am dead. Everything under the sun was pious or impious to them. They, who were so clever in hair-splitting argument, seemed incapable of grasping the Roman idea of the state. Everything political was religious. Everything religious was political. Thus, every procurator's hands were full. The Roman eagles, the Roman statues, even the votive shields of Pilate were deliberate insults to their religion. The Roman taking of the census was an abomination, yet it had to be done, for it was the basis of taxation. But there it was again. Taxation by the state was a crime against their law and God. Oh, that law! It was not Roman law. It was their law, what they called God's law. There were the zealots who murdered anybody who broke this law, and for a procurator to punish a zealot caught red-handed was to raise a riot or an insurrection. Everything, with these strange people, was done in the name of God. There were what we Romans called the thaumaturga. They worked miracles to prove doctrine. Ever has it seemed to me a witless thing to prove the multiplication table by turning a staff into a serpent, or even into two serpents. Yet these things the thaumaturga did, and always to the excitement of the common people. Heavens, what sects and sects! Pharisees, Essenes, Sadducees, a legion of them. No sooner did they start with a new quirk when it turned political. Coponius, procurator fourth before Pilate, had a pretty time crushing the Golanite sedition which arose in this fashion and spread down from Gamala. In Jerusalem, the last time I rode in, it was easy to note the increasing excitement of the Jews. They ran about in crowds, chattering and spouting. Some were proclaiming the end of the world. Others satisfied themselves with the imminent destruction of the temple. And there were rank revolutionists who announced that Roman rule was over and the new Jewish kingdom was about to begin. Pilate, too, I noted, showed heavy anxiety. That they were giving him a hard time of it was patent. But I will say, as you shall see, that he matched their subtlety with equal subtlety. And from what I saw of him, I have little doubt but what he would have confounded many a disputant in the synagogues. But half a legion of Romans, he regretted to me, and I would take Jerusalem by the throat, and then be recalled for my pains, I suppose. Like me, he had not much faith in the auxiliaries, and of Roman soldiers we had but a scant handful. Back again I lodged in the palace, and to my great joy found Miriam there. But little satisfaction was mine, for the talk ran long on the situation. There was reason for this, for the city buzzed like the angry hornet's nest it was. The fast called the Passover, a religious affair, of course, was near, and thousands were pouring in from the country, according to custom, to celebrate the feast in Jerusalem. These newcomers naturally were all excitable folks, else they would not be bent on such pilgrimage. The city was packed with them, so that many camped outside the walls. As for me, I could not distinguish how much of the ferment was due to the teachings of the wandering fisherman, and how much of it was due to Jewish hatred for Rome. "A tithe, no more, and maybe not so much, is due to this Jesus," Pilate answered my query. "Look to Caiaphas and Hanan for the main cause of the excitement. They know what they are about. They are stirring it up, to what end who can tell, except to cause me trouble." "Yes, it is certain that Caiaphas and Hanan are responsible," Miriam said. "But you, Pontius Pilate, are only a Roman and do not understand. Were you a Jew, you would realize that there is a greater seriousness at the bottom of it than mere dissension of the sectaries or trouble-making for you and Rome. The high priests and Pharisees, every Jew of place or wealth, Philip, Antipas, myself, we are all fighting for very life. This fisherman may be a madman. If so, there is a cunning in his madness. He preaches the doctrine of the poor. He threatens our law, and our law is our life, as you have learned ere this. We are jealous of our law, as you would be jealous of the air denied your body by a throttling hand on your throat. It is Caiaphas and Hanan and all they stand for, or it is the fisherman. They must destroy him, else he will destroy them." "Is it not strange, so simple a man, a fisherman?" Pilate's wife breathed forth. "What manner of man can he be to possess such power? I would that I could see him. I would that with my own eyes I could see so remarkable a man." Pilate's brows corrugated at her words, and it was clear that to the burden on his nerves was added the overwrought state of his wife's nerves. "If you would see him, beat up the dens of the town," Miriam laughed spitefully. "You will find him wine-bibbing or in the company of nameless women. Never so strange a prophet came up to Jerusalem." "And what harm in that?" I demanded, driven against my will to take the part of the fisherman. "Have I not wine guzzled aplenty and passed strange nights in all the provinces? The man is a man, and his ways are men's ways, else I am a madman, which I here deny." Miriam shook her head as she spoke. "He is not mad. Worse, he is dangerous. All Ebionism is dangerous. He would destroy all things that are fixed. He is a revolutionist. He would destroy what little is left to us of the Jewish state and temple." Here Pilate shook his head. "He is not political. I have had report of him. He is a visionary. There is no sedition in him. He affirms the Roman tax even." "Still, you do not understand," Miriam persisted. "It is not what he plans. It is the effect, if his plans are achieved, that makes him a revolutionist. I doubt that he foresees the effect. Yet is the man a plague, and, like any plague, should be stamped out." "From all that I have heard, he is a good-hearted, simple man with no evil in him," I stated. And thereat I told of the healing of the 10 lepers I had witnessed in Samaria on my way through Jericho. Pilate's wife sat entranced at what I told. Came to our ears distant shoutings and cries of some street crowd, and we knew the soldiers were keeping the streets cleared. "And you believe this wonder, Lodbrok?" Pilate demanded. "You believe that in the flash of an eye the festering sores departed from the lepers?" "I saw them healed," I replied. "I followed them to make certain. There was no leprosy in them." "But did you see them sore before the healing?" Pilate insisted. I shook my head. "I was only told so," I admitted. "When I saw them afterward, they had all the seeming of men who had once been lepers. They were in a daze. There was one who sat in the sun and ever searched his body and stared at the smooth flesh as if unable to believe his eyes. He would not speak nor look at aught else than his flesh when I questioned him. He was in a maze. He sat there in the sun and stared. Pilate smiled contemptuously, and I noted the quiet smile on Miriam's face was equally contemptuous. And Pilate's wife sat as if a corpse, scarce breathing, her eyes wide and unseeing. Spoke Ambivius. "Caiaphas holds, he told me but yesterday, that the fisherman claims that he will bring God down on earth and make here a new kingdom over which God will rule." "Which would mean the end of Roman rule," I broke in. "This is where Caiaphas and Hanan plot to embroil Rome," Miriam explained. "It is not true. It is a lie they have made." Pilate nodded and asked, "Is there not somewhere in your ancient books a prophecy that the priests here twist into the intent of this fisherman's mind?" To this she agreed and gave him the citation. I relate the incident to evidence the depth of Pilate's study of this people he strove so hard to keep in order. "What I have heard," Miriam continued, "is that Jesus preaches the end of the world and the beginning of God's kingdom, not here, but in heaven." "I have had report of that," Pilate said. "It is true. This Jesus holds the justness of the Roman tax. He holds that Rome shall rule until all rule passes away with the passing of the world. I see more clearly the trick Hanan is playing me." "It is even claimed by some of his followers," Ambivius volunteered, "that he is God himself." "I have no report that he has so said," Pilate replied. "Why not?" his wife breathed. "Why not? Gods have descended to earth before." "Look you," Pilate said, "I have it by credible report that after this Jesus had worked some wonder whereby a multitude was fed on several loaves and fishes, the foolish Galileans were for making him a king. Against his will they would make him a king. To escape them he fled into the mountains. No madness there. He was too wise to accept the fate they would have forced upon him." "Yet that is the very trick Hanan would force upon you," Miriam reiterated. "They claim for him that he would be king of the Jews, an offense against Roman law, wherefore Rome must deal with him." Pilate shrugged his shoulders. "A king of the beggars, rather, or a king of the dreamers. He is no fool. He is a visionary, but not visionary of this world's power. All luck go with him in the next world, for that is beyond Rome's jurisdiction." "He holds that property is sin. That is what hits the Pharisees," Ambivius spoke up. Pilate laughed heartily. "The king of the beggars and his fellow beggars still do respect property," he explained. "For look you, not long ago they had even a treasurer for their wealth. Judas was his name, and there were words in that he stole from their common purse which he carried." "Jesus did not steal?" Pilate's wife asked. "No," Pilate answered. "It was Judas, the treasurer." "Who was this John?" I questioned. "He was in trouble up Tiberias way, and Antipas executed him." "Another one," Miriam answered. "He was born near Hebron. He was an enthusiast and a desert dweller. Either he or his followers claimed that he was Elijah raised from the dead. Elijah, you see, was one of our old prophets." "Was he seditious?" I asked. Pilate grinned and shook his head, then said, "He fell out with Antipas over the matter of Herodias. John was a moralist. It is too long a story, but he paid for it with his head. No, there was nothing political in that affair." "It is also claimed by some that Jesus is the son of David," Miriam said. "But it is absurd. Nobody at Nazareth believes it. You see, his whole family, including his married sisters, lives there and is known to all of them. They are a simple folk, mere common people." "I wish it were as simple, the report of all this complexity that I must send to Tiberias," Pilate grumbled. "And now this fisherman is come to Jerusalem. The place is packed with pilgrims ripe for any trouble, and Hanan stirs and stirs the broth." "And before he is done, he will have his way," Miriam forecast. "He has laid the task for you, and you will perform it." "Which is?" Pilate queried. "The execution of this fisherman." Pilate shook his head stubbornly, but his wife cried out, "No, no, it would be a shameful wrong. The man has done no evil. He has not offended against Rome." She looked beseechingly to Pilate, who continued to shake his head. "Let them do their own beheading, as Antipas did," he growled. "The fisherman counts for nothing, but I shall be no cat's paw to their schemes. If they must destroy him, they must destroy him. That is their affair." "But you will not permit it," cried Pilate's wife. "A pretty time would I have explaining to Tiberius if I interfered," was his reply. "No matter what happens," said Miriam, "I can see you writing explanations, and soon, for Jesus is already come up to Jerusalem and a number of his fishermen with him." Pilate showed the irritation this information caused him. "I have no interest in his movements," he pronounced. "I hope never to see him." "Trust Hanan to find him for you," Miriam replied, "and to bring him to your gate." Pilate shrugged his shoulders, and there the talk ended. Pilate's wife, nervous and overwrought, must claim Miriam to her apartments, so that nothing remained for me but to go to bed and doze off to the buzz and murmur of the city of madmen. Events moved rapidly. Overnight the white heat of the city had scorched upon itself. By midday, when I rode forth with half a dozen of my men, the streets were packed, and more reluctant than ever were the folk to give way before me. If looks could kill, I should have been a dead man that day. Openly they spat at sight of me, and everywhere arose snarls and cries. Less was I a thing of wonder, and more was I the thing hated in that I wore the hated harness of Rome. Had it been any other city, I should have given command to my men to lay the flats of their swords on those snarling fanatics. But this was Jerusalem, at fever heat, and these were a people unable in thought to divorce the idea of state from the idea of God. Hanan the Sadducee had done his work well. No matter what he and the Sanhedrim believed of the true inwardness of the situation, it was clear this rabble had been well tutored to believe that Rome was at the bottom of it. I encountered Miriam in the press. She was on foot, attended only by a woman. It was no time in such turbulence for her to be abroad, garbed as became her station. Through her sister she was indeed sister-in-law to Antipas, for whom few bore love. So she was dressed discreetly, her face covered, so that she might pass as any Jewish woman of the lower orders. But not to my eye could she hide that fine stature of her, that carriage and walk, so different from other women's, of which I had already dreamed more than once. Few and quick were the words we were able to exchange, for the way jammed on the moment, and soon my men and horses were being pressed and jostled. Miriam was sheltered in an angle of house wall. "Have they got the fisherman yet?" I asked. "No, but he is just outside the wall. He has ridden up to Jerusalem on an ass, with a multitude before and behind, and some, poor dupes, have hailed him as he passed as King of Israel. That finally is the pretext with which Hanan will compel Pilate. Truly, though not yet taken, the sentence is already written. This fisherman is a dead man." "But Pilate will not arrest him," I defended. Miriam shook her head. "Hanan will attend to that. They will bring him before the Sanhedrim. The sentence will be death. They may stone him." "But the Sanhedrim has not the right to execute," I contended. "Jesus is not a Roman," she replied. "He is a Jew. By the law of the Talmud, he is guilty of death, for he has blasphemed against the law." Still I shook my head. The Sanhedrim has not the right. Pilate is willing that it should take that right. "But it is a fine question of legality," I insisted. "You know what the Romans are in such matters." "Then will Hanan avoid the question," she smiled, "by compelling Pilate to crucify him. In either event, it will be well." A surging of the mob was sweeping our horses along and grinding our knees together. Some fanatic had fallen, and I could feel my horse recoil and half rear as it tramped on him, and I could hear the man screaming and the snarling menace from all about rising to a roar. But my head was over my shoulder as I called back to Miriam. "You are hard on a man you have said yourself is without evil." "I am hard upon the evil that will come to him if he lives," she replied. Scarcely did I catch her words, for a man sprang in, seizing my bridle rein and leg and struggling to unhorse me. With my open palm, leaning forward, I smote him full upon cheek and jaw. My hand covered the face of him, and a hearty will of weight was in the blow. The dwellers in Jerusalem are not used to man's buffets. I have often wondered since if I broke the fellow's neck. Next I saw Miriam was the following day. I met her in the court of Pilate's palace. She seemed in a dream. Scarce her eyes saw me. Scarce her wits embraced my identity. So strange was she, so in daze and amaze and far-seeing were her eyes, that I was reminded of the lepers I had seen healed in Samaria. She became herself by an effort, but only her outward self. In her eyes was a message unreadable. Never before had I seen woman's eyes so. She would have passed me ungreeted had I not confronted her way. She paused and murmured words mechanically, but all the while her eyes dreamed through me and beyond me with the largeness of the vision that filled them. "I have seen him, Lodbrok," she whispered. "I have seen him." "The gods grant that he is not so ill affected by the sight of you," "Whoever he may be," I laughed. She took no notice of my poor-timed jest, and her eyes remained full with vision, and she would have passed on had I not again blocked her way. "Who is this he?" I demanded. "Some man raised from the dead to put such strange light in your eyes?" "One who has raised others from the dead," she replied. "Truly I believe that he, this Jesus, has raised the dead. He is the Prince of Light, the Son of God. I have seen him. Truly I believe that he is the Son of God." Little could I glean from her words, save that she had met this wandering fisherman and had been swept away by his folly. For surely this Miriam was not the Miriam who had branded him a plague and demanded that he be stamped out as any plague. "He has charmed you," I cried angrily. Her eyes seemed to moisten and grow deeper as she gave confirmation. "Oh, Lodbrok, he is charmed beyond all thinking, beyond all describing. But to look upon him is to know that here is the all-soul of goodness and of compassion. I have seen him. I have heard him. I shall give all I have to the poor, and I shall follow him." Such was her certitude that I accepted it fully, as I had accepted the amazement of the lepers of Samaria staring at their smooth flesh. And I was bitter that so great a woman should be so easily wit-addled by a vagrant wonder-worker. "Follow him," I sneered. "Doubtless you will wear a crown when he wins to his kingdom." She nodded affirmation, and I could have struck her in the face for her folly. I drew aside, and as she moved slowly on, she murmured, "His kingdom is not here. He is the Son of David. He is the Son of God. He is whatever he has said, or whatever has been said of him that is good and great." "A wise man of the East," I found Pilate chuckling. "He is a thinker, this unlettered fisherman. I have sought more deeply into him. I have fresh report. He has no need of wonder-workings. He out-sophisticates the most sophistical of them. They have laid traps, and he has laughed at their traps. Look you, listen to this." Whereupon he told me how Jesus had confounded his confounders when they brought to him for judgment a woman taken in adultery. "And the tax," Pilate exulted on, "to Caesar what is Caesar's, to God what is God's," was his answer to them. This was Hanan's trick, and Hanan is confounded. At last has there appeared one Jew who understands our Roman conception of the state. Next I saw Pilate's wife. Looking into her eyes, I knew, on the instant, after having seen Miriam's eyes, that this tense, distraught woman had likewise seen the fisherman. "The divine is within him," she murmured to me. "There is within him a personal awareness of the indwelling of God." "Is he God?" I queried gently, for say something I must. She shook her head. "I do not know. He has not said. But this I know, of such stuff gods are made." A charmer of women, was my privy judgment, as I left Pilate's wife walking in dreams and visions. The last days are known to all of you who read these lines, and it was in those last days that I learned that this Jesus was equally a charmer of men. He charmed Pilate. He charmed me. After Hanan had sent Jesus to Caiaphas, and the Sanhedrim, assembled in Caiaphas's house, had condemned Jesus to death, Jesus, escorted by a howling mob, was sent to Pilate for execution. Now for his own sake and for Roman's sake, Pilate did not want to execute him. Pilate was little interested in the fisherman and greatly interested in peace and order. What cared Pilate for a man's life, or for many men's lives? The school of Rome was iron, and the governors sent out by Rome to rule conquered peoples were likewise iron. Pilate thought and acted in governmental abstractions. Yet look, when Pilate went out scowling to meet the mob that had fetched the fisherman, he fell immediately under the charm of the man. I was present. I know. It was the first time Pilate had ever seen him. Pilate went out angry. Our soldiers were in readiness to clear the court of its noisy vermin. And immediately Pilate laid eyes on the fisherman, Pilate was subdued. Nay, was solicitous. He disclaimed jurisdiction, demanded that they should judge the fisherman by their law and deal with him by their law, since the fisherman was a Jew and not a Roman. Never were there Jews so obedient to Roman rule. They cried out that it was unlawful, under Rome, for them to put any man to death, yet Antipas had beheaded John and come to no grief of it. And Pilate left them in the court, open under the sky, and took Jesus alone into the judgment hall. What happened therein I know not. save that when Pilate emerged he was changed. Whereas before he had been disinclined to execute because he would not be made a cat's paw to Hanan, he was now disinclined to execute because of regard for the fisherman. His effort now was to save the fisherman, and all the while the mob cried, "Crucify him! Crucify him!" You, my reader, know the sincerity of Pilate's effort. You know how he tried to befool the mob, first by mocking Jesus as a harmless fool, and second by offering to release him according to the custom of releasing one prisoner at the time of the Passover. And you know how the priest's quick whisperings led the mob to cry out for the release of the murderer Barabbas. In vain Pilate struggled against the fate being thrust upon him by the priests. By sneer and jibe he hoped to make a farce of the transaction. He laughingly called Jesus the King of the Jews and ordered him to be scourged. His hope was that all would end in laughter and in laughter be forgotten. I am glad to say that no Roman soldiers took part in what followed. It was the soldiers of the auxiliaries who crowned and cloaked Jesus, put the reed of sovereignty in his hand, and, kneeling, hailed him King of the Jews. Although it failed, it was a play to placate, and I, looking on, learned the charm of Jesus. Despite the cruel mockery of situation, he was regal, and I was quiet as I gazed. It was his own quiet that went into me. I was soothed and satisfied, and was without bewilderment. This thing had to be. All was well. The serenity of Jesus in the heart of the tumult and pain became my serenity. I was scarce moved by any thought to save him. On the other hand, I had gazed on too many wonders of the human in my wild and varied years to be affected to foolish acts by this particular wonder. I was all serenity. I had no word to say. I had no judgment to pass. I knew that things were occurring beyond my comprehension, and that they must occur. Still, Pilate struggled. The tumult increased. The cry for blood rang through the court, and all were clamoring for crucifixion. Again Pilate went back into the judgment hall. His effort at a farce having failed, he attempted to disclaim jurisdiction. Jesus was not of Jerusalem. He was a born subject of Antipas, and to Antipas Pilate was for sending Jesus. But the uproar was by now communicating itself to the city. Our troops outside the palace were being swept away in the vast street mob. Rioting had begun that in the flash of an eye could turn into civil war and revolution. My own 20 legionaries were close to hand and in readiness. They loved the fanatic Jews no more than did I, and would have welcomed my command to clear the court with naked steel. When Pilate came out again, his words for Antipas's jurisdiction could not be heard, for all the mob was shouting that Pilate was a traitor, and that if he let the fisherman go, he was no friend of Tiberius. Close before me, as I leaned against the wall, a mangy, bearded, long-haired fanatic sprang up and down unceasingly, and unceasingly chanted, "Tiberius is emperor, there is no king. Tiberius is emperor, there is no king." I lost patience. The man's near noise was an offense. Lurching sideways, as if by accident, I ground my foot on his to a terrible crushing. The fool seemed not to notice. He was too mad to be aware of the pain, and he continued to chant, "Tiberius is emperor, there is no king." I saw Pilate hesitate. Pilate, the Roman governor, for the moment was Pilate the man, with a man's anger against the miserable creatures clamoring for the blood of so sweet and simple, brave and good a spirit as this Jesus. I saw Pilate hesitate. His gaze roved to me, as if he were about to signal to me to let loose, and I half started forward, releasing the mangled foot under my foot. I was for leaping to complete that half-formed wish of Pilate and to sweep away in blood and cleanse the court of the wretched scum that howled in it. It was not Pilate's indecision that decided me. It was this Jesus that decided Pilate and me. This Jesus looked at me. He commanded me. I tell you, this vagrant fisherman, this wandering preacher, this piece of driftage from Galilee, commanded me. No word he uttered, yet his command was there, unmistakable as a trumpet call, and I stayed my foot and held my hand, for who was I to thwart the will and way of so greatly serene and sweetly sure a man as this? And as I stayed, I knew all the charm of him, all that in him had charmed Miriam and Pilate's wife, that had charmed Pilate himself. You know the rest. Pilate washed his hands of Jesus' blood, and the rioters took his blood upon their own hands. Pilate gave orders for the crucifixion. The mob was content, and content behind the mob were Caiaphas, Hanan, and the Sanhedrim. Not Pilate, not Tiberius, not Roman soldiers crucified Jesus. It was the priestly rulers and priestly politicians of Jerusalem. I saw, I know. And against his own best interests, Pilate would have saved Jesus, as I would have, had it not been that no other than Jesus himself willed that he was not to be saved. Yes, and Pilate had his last sneer at this people he detested. In Hebrew, Greek, and Latin he had a writing affixed to Jesus' cross which read, "The King of the Jews." In vain the priests complained. It was on this very pretext that they had forced Pilate's hand, and by this pretext, a scorn and insult to the Jewish race, Pilate abided. Pilate executed an abstraction that had never existed in the real. The abstraction was a cheat and a lie manufactured in the priestly mind. Neither the priests nor Pilate believed it. Jesus denied it. That abstraction was the King of the Jews. The storm was over in the courtyard. The excitement had simmered down. Revolution had been averted. The priests were content, the mob was satisfied, and Pilate and I were well disgusted and weary with the whole affair. And yet, for him and me, was more and most immediate storm. Before Jesus was taken away, one of Miriam's women called me to her, and I saw Pilate, summoned by one of his wife's women, likewise obey. "Oh, Lodbrok, I have heard." Miriam met me. We were alone, and she was close to me, seeking shelter and strength within my arms. "Pilate has weakened. He is going to crucify him. But there is time. Your own men are ready. Ride with them. Only a centurion and a handful of soldiers are with him. They have not yet started. As soon as they do start, follow. They must not reach Golgotha, but wait until they are outside the city wall. Then countermand the order. Take an extra horse for him to ride. The rest is easy. Ride away into Syria with him, or into Idumea, or anywhere, so long as he be saved." She concluded with her arms around my neck, her face upturned to mine and temptingly close, her eyes greatly solemn and greatly promising. Small wonder I was slow of speech. For the moment there was but one thought in my brain. After all the strange play I had seen played out, to have this come upon me. I did not misunderstand. The thing was clear. A great woman was mine if I betrayed Rome. For Pilate was governor, his order had gone forth, and his voice was the voice of Rome. As I have said, it was the woman of her sheer womanliness that betrayed Miriam and me in the end. Always she had been so clear, so reasonable, so certain of herself and me, so that I had forgotten, or rather, I there learned once again the eternal lesson learned in all lives, that woman is ever woman, that in great decisive moments woman does not reason but feels, that the last sanctuary and innermost pulse to conduct is in woman's heart and not in woman's head. Miriam misunderstood my silence, for her body moved softly within my arms as she added, as if in afterthought, "Take 2 spare horses, Lodbrok. I shall ride the other, with you, away over the world, wherever you may ride." It was a bribe of kings. It was an act, paltry and contemptible, that was demanded of me in return. Still I did not speak. It was not that I was in confusion or in any doubt. I was merely sad, greatly and suddenly sad, in that I knew I held in my arms what I would never hold again. "There is but one man in Jerusalem this day who can save him," she urged, "and that man is you, Lodbrok." Because I did not immediately reply, she shook me. As if in impulse to clarify wits she considered addled. She shook me till my harness rattled. "Speak, Lodbrok, speak," she commanded. "You are strong and unafraid. You are all man. I know you despise the vermin who would destroy him. You alone can save him. You have but to say the word and the thing is done. And I will well love you and always love you for the thing you have done." "I am a Roman," I said slowly, knowing full well that with the words I gave up all hope of her. "You are a manslave of Tiberius, a hound of Rome," she flamed. "But you owe Rome nothing, for you are not a Roman. You yellow giants of the north are not Romans." "The Romans are the elder brothers of us younglings of the north," I answered. "Also I wear the harness and I eat the bread of Rome." Gently I added, "But why all this fuss and fury for a mere man's life? All men must die. Simple and easy it is to die. Today or 100 years, it little matters. Sure we are, all of us, of the same event in the end." Quick she was, and alive with passion to save as she thrilled within my arms. "You do not understand, Lodbrok. This is no mere man. I tell you, this is a man beyond men, a living God, not of men, but over men." I held her closely and knew that I was renouncing all the sweet woman of her as I said, "We are man and woman, you and I. Our life is of this world. Of these other worlds is all a madness. Let these mad dreamers go the way of their dreaming. Deny them not what they desire above all things, above meat and wine, above song and battle, even above love of woman. Deny them not their heart's desire that draw them across the dark of the grave to their dreams of lives beyond this world. Let them pass, but you and I abide here in all the sweet we have discovered of each other. Quickly enough will come the dark, and you depart for your coasts of sun and flowers, and I for the roaring table of Valhalla." "No, no," she cried, half tearing herself away. "You do not understand. Of all greatness, of all goodness, all of God are in this man who is more than man, and it is a shameful death to die. Only slaves and thieves so die. He is neither slave nor thief. He is an immortal. He is God. Truly, I tell you, he is God." "He is immortal, you say," I contended. "Then to die today on Golgotha will not shorten his immortality by a hair's breadth in the span of time. He is a God, you say. Gods cannot die. From all I have been told of them, it is certain that gods cannot die." "Oh," she cried, "you will not understand. You are only a great giant thing of flesh." "Is it not said that this event was prophesied of old time?" I queried, for I had been learning from the Jews what I deemed their subtleties of thinking. "Yes, yes," she agreed. "The messianic prophecies. This is the Messiah." "Then who am I," I asked, "to make liars of the prophets, to make of the Messiah a false Messiah? Is the prophecy of your people so feeble a thing that I, a stupid stranger, a yellow northling in the Roman harness, can give the lie to prophecy and compel to be unfulfilled, the very thing willed by the gods and foretold by the wise men?" "You do not understand," she repeated. "I understand too well," I replied. "Am I greater than the gods that I may thwart the will of the gods? Then are gods vain things and the playthings of men. I am a man. I too bow to the gods, to all gods, for I do believe in all gods. Else how came all gods to be?" She flung herself so that my hungry arms were empty of her, and we stood apart and listened to the uproar of the street as Jesus and the soldiers emerged and started on their way. And my heart was sore in that so great a woman could be so foolish. She would save God. She would make herself greater than God. "You do not love me," she said slowly, and slowly grew in her eyes a promise of herself too deep and wide for any words. "I love you beyond your understanding, it seems," was my reply. "I am proud to love you, for I know I am worthy to love you and am worth all love you may give me. But Rome is my foster mother, and were I untrue to her, of little pride, of little worth, would be my love for you." The uproar that followed about Jesus and the soldiers died away along the street, and when there was no further sound of it, Miriam turned to go, with neither word nor look for me. I knew one last rush of mad hunger for her. I sprang and seized her. I would horse her and ride away with her and my men into Syria away from this cursed city of folly. She struggled. I crushed her. She struck me on the face, and I continued to hold and crush her, for the blows were sweet. And there she ceased to struggle. She became cold and motionless, so that I knew there was no woman's love that my arms girdled. For me, she was dead. Slowly I let go of her. Slowly she stepped back. As if she did not see me, she turned and went away across the quiet room, and without looking back, passed through the hangings and was gone. I, Ragnar Lodbrok, never came to read nor write. But in my days I have listened to great talk. As I see it now, I never learned great talk, such as that of the Jews learned in their law, nor such as that of the Romans learned in their philosophy and in the philosophy of the Greeks. Yet have I talked in simplicity and straightness, as a man may well talk, who has lived life from the ships of Tostiglubrok and the roof of Brunanburh across the world to Jerusalem and back again. And straight talk and simple I gave Sulpicius Quirinius when I went away into Syria to report to him of the various matters that had been at issue in Jerusalem. End of chapter 17.